The Mother's Mistake. Written by Ruth Heald. Narrated by Tamsin Kennard. Prologue. The day was a painter's dream. Vibrant colours, bright cloudless sky, green leafy trees reflected in a sparkling river. An inviting morning, brimming with expectation of the summer's day ahead. Laughter as families picnicked on the riverbanks, children screaming at the unexpected chill of the water. A line of jostling tourists, competing for the best angle to take a photo. I felt like time should stop when I saw her, but it didn't. The birds continued to chirp as if it were any other morning. My breath caught in my throat. She was tangled in the reeds. They had wrapped around her pale arm, the current pulling it insistently away from her body until the shoulder had dislocated and the arm bent backwards at the elbow, like a plastic doll, manipulated by a child. The rest of her was under the water's surface, bobbing. Even if time had stopped, it wouldn't have been enough. To correct things, to put things right. Time would have had to go backwards, stop me before I started the chain of events that led me there, to the riverbank, watching helplessly as the little girl was pulled from the water. A policeman was wading across the river, the water parting for him, the drag of the current no match for his strong legs. He lifted her out, reached into her mouth and felt around for any debris, then tipped her upside down and thumped her on the back. Too hard. A spurt of water came out of her mouth, and my heart lifted to my throat. "Breathe," I urged her. "Breathe." His colleague reached out from the riverbank to take her from his arms. He handled her roughly, as if she were little more than a doll. I fought to get closer, unfamiliar fingers gripping my forearm and pulling me back. But my anger quickly turned to despair. Her glassy eyes seemed to lock with mine. Her soul had already left her. A scream scattered the birds, and it was only when my knees sank to the muddy ground and my fingers dug into the soil that I realized it was coming from me. No! But it was too late. There was nothing I could do but watch as the police officer desperately tried to revive her, performing mouth-to-mouth and chest compressions on the riverside for a good 10 minutes, before he let the paramedic take over and collapsed to the ground beside her, stroking her wet hair away from her face. As the paramedic pushed down into her small body, it jumped and shuddered at the force, her chest moving with his hands, pliant and lifeless. I'd have done anything to hear her cry, but the only wails were from the police sirens, as car after car arrived, lights flashing with anticipation. Chapter 1. The car's wheels crunch against the gravel as we pull up in front of the limestone cottage. Miles of countryside behind us, and we're here, the perfect home for our little family. A shiver of excitement runs through me, and I smile as I open the car door and the fresh country air engulfs me. This is the new start I've longed for. Luckily for us, our daughter, Olivia, is abnormally calm. She slept the whole 2 hours from our flat in London. I gently unstrap her from the baby seat and lift her out, holding her up to see the cottage for the first time. She whimpers as she wakes, squinting against the bright winter sun. Matt gets out of the car and puts his arm around me. I breathe in the cold, crisp air, feel it tingle on the back of my throat. None of the grit of London. "Happy?" Matt asks, squeezing my arm. "Yes," I say. and joy wraps around me like a blanket. Already the past seems further away, a distant memory. Now is a new beginning, the start of our life together as a family. Only the future matters. The removal van swings into the driveway as my mother-in-law appears from the path down the side of the building, which leads to her house at the back of the cottage. "Claire," she says, giving me a brief hug before taking Olivia from my arms. She presses my baby to her chest and declares that she is the prettiest little thing she has ever seen. I grin at Ruth. We're lucky to have her. She's letting us live in her mother's cottage rent-free, so that we can save up for our own place. Ruth looks doubtfully at the removal van. "You've got a lot of things." "It's mainly baby stuff," I say, taking Olivia back into my arms as we watch the men unload the cot onto the gravel. "We'll have to see if it all fits." I laugh as I look at the cottage. It's 4 times the size of our flat. "I'll open up," Ruth says, as she leads us to the front door. Weeds have taken over the garden and are starting to spread from the flower beds across the doorstep. I imagine Matt and me spending a day with our hands in the soil, planting seeds in the sunshine, Olivia watching from her pram. My heart thuds as Ruth pulls out a set of keys and tries each one in turn. I can't wait to see inside. Olivia starts to grumble, and I rub her back. She's hungry. As soon as we get inside, I'll feed her. One of Ruth's keys finally fits the lock and twists uneasily. As I step over the threshold, I cough. Damp and dust and mould. The air festers. I put my hand over Olivia's mouth. "Oh," I say, as I take everything in. Shoes sit on the shoe rack, coats hang expectantly, and there's a letter on the ledge by the door, waiting to be posted. An umbrella left out long ago to dry is covered in a layer of dust. The beige stairlift waits patiently for its owner. Pamela, Ruth's mother, died of a heart attack 3 months ago. "I haven't been in for a while," Ruth explains, as she gathers up piles of letters into her arms from the carpet. "Who'd have thought there'd be so much post?" she says to herself. I hadn't expected this. I'm sure Ruth said she'd clear the house for us. I step around her and look for a place to breastfeed Olivia. A plastic mobility walker blocks the entrance to a living room. I push it aside, go in and perch on the edge of the floral sofa. I adjust my top and put Olivia to my dry, cracked nipple. She fights at first, knocking me away. I reposition her until she eventually latches on, and I wince. When she suckles vigorously, I sigh with relief. Olivia and I have both struggled with breastfeeding, but I am determined to make it work. The health visitor said it will help build the bond between us. I look around the living room. The mantelpiece is crowded with dusty ornaments and photographs. A book lies open on the coffee table. The house is untouched since Pamela left, and I feel like an uninvited guest. Matt brings me a cup of tea in a floral mug, and Ruth whisks out a mat to put it on. "We'll have to buy some milk," Matt says apologetically, but I sip the tea gratefully, taking care to hold it as far away as possible from my baby. It calms me. "Full of antiques, this cottage," Ruth says. "I know I can trust you both to take care of everything." I imagine Olivia as a toddler, zooming round the cottage, causing havoc. "We might need to move some things," I say. I've spent the last week looking at furniture online. I'd thought we'd finally be able to choose our own. "I don't know where you'll move things to," Ruth replies. I'm about to mention her huge house at the end of the garden, but I catch the look Matt gives me and say nothing. One of the removal men comes in, out of breath. "Where shall I put the boxes?" he asks. I look round the cluttered room. "Upstairs?" I suggest. Ruth leads the man away, and finally Matt, Olivia and I are alone. I let myself relax and take in my surroundings. It won't take long to clear the room and put up some pictures. We can make the cottage our own. There's a sudden crash from upstairs, and my muscles tense instinctively. I see the teacup in my hand turning over. A scream escapes my mouth as the hot liquid splashes over my jeans. The cup falls to the carpet. Ruth shouts at the removal men upstairs as Olivia screams. Matt rushes over, and I run my hands over Olivia, praying that the tea hasn't caught her. "I'm sorry," I say to Matt, tears welling up in my eyes. I could have burned her. I could have scarred my child. "It's okay," Matt replies, his arm round my shoulder. "One of the men must have dropped something. It made you jump." I can hear the edge of accusation in his voice. He hadn't jumped at the noise. If it had been him holding the tea, it wouldn't have spilt. Everything makes me jump these days. I'd hoped that would change when we moved to the countryside. But no matter how far I move, there are some things I'll never escape. I cover the side of my face with my hands, peering out through my fingers as I anticipate his next blow. My cheek is cold against the kitchen tiles. I lie where I've fallen, not daring to move in case I anger him further. Here it comes. I feel the connection with skin, the crack of bone. The sensation is entirely physical. My mind is numb, emotionless. But the punch is hard, and I stuff my hand into my mouth to stop the instinctive scream. My daughter is sleeping upstairs. I'm a trapped animal, frozen to the spot. As he lets out his anger, punch by punch. I deserve this. I've tried my best to please him, to be the perfect wife and mother, but I'm still not good enough. I'll never be good enough. My scars prove it. My black and blue body proves it. He can never hate me as much as I hate myself. I am nothing. No one. I lie still and let him finish, tiring himself out. When his energy has dried up, he gives me one final half-hearted kick in the ribs. Then he goes over to the counter and pours himself a glass of red wine, the expensive one he bought at duty-free when he flew back from Buenos Aires last year. He leaves the room, and I listen to his footsteps on the stairs. When I hear the door of his study shut, and I'm certain he's gone for the night, I stand up shakily. I wince as I put my weight on my left leg. I must have bruised it when I fell. Habitually, I check each limb still works, cataloguing my list of aches and pains in my head. The old injuries are healing. The new ones will take time. My body is in an endless cycle of injury and recovery. It's getting more and more difficult to lift my daughter without wincing. I go to the hallway to look in the mirror. I observe my face critically, as if it's a painting. My eye is black, and there is a new bruise on my cheek. An older bruise on my other cheek has faded to yellow. I'd kidded myself that it would soon be faint enough for me to cover it with makeup and go out to the supermarket, or even to a mother's group. But he's made sure that's impossible. I can't go out like this. For a moment, I let myself imagine fresh air tingling against my skin, my face turned up to the sun. But the idea of freedom is just a fantasy that I indulge myself in from time to time, because I haven't left the house for months. I'm completely trapped. Chapter 2. Olivia's screams get louder. All I want to do is read my book about baby sleep patterns, but I can't even manage that. I'm still only on page 2. I'm never going to figure out how to make her sleep at night at this rate. Even before Olivia started screaming, I couldn't concentrate. My mind is so jumbled with thoughts of everything that needs doing, and worries about how I'm going to cope with looking after Olivia. I'd hoped that the relaxed atmosphere of the countryside would rub off on me, and I'd form a better bond with my daughter. But even trying to read the parenting books is fruitless. I never get a moment to myself. The sofa is an island amongst stacks of brown removal boxes. There's so much to unpack, but nowhere to put it. Every drawer is crammed full with Pamela's things. Ruth says she plans to go through everything herself, one item at a time, but she's not emotionally ready yet. In the meantime, we stumble and trip and maneuver around the piles of boxes in every room. We are in transition, waiting. Everything in the house is dulled by a layer of dust. Once the house is clear of Pamela's things, and we've unpacked so we can see the carpet, I'll give every inch of every room a thorough scrub. The screams get louder. My back twinges in sympathy. My body hasn't realigned itself since the pregnancy. My spine isn't straight. My posture is off. I'm constantly leaning over, to change nappies, to comfort Olivia, to bath her. It shocks me how we all do this. Mothers everywhere. We bend down in reverence to our children, bow at their feet, as if they are the demigods we have to pray to keep our lives in order. The screams have stopped. She's dead. The thought enters my consciousness, and I know I should dismiss it, but I can't. I imagine finding Olivia trapped between the cot and the wall, unable to take a breath. Terror shudders through me. I rush up the stairs, squeezing past the stair lift. Olivia is sound asleep in her cot, her toy bunny next to her, in Pamela's spare bedroom. I sigh with relief. Her face is still damp from her tears, and I want to touch her cheek and wipe them away, but I daren't, in case she wakes. The battered bed next to the cot calls to me. The black paint has peeled off the metal frame, and the mattress sags in the middle. But I'm exhausted, and it looks like the most welcoming bed in the world. I give in and ease myself onto it, as gently as possible so I don't disturb Olivia. The spring in the middle creaks as it digs into my spine, and a faint smell of damp rises out of the mattress as it gives in to my weight. I don't care. Just 5 minutes sleep. 5 seconds. The doorbell rings. There is a pause, a moment of stillness so complete that I have to hold my breath in order not to interrupt it. Then the doorbell rings again, and Olivia's screams pierce the air. I thump the pillow beside me and swing my legs over the side of the bed. There's no way my baby will go back to sleep now. I pick her up and hold her to my chest, rocking her back and forth. The doorbell rings for the 3rd time. "Coming!" I shout. Perhaps it's Ruth checking up on me. I must get down the stairs before she lets herself in with her key. On our very first evening in the cottage, she came in while we were putting Olivia to bed. We'd found her in the living room, rummaging through a cupboard, looking for a DVD she'd lent Pamela before she died. The visitor is silhouetted in the frosted pane of the door, a flash of red, too tall to be Ruth. I open the door, and a woman in a smart red coat smiles at me warmly and offers a manicured hand. In her other arm, she carries a small baby, snuggled up in a coat exactly the same shade of red as her mother's. "Hi," she says. "I'm Emma. I live down the road." I manage to return the smile as I reach out my hand, juggling Olivia as she fidgets on my hip. I feel embarrassed by the dried baby sick on the shoulder of my oversized jumper, and wonder how Emma manages to look so immaculate, with her poker-straight blonde hair and expensive clothes. "Claire," I say, and Olivia screams, as if she needs to join the conversation. Emma's baby stares at the sky, oblivious to everything going on around it. I push my curly brown hair behind my ears, hoping I remembered to brush it this morning. I'm sure Emma must think I'm a mess, but she doesn't seem to notice. "I'm so glad someone else with a baby has moved in," she says excitedly. "I saw the removal van the other day, and I thought I must introduce myself. You're Ruth's daughter, aren't you?" "Her daughter-in-law," I correct quickly. "Oh," Emma says, and I catch what I'm sure is a sympathetic look. "Do you know her?" "Everyone knows her. She's the kind of person you need to know in this village. If you're her daughter-in-law, you'll be looked after." I smile, bemused. There's a whole side of Ruth I know nothing about. Emma reaches down and picks up a brown paper bag, with a logo I recognise from a shop in a nearby town. "I bought you some cake, as a welcome to the neighbourhood. Shall I bring it in?" I want to say no. I don't have enough energy for a conversation. But Emma has already stepped over the threshold and into my home. "Shall I take my shoes off?" she asks, sitting down on our dirty bottom stair, juggling her baby as she unzips her boots. I cringe. The house is filthy. Soon the feet of Emma's pale tights will be black from the dirt and dust. "Sorry about the mess," I say, gesturing half-heartedly at the unpacked boxes. Emma smiles. "Hard to keep a tidy house with a baby." "What's your baby's name?" I ask. "Lizzie. And yours?" "Olivia." "How old is she?" 2 months. "Lizzie's 3 months. The interaction is following the same script as all my introductions to other new mothers. The same conversation plays out at every mother and baby group across the country. Our lines are so well rehearsed, it feels like we've met 100 times before. "Come through," I say, picking my voice up, trying to be more friendly. I see the cottage with fresh eyes as I lead Emma through to the dilapidated kitchen. I've been convinced that as soon as Matt and I remove the clutter, we can make the house our own. But now I notice the peeling 1970s wallpaper and the unidentifiable stains on the threadbare carpet. "This is Matt's grandmother's house," I explain. "She passed away." "I'm so sorry," Emma says, concern in her eyes. "Oh, it's okay. I didn't know her that well, but my mother-in-law, well, she's finding it hard to let go. I want to put some pictures up, maybe give the house a lick of paint, but Ruth—" I try to think of the best way to phrase it, so I don't sound ungrateful. "Ruth wants the house kept as it is for now. She's still grieving." "It must be difficult for her." "Yes, I know," I say. I lost my own mother years ago, and I remember how hard it was to part with her possessions. "It's an amazing place, so much history." Emma is at my kitchen counter, holding Lizzie under one arm as she rifles through a drawer and pulls out a knife to cut the cake. I put Olivia down and go over to the sink under the window to fill the kettle. I can see Ruth and Jack's house at the end of our garden. A dark, looming shadow. There's no one home. "How big a slice do you want?" Emma asks, moving the knife round the cake to indicate where she might cut. "A small one," I say. I look at her slim waist enviously, and wonder why some women's bodies seem to snap back into shape after they give birth. In the living room, I put down the tea and cake and offer Emma a seat on the antique sofa. The flowered cushions sag as we sit down. Between mouthfuls, Emma tells me everything there is to do in the area. There's a park up the road, and the local mothers run a playgroup once a week in the village. There's more in Oxford, she says. It's only half an hour in the car. There's baby yoga, baby swimming, baby cinema. Anything you fancy doing, you can take a baby with you. What did you do before? I ask. Before? You know, before Lizzie, before maternity, before nappies and sleepless nights. Emma laughs. I was in senior management. Can't imagine it now, though. How about you? I have a childish desire to impress her. I'm a journalist, I say. It's a white lie. I was a journalist once. It feels like a lifetime ago. Local press? No, one of the big national papers. In London. I smile nervously, wondering if she'll ask for the name of the paper. I don't want to tell her. What if she looks me up and sees I haven't worked there for years? Gosh, a national paper! It's so hard to break into that field. You must have been determined. I nod, embarrassed. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to remember how well I was doing before my career came to a swift end. Emma's eyes search mine. What brings you all the way out here? It's a long commute to London. My husband's a vet. He's setting up a new practice here, and we wanted to be closer to his parents, so they could help out with Olivia, so I'm less alone. Heat rises to my face. I hadn't meant to admit I'm lonely. But Emma's expression is understanding. Where are your family? She asks. My father was never around, and my mother... She passed away, a long time ago. I pick up my tea and take a sip, hiding behind the motion. It's my mother's birthday tomorrow. It always brings everything back. It's so hard without the support. My parents are gone too. I'm sorry. It was years ago. I was a child. We sit in silence for a moment, before Emma turns the conversation back to babies. Sleep patterns, feeding, colic. The topics are comfortingly familiar. Emma's warm and easy to talk to, and I hardly notice the time pass. We keep chatting as the sky begins to darken, but Emma doesn't seem to be in any rush to get home. When Emma eventually gets up to leave, it's already Olivia's bedtime, and even then I don't want her to go. I hadn't realised how much I craved company. Matt has been working late every night since we moved, and I always put Olivia to bed alone. On the doorstep, spur of the moment, I invite Emma and her partner round to dinner later in the week. I see the shadow cross her face, and immediately regret it. It's too soon. We hardly know each other. I don't have a partner, she says. I'm a single mother. She seems to shrink in front of me, her eyes dewy. Oh, I reply, surprised. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean... She straightens up, blinking back tears. It's okay, she says, with a forced smile. At least I have Lizzie. Before I can reply, she sweeps her blonde hair back behind her ears, turns, and walks away, hurrying down the driveway. I feel awful that I've upset her, especially after we'd had such a lovely afternoon. I hoped we might be friends, but now I've messed that up. I go back to the living room and feel the silence caving in on me. Without Emma's chatter, it feels like the cottage itself is breathing, inhaling and exhaling as it bides its time. Even in my own living room I feel self-conscious, like someone is watching. Olivia's eyes follow me across the room as I clear away the teacups. Maybe it's her. Maybe my own baby is making me nervous. She's always watching. I never know what she's thinking. Sometimes it feels like she's peering into my soul and judging me for all my inadequacies as a mother. Tap, tap, tap. I jump at the noise. It's coming from upstairs. A gentle rhythm, knocking. I pick Olivia up and go up the stairs. Only half an hour ago, the cottage felt open and warm and welcoming, filled with Emma's laughter. Now the air is heavy, oppressive. Tap, tap, tap. I get to the top of the stairs and peer through the open bathroom door. It's just the blind, banging against the window frame. Emma must have left the window open when she used the bathroom. I let my breath out, and then laugh. What's wrong with me? How can I be so paranoid about every sound? Olivia looks at me and starts to cry. I think about how Lizzie didn't cry the whole time she was here, but Olivia needed constant comforting. I grit my teeth as the all-too-familiar anger rises inside me. I push it back down, and it's quickly replaced by the guilt that swirls around my head constantly. I want so much to love my daughter the way I should, but I just don't seem to have it in me. Sometimes I wonder if her older sister would have been different, if she'd survived. Would she have been more good-natured? Would we have had a stronger bond? Perhaps Olivia is taking her cues from me. The loss of her sister numbed my emotions, and now I can't love my baby the way I want to. Maybe she senses my fear and reflects it back. With my daughter clutched under one arm, I pull the bathroom blind up and shut the window. It overlooks our garden. I stare out at the pond, a dark hole of dirty water reflecting the moonlight. I shiver, imagining myself submerging under its murky surface, getting caught in a tangle of weeds that lurk beneath. It's not safe having a pond in the garden with a small child. One moment of inattention, and a child could drown. I can't let Olivia play outside until it's drained. A cloud passes over the moon, and for a moment the pond disappears, lost in the dark green grass. But I know it's out there. A deep, dark hole. An accident waiting to happen. Chapter 3. When I wake the next day, I have a moment of peace, before I remember it's my mother's birthday. When I sit up, I feel my headache building behind my eyes, and I reach for the paracetamol on my bedside table. Another birthday she isn't here to celebrate. Reality is dulled as I go through the motions of the morning, feeding Olivia and preparing breakfast. While Matt gets Olivia ready, I light a candle, filling the kitchen with my mother's favourite orange blossom scent, and stand still for a moment, eyes closed, imagining she's with me. Tears slide down my face before I'm brought back into the moment by Olivia's cries. I wipe my cheeks with the back of my hand. "Ready to go?" asks Matt gently, touching my shoulder lightly. I turn, and he sees my grief. He wraps his arms around me and holds me. After a moment, I pull away. "I'm ready." I blow out the candle and walk to the door. I have a second candle in my bag that I'll light at my mother's grave. It's hard to believe a whole year has passed since I last visited. Matt drives us to Wimbledon, where my mother's buried. We stop at a petrol station on the way, and I buy flowers and bottled water. I ignore the displays of red roses, and instead opt for orange and yellow chrysanthemums, her favourites. At the graveside, I sit cross-legged on the grass as the wind whips through my hair. The ground is hard and I can feel the February frost seeping through my jeans. I've been coming to my mother's grave on this day for the last 12 years. I fill the built-in vase with the bottled water and add the brightly coloured flowers, spreading them around evenly. They already look dog-eared, and I tip in the little packet of flower food that came taped to the stems, in the vain hope they'll last a few more hours in their battle against the elements. I put my candle on the cold, flat granite and strike the first match. It takes 3 before there's a spark of life. It's immediately blown out by the wind. Every year it's the same. There's only ever a flicker of light before it goes out, but it's enough for me to have shared that light with her, if only for a second. "Happy birthday, Mum," I whisper. The words disappear into the air. I close my eyes and try to bring her back. Her smell, her perfume mixed with the strawberry scent of her shampoo. I imagine her voice, her laugh, her smile when she greets me. I imagine the feel of her arms around me, strong and dependable when I was a child, and then weak and fragile, bird-like, before the cancer finally took her. I can picture her with Olivia, gathering her up in a hug and then rocking her gently, gazing into her eyes adoringly. But it wasn't meant to be. I glance across the cemetery and see Olivia with Matt on the other side of the vast space. Matt is bending over to read the inscriptions on gravestones, Olivia close to him in her sling. I'm glad she isn't old enough to understand. On my side of the family, there is only me. My father disappeared off to his new life in South Africa long before my mother passed away. I'm glad Olivia will grow up close to Matt's parents. I hope that between us all we can give her enough love, so she won't ever feel like she's missing out on her other set of grandparents. I chat to my mother as if she's alive. On her birthday last year, I confided in her about how much I still longed for a baby. We'd been trying for over 2 years by then, and I was exhausted by it. I was still grieving the loss of Olivia's sister, and I'd lost hope that we'd get another chance. I didn't know that just a couple of months after I visited my mother, I would see the double line on the pregnancy test. Our lives have changed irreversibly since then. We've had Olivia, moved house. Everything I longed for last year, I now have. I felt I was finally being given another chance at life, my opportunity to do things right. So why can't I be happy? I touch the cold stone, and then the words tumble out. I tell my mother how exhausted I am, how I never have a proper night's sleep. Motherhood hasn't lived up to my expectations. I just can't seem to bond with my daughter. Sometimes I feel like I don't deserve to be a parent. I'm not cut out to be a mother. When I run out of breath, there is no answer. No reassurance or advice. Only the wind rustling through the trees. I wish my mother was here to guide me, to tell me how to love my daughter, the way I know she loved me. I feel a hand on my shoulder, and I jump.
"Are you okay?"
Matt asks.
"You've been here a while."
Olivia's fidgeting against him in the baby sling. "I'm fine," I say, slowly rising to my feet. "I was just telling Mum about Olivia."
"She finally gets to meet her granddaughter,"
Matt says. Tears well up in my eyes. My mother's only time with Olivia will be moments like this, by her graveside each year, as Olivia grows. I wipe away the tears as I feel the warmth of Matt's embrace. He circles his arms around me, Olivia in the sling between us.
"It'll be okay,"
he says. But he can't promise me that. As we start the journey back, Matt tells me he has a surprise for me. We're stopping at Richmond Park to see the deer. When we arrive, Matt gets Olivia out of her car seat and straps her to him in the baby carrier. She calms as soon as she feels his body against hers. I love the way they look together. Olivia's deep brown eyes and high cheekbones are a reflection of Matt's. Her frame is so small against his, and for a moment I see the lovable, tiny baby that others must see. The sun shines brightly, but there's a bitter breeze, and I carefully put Olivia's woolen hat over her bare head, and then put my own coat on. Matt carries the rucksack of nappies. My body is free, unencumbered. I can swing my arms, stand up straight, even run if I feel like it. Matt takes my hand, and our fingers interlock as we walk towards the deer park. I feel safe. It's so good to be out of the house in the fresh air.
How are you settling into the cottage?
Matt asks. He's been so busy setting up his new veterinary surgery, he's hardly been at home in the last week. I don't know how to answer. I think of the cluttered house, filled with unpacked boxes. I think of how hard I'm finding it to bond with Olivia. Okay, I reply, uncertainly, remembering I was the one who insisted we move to the countryside. Matt wasn't keen at first, but I was determined. I was sure there'd be high demand for vets around here. I even found the premises for his surgery for him.
Just okay?
He looks at me, concerned. Well, I'd expected your mother to clear out Pamela's things.
Me too, but she can be difficult sometimes.
Oh, I say, surprised. She's never seemed that way to me. Sometimes I think Matt takes his parents for granted.
I'll talk to her about it,
he replies, brow furrowed. Is everything all right? I ask. He squeezes my hand.
It will just take a bit of getting used to, I think, being back. To be honest, I thought I'd never return.
Oh, I say, dismayed. I desperately want us all to be happy there.
Even my sister moved away,
Matt says. His sister used to live in the village near Matt's parents, but she moved to Hong Kong about a year ago. She got a new job, didn't she? A better one?
Yeah, she did. But I think she wanted to get away from Mum, too.
She's not that bad, surely? I ask, confused. He puts his arm round me.
Don't worry. We'll figure things out. I just need to get used to being back, that's all.
We keep walking. Despite the bracing wind, Olivia falls asleep against Matt's body. We wander through the deer park, hand in hand. I remember how much I envied families like ours when I was desperately trying to get pregnant. Now I'm living the life I dreamed of. I try to summon up gratitude for everything I have. But I can't. It just doesn't feel right. Matt interrupts my thoughts.
Do you remember when we were here last?
He asks, smiling. Yes, I say. We haven't been to Richmond Park for 5.5 years. But that day, 5.5 years ago, was one of the best days of my life. It was the height of summer. We had a picnic by the lake and fed the ducks our leftover bread. Then Matt took me to the deer. It was just after breeding season, and there were lots of fawns staying close to their mothers. Matt told me the history of the park, how the deer had always been able to roam freely. Later, when the park was due to close, we hid in the bushes, trying not to giggle as we watched the groundskeeper patrol, locking the gates and securing the park. When we were sure he was gone, we put our blanket down by the side of the lake and drank champagne. We lay down and made love in front of sleeping ducks and reeds, picnic crumbs digging into my back as I shuddered in Matt's arms. As I half-dozed under the stars, I felt the most secure I'd ever felt in my life. I was loved, and I was in love. I wished the moment could extend backwards and forwards into my past and my future. I wanted the feeling to cocoon me forever. In my dreamy daze, I nodded off, and Matt woke me with gentle kisses on my neck. I sat up slowly and marvelled at how still the lake was as it reflected the stars. When I turned, he was on one knee, holding out a ring. In that moment, I felt everything was possible. My future flashed before me. A white dress, a wedding in a country house, my career taking off. My byline on the front page of a national newspaper. Matt waiting at home for me with a glass of wine when I'd had a busy day at work. Then later, a baby. The perfect family. The perfect career. I've had both. The perfect family and the perfect career. I have the husband and the baby I so desperately wanted, and I've won prizes for my journalism. But the stress of the city wore me down. And now, even though I have Olivia, somehow it's still not enough. I force aside the thought. Today I only want to focus on enjoying the fresh air with my husband. Nothing feels better than the wind in my face and my hand in his. We spend another hour in the deer park, and as we walk, Matt tells me about his plans for the surgery. I don't have much to say about my days with Olivia, so I let him talk. His deep, lilting voice carries on the wind and surrounds me like a lullaby. I am safe with Matt. He's always there for me. At the very worst times in my life, he's been my protector. I don't want to think about what might have happened if he hadn't been there. He supported me when I felt like I couldn't go on anymore, that I didn't deserve to live. I was broken. He picked me up and helped me put myself back together. We pause by a wooded area, and Matt wraps his arms around me, Olivia between us. He kisses me deeply, and I remember all the longing I felt for him the day he proposed. His lips are on mine, and I catch the scent of his aftershave. I can't remember the last time we had sex. We've been too busy. His arms travel down my sides, stroking my breasts as he kisses my neck. He can't quite get the angle right, Olivia's small body between us, preventing a proper embrace. I remember whole afternoons spent in bed when we first got together. I want that again. Matt and I need to reconnect, to feel part of each other again. Let's go home, I whisper in his ear. We can put Olivia to bed and enjoy ourselves. Just the two of us. Matt grins at me, and we walk hand in hand, back to the car. I'm ready. I'm going to leave the house. As soon as my husband comes home, I'm going to open the door and step out into the air. A bubble of anxiety rises in me. It's been so long since I've been outside that I'm not sure if I'm even brave enough anymore. But I must go to my appointment. Thick, pale foundation masks the bruises on my face, but there are still hints of them underneath. My cheek a shade darker under the eye. I've made the rest of my face up to match with eyeshadow and thick eyeliner to distract. I don't look like myself, but maybe that's a good thing. My husband will be home soon to look after our daughter, while I go to my consultation with the psychiatrist at the hospital. I walk around the house once more to check everything. I run my hand over the mantelpiece like I've seen him do. No dust. I check the kitchen surfaces. No stray crumbs. I straighten the tea towel hanging from the oven. In the living room, I move my daughter along the sofa and straighten the cushions behind her. She's watching TV, staring intently at the flickering screen. The theme tune for Postman Pat tells me it's time to leave. I feel a hot flush of disappointment. Why isn't he here? Perhaps he's not coming. I hear the click of a key in the lock. He's home. Of course he is, like he said he would be. I knew I could rely on him. I prepare a smile to greet him, and I reach up to kiss his cheek. He takes a step back, wincing away from me.
What do you look like?
His voice is quiet, disbelieving. I struggle to find the words. I can't tell him I need to hide his bruises, although he must know. I need to sound casual, as if this is an everyday thing, as if I haven't spent hours in front of the mirror, blending foundations to find the best cover for my canvas of injuries. I wanted to put on some makeup for a change, I say. Make an effort. His bright blue eyes stare through me. I fell in love with his intensity. Before I really knew him, I thought his passion was something to admire. But now I know that there is only a fine line between passion and anger, and I am his outlet for both. My words are powerless against his pure rage. I have learnt to stay silent until he speaks.
An effort for your psychiatrist,
he says, his voice increasing in volume with each syllable.
An effort for your psychiatrist, and not for me.
I close my eyes as I wait for the inevitable consequence of my mistake. His hands are on my neck, gentle at first. He likes to feel my muscles tense under his fingers. I start to count in my head as I wait. It's the only way to control the fear, to stop myself from whimpering. Suddenly, his fingers grip so hard I can't breathe, and he pushes me with all his strength against the wall. The crack of my head against the plaster is a physical release. I collapse and sink to the floor as I hear him walk away. It's over now. I'm not going to see my psychiatrist. I'm not going anywhere. I don't know why I ever imagined anything different. Chapter 4. Matt is quiet on the car journey home, staring intently at the road ahead. I gaze out of the window, watching the terraced houses pass by, remembering my mother. I wish she was still here. Sometimes my need for her is almost a physical craving. I want her to hold me, to comfort me when things are going wrong.
Claire!
Matt prods me, and I glance over at him. What?
Olivia's upset. Can you comfort her?
I guiltily turn around and see Olivia has tears running down her face. I'm sorry, I say. I didn't realize. Matt glances over at me.
She's been crying for 5 minutes.
I must have blocked the sounds out. She cries so often. I turn around in my chair awkwardly and wave a toy in front of her face. She calms slightly and follows the toy with her eyes. When we're 10 minutes from home, Matt tells me that he needs to go to the surgery to get some work done. Disappointed tears prick my eyes. I had imagined us curling up on the sofa in front of a romantic comedy, his arms wrapped around me. Really?
I'm sorry. I need to do some paperwork and try and identify new clients. I'm having a few teething problems, but things should settle down soon.
It would be nice if you were home a bit more. It's hard looking after Olivia on my own. I've hardly seen him since we moved. He's always working at the surgery. He sighs.
I will be soon, I promise. It's just the setting up that takes the time.
You could do some of the paperwork at home. Then you'd see more of Olivia.
You don't need me,
he says distractedly. I do, I confess quietly. Sometimes I feel like I'm still struggling to connect with her.
I thought it would be easier for you here, Matt says, concerned. Away from the city.
I don't know, Matt. I just don't feel right. It's like I'm not cut out to be a mum.
You're a great mum.
He always does this. When he doesn't want to do something or doesn't have time, he tells me how good I am at it. I don't think so, Matt.
I'll help out more, I promise. I just need to put my all into the practice until I've gained some loyal customers. I'd expected to have a few more clients on the books by now.
But you're from around here. People already know who you are. I'd imagined it would be easy for him to find customers here, in the village where he grew up. Matt's silent for a moment, thinking.
It's not as simple as that, he says. People know me too well. They remember me as a child, then a teenager. They remember my past.
Your past? What do you mean? Matt never talks about the past, and I'd assumed that was because there wasn't much to say about a happy, carefree childhood.
Oh, just the usual teenage things, he says. I think it will take a bit of time, that's all. It will take me a while to build a reputation and find new customers.
Okay, I reply, feeling concerned. We're relying on his income to save for a house deposit. In the back seat, Olivia starts to cry once more, not stopping until we arrive back at the cottage. At home, Matt takes Olivia upstairs to change her nappy, while I search around for the candle I lit for my mother before I left the house this morning. It isn't on the kitchen worktop where I left it. Matt must have moved it. I find it shoved into one of the drawers. I feel a flicker of irritation as I pull it out. Then I light it and breathe deeply through my nose, absorbing the scent and letting the memory of my mother wash over me. Matt interrupts my thoughts as he hurries in and places Olivia in my arms.
Have you seen the box I left in the study?
He asks, agitated. Which one?
The delivery. It came yesterday.
No.
I need to take it to the surgery.
Sorry, I haven't seen it.
I'll have another look for it.
I hear his feet beating against the stairs, then pacing from room to room. I hold Olivia close to me. I try to imagine my mother beside me, helping me with my baby. She would have loved being a grandmother, but she never got the chance. As I rock my daughter, I stare out into the darkness. With the lights on in the kitchen, all I can see is my own reflection. A slightly overweight mother holding a baby. She looks like a stranger. Behind the reflection, a shadow flits across the garden. A fox? Or a person? I'm aware that I'm backlit by the kitchen lights, exposed. I can't see out easily, but anyone can see in. I shiver at the thought of someone out there, silently watching. It's just my imagination, I tell myself as I turn on the kettle. Even so, I'd feel more comfortable if there was a blind over the window, and I could shut out the outside world. I must buy one. I start to wipe the kitchen surfaces, but they're spotless. I'm sure there were a few stray pieces of cereal lingering after breakfast. Our dirty bowls have moved from beside the sink and are now drying in the washing up rack. I know Matt and I didn't clear up. Ruth must have let herself into the house while we were out. She's tidied up and moved my mother's candle. I frown. I don't like the thought of her being here alone, rifling through my belongings. If she behaves like that, we'll never really be able to relax here or make the space our own. I'm going to have to speak to her and ask her to respect our privacy. Matt reappears back downstairs, an open box in his hands.
Did you open this?
He asks. No, I haven't touched it.
Right, he says distractedly. Do you think it could have been your mother? No. Why would she do that? I think she's been in the house while we were out. The washing up's been done. Are you sure you didn't do it? I didn't. Did you? No, he says. Look, I've really got to go. There's so much paperwork to do. Can we deal with this later? Okay, I reply reluctantly. He kisses me on the cheek as he slips his shoes on, the box under one arm. The door bangs shut behind him, and I'm left alone with Olivia. I don't know what to do with myself. My baby is quiet for once, staring placidly at the ceiling. Thoughts of my own mother flood my mind. I can't bear to be alone. I remember the present I've been meaning to give to Ruth as a thank you for letting us stay in Pamela's house. It's just a token, really, a framed photo of me, Matt and Olivia, with Ruth and Jack. I see it as the first of many family photos, symbolising our new start. I pick up the carefully wrapped gift, bundle Olivia into her snowsuit, and go to the back door. I could do with some company, and it would be nice to get to know Ruth and Jack a bit better. When I knock on the back door of their house, there's no answer. I can see the lights are on and hear the faint rumble of the television. I shift from one foot to the other, shivering in the cold. Then I knock again. "Hello?" I shout. No answer. My brain starts to fill with worry. I found my own mother slumped in front of the television, her body already cold, a daytime breakfast show chattering obliviously in the background. I knock again. Then I pick up my phone. My finger hovers over Matt's number, undecided. There's probably nothing wrong. But what if there is? I would regret my inaction forever. Just then, I hear a gentle plodding, and Jack appears at the door. He opens it a fraction. "Hello?" "Hi," I say. I expect him to open the door wider, but he doesn't. Olivia whimpers. He looks at me expectantly. I hold up the present in my hands. "I just wanted to drop this off. It's a gift for Ruth. Well, for both of you, really," I say with a smile. "Okay," he replies, opening the door slowly and letting me into the warm house. He lumbers back towards the corridor, and I follow. At the kitchen door he turns and looks at me with raised eyebrows. "Your shoes," he says. I notice my footprint on the kitchen floor and look down, embarrassed. "Sorry, I must have got a bit muddy." I struggle to take off my shoes as I balance Olivia, and Jack watches silently. Then he leads me into the living room. "It's Claire," he announces to Ruth, and she promptly stands and smiles. She looks immaculate as always, in a blue cashmere jumper, colour-coordinated with her earrings. As she looks me up and down, I remember I haven't changed out of my jeans since sitting on the ground by my mother's grave. "Claire! And Olivia! How lovely!" The television is off now, and when Jack reaches for the control, Ruth snatches it out of his hands. "We have company," she says firmly. "Claire, do you want a cup of tea?" "Yes, please." Ruth and I go to the kitchen, and she puts on the kettle. "We don't usually have visitors at this hour," she says. "What a pleasant surprise." I can tell from her voice and forced smile that she's far from pleased. It's only 6 p.m. "I can come back another day. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." "It's no bother, dear." In the awkward silence that follows, I hold out the present towards her, almost thrusting it into her hands. "This is for you," I say. "From me and Matt, to say thank you for letting us live in your mother's house." She eyes the present warily. Should I open it now? She almost looks as if she doesn't want it. You could do. You don't have to, though. I mean, I could come back another day. I'm uncertain now. Olivia is heavy, and I want to sit down, but I don't feel welcome. The kettle has boiled, but Ruth doesn't seem to have noticed. When she seats herself at the table, I take that as an invitation to sit down opposite her. She opens the present and studies the photo. It's lovely, she says finally. What a nice thought. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I suppose we're your only family, really, aren't we? I'm taken aback. Well, my father's still alive. But in South Africa? Yes. Well, it's nice to have you closer. It must be hard for you without your mother. It is. I nod, feeling too uncomfortable to confide in Ruth. I know the feeling. It's been hard losing my own mother. I can't imagine it happening when I was younger. It must have been awful. She reaches her hand across the table and touches mine. I'm sorry about Pamela, I say. She was always kind to me and Matt. I wonder if I should broach the subject of clearing out her things. It's so hard to throw away memories, Ruth says, as if she's read my mind. I know. I remember going through my own mother's meagre possessions before the council took back the flat. They'd given me a month. It had already been reallocated to another family. I can help you if you like, I suggest. I don't want her to keep coming into the house when we're out, sifting through my belongings. I'd prefer to do it on my own. I sigh, remembering how she'd stuffed my mother's candle in a drawer. Of course. But I'd prefer it if you didn't let yourself in when we're out. She bristles. It is my house, Claire. We reach an uncomfortable silence. I'd better go, I say. I need to get Olivia ready for bed. Okay, she replies, looking at me intently. By the way, I'm not sure whether Matt mentioned this to you, but you're both invited round to lunch on Sunday. 1 o'clock sharp. Oh, I say. Thank you. I'd been planning to spend the weekend trying to unpack what I could, but lunch will be a welcome break. I'll expect you at 1 then. I start to slip on my shoes to leave, but Ruth frowns. It's best to use the front door, she says. We're not set up for people coming in at the back. No mat to wipe your feet. No shoe rack. I frown. It will only take 30 seconds to get to my house if I go out the back, instead of walking down the gravel driveway and then turning back again towards the cottage. But I comply. It's hardly worth making a fuss about. I carry my shoes down the hall to the front door, and then Ruth holds Olivia while I put them on. Bye, I say. See you Sunday. Don't be late. When I get back to the cottage, it's time to put Olivia to bed. First, I need to feed her. I adjust my top and put her on my breast. She fidgets, hitting me and fighting, before she eventually latches on. I wince at the pain and think longingly of the pre-prepared bottles of formula in the fridge. I've promised myself that they're only a last resort, only if the pain gets too much. I gaze out of the window, between the gaps in the dusty Venetian blinds, thinking about my conversation with Ruth. I can't work her out. She was always so nice to me before we moved. But now I'm starting to see what Matt meant when he said she could be difficult. She seemed to deliberately make me feel unwelcome at her house. Perhaps she was just tired. Sunday lunch will be a chance for us to start again and get off on the right foot. The blinds are angled so I can catch glimpses of the outside world, but no one can see in. A shadow crosses in front of the window, pauses, and then moves on.
I freeze, my arm tightening around my daughter. It's nothing. Just someone walking past the house, perhaps a rambler. Ruth has told us that a walking path cuts directly through our driveway. Despite her attempts to keep them out, they have a right of way. I take my baby off my breast, ignoring her screams as I pull my top down, go over to the window and twist the lever to close the blinds completely. I sit back down on the sofa, but neither Olivia nor I can settle. I know she's hungry, but she seems unnerved now, reluctant to suckle. The health visitor told me earnestly that Olivia picks up stress from me, that I just need to relax. I take her upstairs and fill the bath, checking the temperature on the floating children's thermometer that's shaped like a flower. It's 1 degree too hot. I add more cold water, but now the water level is too high, and the plastic baby seat disconnects from the bottom of the bath and bobs upwards. I pull the plug, let the water go down a bit, and then gently place Olivia in the bath seat. She screams. I pull her out quickly, her wet body soaking my t-shirt. I check the thermometer again, certain I've made a mistake, but the temperature is well within the range. I put my daughter back in and wipe a flannel over her bald head. I hear a faint knocking sound. I want to investigate, but I can't. Babies can drown in seconds. Besides, it's just the cottage. It takes on a life of its own at night, creaking and groaning as the radiators clunk into action and the foxes howl in the garden. The sounds unsettle me. Matt says I'm too used to living in the city, where a constant background hum drowns out all other noise. Perhaps he's right. But this place doesn't feel like home. Dark crevices have formed behind the piles of boxes and looming walnut furniture. We need to declutter and unpack. Then maybe I'll stop jumping at every sound. I lift Olivia out of the bath. She screams as the cold air hits her, and I quickly wrap her in a towel. I hold her close, and then take her to the bedroom, putting her on my breast for what I hope will be the final feed before she settles for the night. Once she's in her cot, with her bunny beside her, I lie on the bed, watching her face scrunch up in anger as she gets redder and redder. The books say I should let her cry for a bit, teach her to self-soothe. Just knowing I'm here beside her should be enough to calm her. Whoever writes the books doesn't have a baby like mine. Every muscle in my body is tense as I lie beside Olivia listening to her scream. I wonder if I'll sleep more than 2 hours tonight. My limbs feel heavy, and I'm so exhausted I can hardly move. I wish I had someone to talk to, but I have no one. In London, I worked such long hours that most of my friends from school and university fell by the wayside. I made new friends at work, but they were mainly drinking buddies. Transient friendships that didn't stand up to the challenge of our lives moving in different directions when I left journalism. If only I had my mother. Or Miriam. Miriam was my closest friend. The one person who I always made time for, no matter how hectic my job was. We met at secondary school, where we'd spend hours talking about our plans for the future. My ambition was to be a journalist, and Miriam wanted to be a detective. We stood by each other until we both got there. When we first started working, we'd go to the pub every Wednesday night and speak on the phone most days, sharing the emotional roller coaster of our new lives in London. But then Miriam turned against me. I made a mistake, and she couldn't forgive me. One day, she stopped speaking to me. I tried to explain, but she wouldn't listen. She stopped answering my calls, ignored me in the street. She cut me off entirely when I needed her the most. I tried to put her out of my mind.
I'll make other friends. Maybe Emma and I will become as close as Miriam and I once were. I don't even have Matt to talk to anymore. It feels like the distance between us has grown since we've had Olivia. Today at Richmond Park was the first time in a long time that we really connected. In the last few months, we've only spoken about practical things. Caring for Olivia, the logistics of moving house, setting up the surgery. We've both been busy. That's all. We need to start making time for each other, work on our relationship. When Matt gets home, I'll talk to him about it. I know we can build a happy life here. We both just need to put in the effort.
Chapter 5. I pull my smart green nursing shirt over my head and look at myself in the mirror. It's the second top I've put on this morning. The first was surrendered to baby-sick. Olivia's cries chase me up the stairs and into the bedroom. Matt is with her. Even though I know I don't need to respond, my shoulders still tense instinctively. I stand up a bit straighter. I put in stud earrings to protect my earlobes from Olivia's grabbing hands and apply mascara. It's the first time since Olivia's birth that I've bothered. I want to look my best for Sunday lunch at Ruth and Jack's. My reflection frowns at me, sizing me up and finding me wanting. Now I know my mother-in-law a bit better, I worry she will think the same. I don't want to consider what Matt thinks of my post-pregnancy body. I need to get back into shape. Today is about making an effort, being Matt's wife and Olivia's mother, pretending to be the perfect family. I take a deep breath and go downstairs. I'm ready for battle. Matt is in the kitchen, pacing up and down in beige trousers and an ironed shirt. From the window, I can see Ruth busying herself with preparing the meal, checking on the roast in the oven, then pulling the cutlery out of the drawer to set the table. Matt looks at his watch.
1:55,
he says. I nod and pick up Olivia. Matt has told me that we can't be early and we can't be late. We have to ring the doorbell on the dot of the arrival time. I swallow as I put my coat and boots on. We leave our front door, head down the drive, turn left on the lane, and then walk down the tree-lined gravel driveway to their house. At the door, Matt checks his watch, waits for the minute hand to click over to 1 p.m., and then knocks. Ruth greets us, beaming.
"Here's my beautiful granddaughter."
She wraps Olivia up in her arms, smothering her in kisses. I stand stiffly, waiting until she is handed back, and I'm given a perfunctory kiss on the cheek. We're ushered into the kitchen, where Ruth pours me a lemonade and Matt a beer. Ruth looks beautiful, as usual. Lovely earrings, I say. They are aquamarine, an exact match for the tiny flowers that embellish her scarf. I look round the kitchen, but there's no sign of her husband. Where's Jack? I ask.
In his study again,
Ruth says, sighing. I'm not sure if he avoids Matt and me, or if he is trying to minimize the time he spends with his wife. I remember the warmth I felt when I first met Ruth and Jack. How perfect and beautiful they seemed in their immaculate house in the country. Now I feel uncertain, not quite sure I'm welcome.
"How can I help?" Matt asks. "Should I set the table?"
No, everything's done. You just relax. I can feel the tension vibrating from Matt. He seems constantly on guard, ready to bolt out of the door at any moment. The doorbell rings, and I jump. "Sarah!" we hear Ruth exclaim as she opens the door. "I'm so glad you could make it." I look at Matt quizzically and catch his sigh. "Who's Sarah?" I whisper. But before he can reply, Sarah is in the kitchen, petite and vibrant, telling me how pleased she is to meet me and how beautiful Olivia is. She kisses me on the cheek, then turns to Matt hesitantly. There's an uncertain pause, and then Matt leans in to kiss Sarah's cheek, while she holds out a hand and then withdraws it, before awkwardly accepting his embrace. "It's good to see you," she says, her right hand nervously tucking her wavy auburn hair behind her ear.
"You too,"
Matt says stiffly. He's usually so gregarious, but his parents' house has a weight to it that seems to flatten him. Sarah turns to me and beams. "It's so lovely to meet your wife and family."
"Sit up, everybody," Ruth announces. "Lunch is ready."
Ruth has a wooden high chair for Olivia, but she's far too young for it. I suggest I put her on the floor on the rug.
"I can't have my granddaughter on the floor," Ruth laughs. "I could go and get the baby seat from the car," Matt suggests.
"No, don't do that," Ruth says. "She should sit with us." I hold her close to me over dinner, trying to contain her cries. She claws at my breast to feed, but I discourage her. I fed her just before we left. Her cries block out the conversation, and I pick at the roast dinner one-handed with my fork, eating one carrot at a time. Ruth comes around with the wine. She offers it to Matt, and he refuses, glancing over at me. I would love a glass, but Ruth skips right past me like she always does, and offers it to Sarah. As I watch Ruth pour the wine, I feel my face flush.
"I'm so pleased you came back, Matt," Ruth says. "I knew you would eventually. The village is the perfect place to bring up children."
Matt doesn't respond. He never talks about his childhood, never shares happy memories or sad ones, never says anything at all. I wonder if it was as idyllic as I'd thought. Ruth continues.
"A child couldn't ask for any more growing up here. It's so far from the dangers of the city."
She looks at me. She thinks I kept Matt in London for too long. She doesn't realise he didn't want to come back here, that I had to persuade him. I was the one who wanted to escape the city, not Matt. "It's lovely here," I say, through gritted teeth. I manage to manoeuvre Olivia, so she lies across me, her head in the crook of my arm. Now I have enough freedom to move both my hands and cut up some of the Yorkshire pudding and beef into tiny bite-sized chunks. It takes my full concentration just to eat my food. I let the conversation wash over me. I'm the outsider here. Everyone knows their lines except for me. Ruth is the perfect host, the caring mother, always laughing and the centre of the conversation. She carries everyone else as they perform to her script. Matt is the good son, returning back home to his mother at last and working hard for his family. Jack is the unflappable, supportive husband, taking her side in any argument. Even Sarah has a role, to recall memories of the village. And me, I'm not sure what my part is. Before we came here, I thought Ruth and I got on well. I imagined I might be her confidant. But now I think my role is simply Matt's wife, or Olivia's mother. I don't feel part of the family, excluded from the inside jokes, the subject of raised eyebrows. Ruth is reminiscing about Matt's childhood.
"Do you remember how you used to follow Matt around?" she asks Sarah.
Sarah smiles politely. "It was a long time ago."
"Not that long ago. You were quite the little pair, always together."
I see Matt and Sarah exchange a glance. There weren't many children living round here. I had to put up with Matt. Matt laughs nervously, and Jack's face adjusts into a half-smile.
How's your new practice going, Matt?
He asks, changing the subject.
We're opening next week. I've spent this week speaking to potential clients, farmers mainly, but we're planning on treating domestic animals too. You know Sarah's been looking for a job.
Ruth chips in. Sarah looks up from her roast potatoes, her face flushed. Well, yes, just something local. I'm working at the supermarket at the moment, but I'm looking for a receptionist role.
You could do so much more than supermarket work, Sarah, Ruth says. You wanted to be a vet too, didn't you? You had a place at Cambridge.
Sarah stares at the floor, the atmosphere tense. Well, you know, things turn out differently to how you expect. I wonder why Sarah never took up her place at university.
I was lucky, Matt responds. I had the opportunity to leave and study.
But you've come back, I say. We've come here to make a life for ourselves. My voice sounds hesitant, as if I'm no longer certain.
Sarah could work for you, Matt, Ruth suggests, ignoring me. Surely you need some help with running the surgery. Well, yes, Matt says, sounding unconvinced. But not at the moment. We're still setting up.
I think about all the hours Matt's been working. He needs all the help he can get. Couldn't Sarah help you get the business off the ground? I ask. You've been swamped. You could do with some assistance. He frowns.
Maybe.
He shoots me a look, but I refuse to be quiet. If he had some help, he'd have more time for Olivia and more time for our marriage. Why don't you just give it a try? I say. Ruth nods at me encouragingly.
You'd have more time for your family, Matt. Okay, he replies, turning to Sarah. But it would only be admin, answering the phone, that kind of thing.
Don't feel you owe me, Sarah says, looking embarrassed.
Sarah, don't be silly,
Ruth says, her jolly tone out of keeping with the muted atmosphere in the room.
Of course Matt wants you to work with him. He'd be mad not to. I just need to check I can afford your rates first.
Matt laughs, and Sarah's face flashes with something that looks like anger. The look disappears as fast as it came. Well, if I don't have any better offers, I suppose I'll have to accept. She laughs, but I can see it's forced.
Congratulations, Sarah, Ruth says, raising her glass. Let's drink to that.
I raise my glass of water and notice that Sarah is holding up her wine glass as reluctantly as I am.
Any more?
Ruth asks, serving spoon hovering over the potatoes. She looks at me pointedly, and I realize everyone else has finished their meal. No, thank you, I say, and try to eat faster. But it's gone cold, and I've lost my appetite. Sarah reaches out her hands towards Olivia. I'll take her, she says, so you can finish. I smile gratefully and look at Matt. It should have been him offering, but he seems distracted, staring into the middle distance. I eat the cold food on my plate, trying to satisfy the twin demands of speed and appreciation of Ruth's cooking. Ruth frowns at me, but I'm not sure why. There are so many rules in this house that you trip and stumble over them. You never know which you are breaking, but you can't help leaving feeling you've done something wrong. We are evicted at 4 p.m. Ruth wants to get the washing up done before she goes to her tennis club committee meeting. As soon as the door shuts behind us, the argument starts. Ruth doesn't realize we can hear her through the open kitchen window as she launches into a tirade at Jack. He didn't help prepare the lunch, he didn't make enough conversation, he spilt food on the floor. I want to intervene, to protect Jack from Ruth. I turn to Matt. Should we go back? I ask. He looks at me in surprise.
Are you crazy?
I've been baking all morning, and the kitchen is a mess. The granite counter covered in a sprinkling of white dust. I smile to myself. This is one of the few things that brings me pleasure. The smell of freshly baked cakes changes the feel of the house. It's warm and inviting, rather than oppressive and closed. My daughter watches attentively, as I mix and stir and pour. In these moments, just the two of us, everything feels normal and homely. I had imagined life like this when I was a child. A family, a kitchen, togetherness. I hum to myself. I'll spend the afternoon clearing up, changing the house back to the clinical, clean space my husband likes to live in. But for now, I enjoy the mess, the ordinariness of a dirty kitchen. When the cakes are ready, my daughter and I sit at the table across from each other and dig in. I smile at her, and she smiles back, her green eyes a reflection of mine. I can't describe how much I love her. All I want for her is a happy family life with two doting parents. The childhood I missed out on myself. I hear a key in the door. No, it can't be him. No. I look around the kitchen, alarmed, but he's already in the room.
What's going on?
He asks. I didn't expect you back. He surveys the kitchen.
Clearly.
He reaches for the cake on my plate, takes it, and throws it in the bin.
You don't want to get fat?
I shake my head. Our daughter is watching, her eyes wide. Why don't you go to the other room? I say desperately. She wants to take the cake with her, and sensing my husband's impatience, I let her. A trail of crumbs marks our path as I carry her wriggling body to the living room. I know I'll be punished for that. I come back into the kitchen and start clearing up.
Who are the cakes for?
He asks. For us, I say. Of course. He knows I'm lying. He never eats cakes or chocolate or sweets. He watches his physique with care. When I bake, I only bake small batches. I hide them at the backs of cupboards, and my daughter and I consume everything while he's out of the house. I hide the smell with synthetic air freshener. Suddenly, his face is in front of mine.
I know you're lying. Are you seeing someone else?
I laugh. The idea is absurd. I never leave the house. I'm black and blue with bruises. I've no idea who he thinks would want me.
Don't laugh at me. Don't you dare laugh at me.
I freeze, cloth in my hand, the worktop still white with flour. I steady myself, grip the kitchen surface, and brace myself for his fists. Chapter 6. Breathe, the yoga teacher instructs, as she looks serenely into the middle distance. And hold your pose. My eyes are heavy, and I let them close for a second as I follow the instructions. It's 10 a.m., but it feels like midnight. I only had an hour and a half sleep last night before Olivia woke up for her morning feed. But I'm glad Emma has dragged us to mother and baby yoga. Both of us needed to get out of the claustrophobic cottage. When I open my eyes, Olivia is quiet, staring up at me quizzically from the mat in front of me as I balance on one leg. She's calmer here, distracted by everything going on around her. Even this basement room feels lighter and airier than our cluttered, dark cottage. I'm going to start sorting the house out. I can't wait for Ruth to do it. Relax, Claire. The yoga teacher smiles at me encouragingly. My shoulders have tensed, and I try to switch off my thoughts as I pull myself into the next stretch. The other mums in front of me are straight-backed and tranquil, in lines on the mats, with their designer yoga pants and neat ponytails. In front of them, the baby girls are dressed in pretty dresses, and the boys in trousers and t-shirts. There's an unsightly stain on the front of Olivia's sleep-suit, which I hope no one has noticed. I didn't have time to change her clothes before Emma picked me up. I don't know how the other mothers find the time not only to put their babies in clean clothes, but to also look after themselves, dyeing their hair and doing their makeup. Sometimes I can barely find the time to change out of my dressing gown. Emma smiles over at me. I really don't know what I'd do without her. I only moved in 2 weeks ago, and we're already firm friends. She's always coming over for a chat and a cup of tea. I've missed having a best friend to confide in. After Miriam stopped speaking to me, I didn't have anyone who I could call up for a chat when I was feeling down. I had friends from university who I met for dinner or coffee occasionally, and some new friends with babies, but no one I could truly confide in. I sigh. I don't want to think about the way Miriam and I fell out. I still feel guilty and angry that she wouldn't listen to me, wouldn't let me explain myself. I didn't think she'd let our friendship slide after all those years. Squeeze your pelvic floor as you exit the stretch, the yoga teacher instructs. Olivia is smiling at Emma's baby, Lizzie, on the mat next to her. I feel a rare glimmer of affection for her that I want to bottle and keep. This is how I should feel all the time. I'm so grateful for how serene she's been today. Breathe, the teacher repeats. I focus on the point above the teacher's head and maintain the pose. In the break, Emma and I go to the seats just outside the hall. Olivia starts to whimper. She's due a feed, so I adjust my yoga top and bra and manoeuvre her onto my breast. The chairs are hard plastic, without armrests, and this, combined with my tight yoga top, makes it difficult to find a comfortable position. Olivia slips off my breast and starts screaming. I try to put Olivia back on, but she is wailing at full volume now and won't calm. I rock her back and forth as I pull my top back over my exposed breast. Emma puts her hand on my shoulder. Do you want me to take her? She asks, reaching out one arm as she balances Lizzie in the other. No, it's okay. Thanks, though. I just haven't really got the hang of breastfeeding yet. I smile apologetically. Around us, other mums form groups and chat as they feed and rock their babies. I think of the NCT group I attended in Balham. I miss having that network of mums to meet with for coffee and share tips. Emma is the only local mum I've met so far in the village. Breastfeeding is so hard, Emma says sympathetically. I gave it up. Good for you, I reply, smiling. There's too much pressure these days. And even though I believe this, I'm still desperate to master breastfeeding myself. I'm so lacking in every other way as a mother. I admire your persistence, Emma says. It wasn't practical for me to continue, unfortunately. Sharing custody with Dan meant Lizzie was on the bottle with him and she got too used to that. Oh, I'm sorry, Emma. That sounds really hard. I reach out and touch her arm, and she looks down at the floor, blinking back tears. The other mothers start to wander back into the class, and I try once more to put Olivia on my breast. She fidgets, and I feel my stress levels rising. You go back in, I say to Emma. I'll stay here. No, I'll stay and help you. I smile sheepishly. I'm not sure there's much you can do. Why don't I hold Olivia while you prepare yourself, and then I'll put her on? I smile gratefully. The other mothers have gone now, so I feel comfortable exposing myself more to enable Olivia to feed. I pull back my top and squeeze my nipple between 2 fingers to make it an easier shape for Olivia to grip. I see Emma watching, and I feel the flush rising in my face. That's what the health visitor said to do, I explain quickly. To help her to latch. Emma laughs. I know, she says. I remember. Make your nipple like a sandwich, right? I grin, embarrassed. Yeah, all of that rubbish. It works, though, Emma says, as she lifts Olivia to my nipple. It feels surprisingly intimate, and I cringe as I feel the back of her hand brush my bare skin. But then Olivia latches, and it's all worth it. Emma beams at me. There you go. Thank you. Thanks so much. As I feed Olivia, Emma takes out a bottle for Lizzie, and we compare notes on sleepless nights. We both feel like we haven't had a proper night's sleep since the babies were born. You wouldn't know it from looking at Emma, though. I don't know how she does it. We go back into the class and find our mats. The other mothers pull faces at their babies and mimic their expressions and babbles. The love beams out of them. Why can't I feel the same? Perhaps if I watch them and copy what they do, then the feelings will come. It must be like everything else. Just practice. The yoga teacher claps her hands. We're ready to start again. I return to the mat with Olivia and hold her in my arms as the teacher goes through the exercises for the babies. I sing along to the nursery rhymes from my own childhood, awkwardly doing the actions. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch the other mothers smiling adoringly at their babies, giggling with them and tickling their tummies. I try to copy, but as I tickle Olivia's belly, I feel no connection at all. A rush of emotion builds in my chest, and I worry I might burst into tears in front of everyone. I feel like a complete failure as a mother. I hold myself together long enough to get through the class, but when Emma and I have put the babies in the car seats and we're finally out of the door in the fresh air of the car park, the tears flow freely. What's wrong? Emma asks, putting down Lizzie's car seat. It's so hard to explain how I'm feeling. It's the despair that rises inside me during every silence. The knowledge that I'm getting it wrong as a parent, that I'm not bonding properly. It's the guilt of knowing I'm not good enough. Emma strokes my arm. You can tell me, she says. I struggle to say the words through my tears. It's just when I see the other mothers with their babies. Well, I suppose it just brings home what I'm missing. Or rather, what Olivia's missing out on. What do you mean? Emma hugs me close, and the warmth of her arms around me feels so much better. I shake with sobs. I just can't connect with her, I say. I don't deserve her. Oh, Claire, you're a great mum. Think of how you've persisted with breastfeeding. I saw your nipple. It was bleeding. I'd have given up long ago. Thanks, I say. You just make it look easy. Lizzie never cries. At that moment, Lizzie decides to whine, as if to disprove my point. We both laugh. She's getting cold, Emma says. We'd better get going. Oh, I'm sorry, I say. It's my fault we've been standing in the car park talking for so long. My selfishness isn't only affecting Olivia now, it's affecting Lizzie too. Don't be silly, Emma replies. She squeezes my arm. You needed to get that out, and you know that any time you want to, you can talk to me. Any time, day or night. When I get back from yoga, I'm in a better mood. In the corner of the living room, there's a pile of framed pictures, ready to be hung up over the peeling, stripy wallpaper. Matt has warned me that Ruth will be unhappy if I put nails in the walls. But I don't care. I need to make this house feel like home. My home. I smile at the thought of this minor rebellion. Olivia can't grow up in a shrine to her great-grandmother. I imagine painting the whole house, tearing down the oppressive wallpaper, and cutting back the trees that shade the living room. The cottage would be filled with light. I put my fantasy aside and focus on the task in hand, hanging one picture. I select a canvas of a photo I took myself when I was working as a travel journalist in Vietnam. It was 10 years ago, but it feels like yesterday. I'd finished my shift and was relaxing with a drink in a bar when I saw the teenage biker meticulously cleaning his motorcycle by the side of the bustling road, his single-minded concentration drawing me to him. I watched him for an hour as he polished the battered metal frame until the sharp sunlight bounced off it and reflected the mass of movement behind him. When he finally stood, admired his work, and got astride the bike, I jumped up from the bar and went over to photograph him. Matt had the picture blown up onto canvas and gave it to me as a birthday present 2 years ago. There was never a place for it in our tiny flat in Balham, but it will work perfectly here, between the alcoves in the living room. It'll change the look of the room entirely. I put Olivia on her playmat and turn on the mobile that hangs over it. I find a tape measure and stretch it out between the 2 alcoves, marking a dot exactly in the centre. Blocking out the tinny music from Olivia's mobile, I hold the canvas in the space and the motorcyclist's gaze meets mine. He's only 15 or 16, but he sits confidently astride the sparkling bike, one boot-clad foot the only contact with the dusty ground. The bright blue sky reflects off his helmet. His eyes meet the camera in an expression of defiance, his mouth and nose obscured by a black mask. In the background, people mill around him. Buses and bikes clamour by. Dust circulates, and animals scavenge. Amongst the chaos, he has an air of knowing calm and adventure. The world is his, and he will do what he wants with it. The picture fills me with longing. I imagine I'm back in Ho Chi Minh City, filled with excitement about the adventure ahead of me, absorbed by a new city bursting with life. When I close my eyes, I can feel the dust in my hair, smell the petrol, hear the rumble of the busy road. I loved being an international journalist, travelling all over the world, investigating issues like human trafficking and illegal animal trading. I tried to get behind the headlines, talking to the locals and finding the human stories that brought the injustices to life. That was before I settled in London and worked my way up at one of the national newspapers. The city changed me. It sculpted me into a different person. All the sensitivity I'd nurtured when I was working abroad was gone. My job was no longer about helping to showcase hardship. Instead, it was about telling the story that would sell the paper and getting the scoop by any means possible. I find a hammer and some old nails in the toolbox in the shed. We have our own, but they're in one of the many unpacked boxes. As I hammer the nail into the mark I've made, Olivia starts to cry. I sigh. I'm very nearly finished. I survey my work. The nail is slightly wonky. I straighten it up with the edge of the hammer and then resume. I hang the picture up and step back to consider it. It's perfect there. It gives the room a new energy. It feels more like home already. Olivia's screams drag my attention away. Suddenly, exhaustion overwhelms me. The strain of so many sleepless nights catches up with me. I must rest, but I can't. I have to look after Olivia, to comfort her, to feed her, to be a good mother. I'm not a journalist anymore. My job is to look after Olivia. I have to respond to her every whim. When I took the photo, I was free, happy, and determined to make my mark on the world. I'm someone else now, a new Claire. A mother and a wife with a house in the country. I pick Olivia up and stare at the picture as I wipe away a tear. The photo reminds me too much of the world I left behind. I wake up, sit bolt upright, and stare round the room. Objects start to make themselves known in the shadows. Pamela's wardrobe, the chest of drawers, the vanity table. It's okay. I'm in the cottage. I turn in the bed. I'm alone. I reach out for my phone. 8 p.m. I must have fallen asleep straight after I'd bathed Olivia and put her to bed. I must get up. Matt should be home soon, and I need to make dinner. I can hear something. Rushing water. I'm not sure if the noise is real, or if I'm still trapped in the echoes of my dream. I ease out of bed and open the bedroom door. The noise is louder. It's coming from the bathroom. The door is shut. For a confused second, I think that Olivia's in there, that I never took her out of the bath, that she's drowned. I force the door open, afraid of what I'll find. The bath is full. Water gushes into it from both the taps. There's no baby in the water. I swallow and blink rapidly, trying to get the image of Olivia floating dead in the bath out of my head. My heart's still pounding. For a moment, I thought my nightmares had come true. I stare at the water, cascading into the tub. I clearly remember taking Olivia out of the bath, draining the water. Why would I have turned the taps on again? The water threatens to flow over the rim of the bath, and I reach over and quickly turn the taps off. I run to Olivia's room, hold my hand above her mouth, and feel her breath on my palm. She's okay. I sigh with relief, stroking her soft hair to soothe myself as much as her. She murmurs in her sleep, warm and alive. Back in the bathroom, I stare incomprehensively at the full bath, racking my brains to try and remember. But I can't. I remember lying down, but not turning on the taps. It must be Matt. He must be home early. Matt, I whisper, so as not to wake Olivia. He'll never hear me. I go downstairs. All the lights are off, and the dark crevices of the house are threatening, as if hiding the secrets of the past. I get to the bottom of the stairs and turn the light on in the hallway, chasing away the shadows. Matt? He isn't home. I must have left the taps on. It's the only explanation. There's no one else here. I must have started running the bath and then been so exhausted that I went to the bedroom and fell asleep. How could I be so stupid? I feel the familiar stab of worry niggling at me. I'm so absent-minded lately. How can I be a fit mother if I can't even remember to turn the taps off? Chapter 7. The clock on the mantelpiece strikes midday, its insistent chimes echoing around the clutter of the living room. I glance up from my parenting book and see that Olivia is red-faced in her baby chair, tears streaming down her cheeks, taking fast, shaky breaths between her wails. How long have I ignored her for? I didn't mean to, but somehow I've learnt to tune out her screams, the way you'd tune out the sound of next door's lawnmower or the traffic on the road outside. Olivia's screams have turned into background noise, the soundtrack of my life. I unstrap her from the baby seat and pull her into my arms. I'm sorry, I say, rocking her back and forth and stroking her hair the way I've seen other mothers do. I have that feeling again, goosebumps on my arms, that desire to look behind me. Someone is watching. I can't put my finger on how I know, but every instinct I have is telling me, putting my body on high alert. I go over to the Venetian blinds at the bay window and pull the cords one by one so no one can see in. The living room is dark now, and I have to turn the light on. I feel afraid, hiding in my own house. I hear a sound from the kitchen. Did I imagine it? I stand stock still, trying to listen above the noise of Olivia screaming in my arms. I'm sure I can hear something. Footsteps. Someone is in my house. Hello? The door of the living room opens. I just about manage to hold back my scream as Ruth appears, smiling. My pulse is still racing as I force a smile. My fear turns slowly to annoyance. I thought I'd made myself clear I didn't want her letting herself in. I think about changing the locks, but I know this would be a step too far. This isn't my house. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. When I open them, Ruth is beside me in the living room. I'm not sure I have the energy to confront her. I haven't slept for more than 2 hours in a row since Olivia was born. Hello, love. She leans towards me to kiss me on the cheek, and I have to stop myself recoiling. Then she puts her face right up close to Olivia's and coos. I tense. Olivia whimpers. Ruth frowns at my half-drunk mug of tea on the coffee table, and I realise it has veered slightly off the mat. She picks it up, alongside a plate with the last remnants of my breakfast toast. There's no need to clear up, I say, finding my voice at last, shifting Olivia from one arm to the other and reaching to take them from her hands. I still feel shaky. It's no bother, she says, striding off into the kitchen. I hear the tap running and the washing up being done. I sink onto the sofa, defeated, but there's only a few moments of respite before she returns. She sits herself beside me and hands me a fresh cup of tea, pulling a mat across the coffee table so it's right in front of me. I put Olivia back in her chair, hyper-aware of the danger of the hot drink. Ruth looks at the picture of the Vietnamese motorcyclist on the wall and frowns. I'm not sure that really goes there, she says. I wanted to brighten up the cottage a bit. I suppose it's an acquired taste. How did you put it up? I hope you didn't just use a picture hook. We'll have to repaint before we sell in that case. Sell? I can't hide the shock from my voice. It will take Matt and me a while to save up to buy our own place, and Ruth had given the impression we could stay as long as we needed. Well, yes, we'll have to sell it eventually, of course. You can't expect to live rent-free forever in someone else's house. No, I wasn't expecting that. Confusion ripples through me. She'd offered. We'd moved away from our friends and the city because she'd made it sound like we'd be able to live here until we saved up a deposit. I feel a bit queasy. Where are the china elephants? She asks. I've moved them from the mantelpiece. I'm planning to put up photos of Matt and me and Olivia in their place. I want the cottage to feel like a family home. Our home. I put them in the cupboard. I didn't want to risk them falling on Olivia. She frowns.
You'd have to be pretty clumsy for that to happen.
Do you want them in your house? I offer.
Oh, no, I don't want the clutter. But you must look after them. They're part of the family.
I nod. I'm part of the family, too, but perhaps not as important as the china elephants. Olivia starts to grumble. I sip my tea, feeling uncomfortable, and wonder how long my mother-in-law is planning to stay.
Aren't you going to see to her?
Ruth asks. I go over and pick Olivia up. She's like this all the time, I say, as I try to comfort her. It sounds like an excuse.
Matt said you were finding it hard,
Ruth says, and leans in closer.
It's difficult looking after a little one. Sometimes my two really made me lose my temper.
What has Matt told her? I try to hide the anger that bubbles up inside me. It's none of Ruth's business how I'm coping.
I'm fine. I wanted to come round to see if you'd read the paper.
The paper?
Yes, the local paper. There's a story in it about a mother who burned her baby.
She pulls the newspaper triumphantly out of her bag.
Look,
she says, holding it out to me. The article fills the front page. An accident with a pan of boiling water. A baby scarred for life. I feel the familiar fear rising up inside me. That fear that I will take my eyes off Olivia for 1 second and something awful will happen.
They think the mother was negligent,
Ruth says, hammering the message home. She looks round the room disapprovingly at the scattered baby toys and teethers.
It just shows you can never be too careful.
I know she's warning me, telling me I must tidy up, or it will be my fault if something awful happens. I feel overwhelmed. I'm so exhausted. Looking after Olivia takes every waking second. I pass Olivia over to Ruth and bend over, rapidly picking the toys off the floor and placing them in a pile in the corner of the room. There's nowhere else to put them. All the cupboards are full. Ruth hands Olivia back to me as soon as I sit back down. She returns the paper to her bag and changes the subject. It must be hard with Matt out at work all the time, she says, her eyes suddenly kind. A little, I reply, unsure of her intentions.
You know he only employed Sarah because he's a kind man.
Sarah? I remember how insistent Ruth was that Matt offer Sarah a job.
I thought maybe that's what was bothering you.
Why would that bother me? She must think I'm jealous. Any excuse to believe I'm not coping.
A lot of people would be bothered by their husband employing his ex-girlfriend. But not you, clearly.
She laughs and reaches out to touch my shoulder.
I'm lucky to have such a well-adjusted daughter-in-law.
I feel my shoulders tense as reality hits me. Matt hasn't been home before 9 p.m. since we moved. He's been spending all his time working. With his ex. He's misled me. He never told me that he and Sarah had history. My stomach knots round itself. I thought I could trust him. Why is he keeping things from me? Ruth is staring at me intently, and I realise she knows I wasn't aware. She wants a reaction. That's the reason she's come to see me. Why would it worry me? I say, trying to sound casual.
Oh, you're a brave woman,
Ruth laughs.
Of course it shouldn't worry you. Matt's such a loyal partner. But I know how easy it is to get paranoid. He's a good-looking man.
Matt loves me, I say, but my voice sounds hesitant.
I'm so glad you feel like that, dear, Ruth says. I just wanted to check you were all right with it.
I frown. Why did Ruth invite Sarah round for Sunday lunch with us, and then insist she take a job with Matt. It doesn't worry me, I say. I'm sure she's a good employee. But Matt hasn't mentioned her at all. I have no idea what goes on when he goes to work. Is it suspicious that he never talks about her? He spends all day with her. Surely there must be something to report. Ruth sees right through me. Matt's never been good at communication, she says. There are lots of things he probably hasn't mentioned to you. I desperately want to ask her what she means, but I'm determined not to rise to the bait. She scans my face as I try not to react. Then she laughs. You know, there are probably things he hasn't even told me. He's always been secretive. I get the feeling that she's testing me, seeing how far she can push me. I stay silent as she searches my face, and then she seems to tire of her game. Well, I just came round to check you were all right, she says. She kisses Olivia on the cheek. I've got tennis in half an hour, so I'd better be off. Unless you need me, of course. I'm fine. I've watered the plant in the kitchen for you. It looked a bit dry. Thank you. And this place could really do with a hoover. It's filthy. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. I sing loudly and tunelessly over Olivia's screams as I grate the cheese on top of the lasagna. I just need to get it in the oven, and then I'll give her my undivided attention. I close the oven door and glance at my watch. Half an hour later than I intended to put it in, but not too bad. Matt will just have to wait a little while for his dinner. He should be back any minute. My phone beeps.
Sorry, I'll be another hour. Got to wrap up the accounts. Can't wait to see you later.
I sigh. Why can't he just come home? I'm with Olivia all day, every day. I just want him to take her off my hands for an hour. I wonder if Sarah is working late too. My stomach knots into a ball of doubt. I've got no way of knowing what he's doing. I just have to trust him. And I do trust him. But why didn't he mention that Sarah was an ex? I feel a wall of resentment rising inside me, and tears sting my eyes. I try to put Sarah out of my mind. I can't let Ruth's words get to me. I shouldn't be annoyed with Matt for working late. When Matt and I first met, I worked day and night, while Matt was often home, preparing dinner in the evenings. But our roles have reversed. I'm at home all day with Olivia, and Matt is always out working. It feels like his life is continuing, while mine remains stuck in a relentless cycle of nappies and breastfeeding. I know I'm being unreasonable. I think of all the meals that Matt used to cook that I often thoughtlessly missed because I was still in the office, rushing round to meet deadlines and submit my copy to the editor. He'd always understood. Why can't I? But I just want him to come home. I thought he would put Olivia to bed, rock her to sleep, then wrap his big arms around me. I've been looking forward to that all day. I pick up my phone, my finger hovering over Matt's number. I shouldn't ring him. He's under so much pressure already. The practice has to make money, otherwise we'll never be able to buy our own place. And I don't want to be needy and dependent, the wife at home waiting anxiously for the husband to return. But motherhood has changed me. Here I am, with the baby I'd longed for, dependent on Matt coming home to feel human again. Olivia is still screaming, and I pick her up and rock her. I should bath her and put her to bed, but it all seems too much. I want to scream myself. I lift her and carry her up the stairs, holding her under one arm while I turn on the bath taps. I pace up and down the upstairs landing as I rock her back and forth. By the time I've got Olivia ready for bed, put her down, and waited for her screams to silence, I'm exhausted. Matt should be home by now. This time, I do text him. I'm angry. I can't help myself. I look at Olivia asleep and think how peaceful she looks. So still, almost like a doll. I think about lying down on the bed next to the cot, getting a bit of sleep, when I remember the lasagna. It's been in the oven too long. It'll be burnt by now. As I'm turning the temperature down on the oven, I hear Matt's key in the lock. I look at my watch. He's been half an hour longer than he said he would be. I hear him come through the door and go upstairs to the toilet. He hasn't even said hello.
Olivia looks peaceful,
he says as he comes into the kitchen. He tries to kiss me on the cheek, but I turn away. She's been screaming all day, I reply. And your mother came over unannounced, let herself in the kitchen door without even knocking.
I'll speak to her.
Matt tries to wrap his arms around me, but I'm too angry to accept his embrace. You told her I wasn't coping, I say accusingly. Why did you do that?
I didn't say that, Claire. All I said was that it was difficult for you with me working all day, and that it made it harder because the house was full of stuff. I was trying to get her to start clearing out.
I sigh. He's made it sound like it's only me that wants the house sorted, because I'm not coping. I wish you hadn't asked like that. And anyway, she says she's going to sell it once it's been cleared.
She doesn't mean it.
He always brushes away my concerns. Let's just eat, I say. I turn to the oven and open it. I see the charred cheese on top of the lasagna. I'll have to scrape that off. It's been ready ages. It's burnt.
Thank you, Matt says. I'm sorry I'm late. I just got caught up with work.
Was Sarah there? I blurt it out without thinking.
Well, yes, she was. She wanted to help out.
Right, I say, putting the lasagna dish on the kitchen surface with a clatter. Your mother told me she's your ex. I hate the way my voice sounds, shaky and on the verge of tears, but I can't hold back.
Yes, from a long time ago. We were teenagers.
He sighs and leans heavily against the counter. Why didn't you mention it? I scrape the black bits off the top of the lasagna with a sharp knife and cut 2 helpings for me and Matt. I'm not even sure if I'm hungry anymore.
I didn't think to say anything. It was Mum who wanted me to employ her.
So you're at work together all day, late into the night, and I just stay here cooking and looking after our baby, being the perfect little housewife, putting your dinner on the table. Even as I say this, I know that it isn't true. The kitchen looks like a bomb has hit it. There are utensils and dirty plates everywhere. The surfaces are spattered with sauce. I am far from the perfect housewife. Matt sighs.
Let's not talk about it now. We're both tired.
I'm the one that's tired, Matt. I'm the one that gets up 3 times in the night to feed Olivia while you sleep.
And you're the one who wanted a baby.
He says it so quietly that I think I must have misheard him. What?
Nothing. Let's just eat.
Shock reels through me. I was the one who wanted a baby? But you did too. I want to throw the lasagna at him, to hurt him. Make him understand how hard this is for me.
I suppose I did. But it was something you just suddenly set your heart on. When we were dating, we both said we didn't want to be tied down. We had our jobs, we had enough money, loads of holidays, don't you remember?
I know this is true. When Matt and I met, my career was more important to me than anything.
and I loved the life we built for ourselves. But over time, my priorities changed. When we discussed children, you said you wanted them too. I said that if that would make you happy, then I wanted what you wanted. I just wanted you to be happy. You were so sad, Claire, after what happened. And you seemed to think that a child was the answer, that a baby would fix everything. There's some truth in what he says, but I don't want to hear it. I don't want to even think about it. I'm angry that he's saying this now, when it's too late. Are you saying you didn't want our daughter? I fight back with the words I know will hurt him. You know I'm not saying that. You're being irrational. His voice is louder now. You decided you wanted a child, and I went along with it. You went along with it? Now I'm furious. The pulse in my forehead throbbing so loudly, I can hardly think straight. I remember how hard we tried for a baby, the unexplained infertility, the trips back and forth to the doctors, the baby I lost, the medical investigations to work out what might be wrong with us. I had thought Matt was just as determined as me to make it work. He sighs. You know I didn't mean that. I'm tired. Let's just eat. I slam the plate of burnt, tepid lasagna down in front of him. Sauce and cheese splashes up onto his shirt, and he glares at me angrily as he rises suddenly from his seat and turns to face me. Claire! His face is up close to mine, and anger radiates from him. For a second, I think he might hit me. I turn and run from the room, tears streaming down my face. They are watching me. The car has been parked opposite our driveway for an hour now, in the only spot with a direct view of our house, through the gap in the trees. In that hour, the driver hasn't moved from the front seat. I've checked every 10 minutes. Sometimes I wonder if I'm imagining things. If the car is really empty, the owner visiting one of the other houses. The driver is just a shadow, so still that they're hardly there at all. But then bright sunlight reflects off the screen of their phone, and I know they're real. Their face turned towards the house, watching. Who are they? They must be able to see me, too, looking out. I can't concentrate with them outside. My body is tense with fear, on edge at what might come next. What do they want? I can't let anything disrupt our lives here. I've got used to the way things are, confined to the house. I've learnt to make the best of it, keeping myself occupied. I've learnt to tiptoe around my husband when he's home, navigating my way carefully around his rage. We exist in a strange equilibrium, an unlikely dance of avoidance and togetherness. He is aggressive, I am passive. He is hard, I am soft. Yin and yang, the sun and the moon. It works somehow. But it's a delicate balance, and now someone is watching, threatening the life we've built. I remember how angry my husband was the other day, when he suggested I was having an affair. Has he sent someone to spy on me? I shiver, afraid, although there is nothing for him to find out. No affair, no friends, no life. I don't exist anymore. Not in any real sense. I benefit from the trappings of my husband's success. The huge house, my 4x4 parked in the driveway, my top-of-the-range phone. But I don't own the house. I never drive my expensive car. And I don't have any friends to call. I don't even have social media anymore. My husband made me delete my accounts. There's no trace of me. No pictures. Nothing.
Chapter 8. Despite my argument with Matt last night, I feel refreshed in the morning. Olivia only woke up once in the night, and so I have some energy. After Matt's left for work, I start the clear out of the house in earnest. I'm sick of tripping over Pamela's things. I don't care what Matt and his mother think. Matt's hardly ever here. I'm the one who has to be in the cottage all day, every day. Without a car, I can't remove any larger items, so I put them in the garden instead. I tackle the bulky mobility aids first. After an hour, there's a collection of plastic walkers and wooden walking sticks lined up neatly next to the pond. A part of me wants to throw the equipment into the water and watch it sink beneath the murky surface. But I don't like to go too close to the edge. I'm afraid I'll lose my balance and fall in, become tangled in the darkness beneath, slowly drowning as my baby watches calmly, sitting in her chair on the other side of the patio doors. I shiver. I can almost feel the water encircling me, the reeds wrapping round my arms. I quickly return to the house and look back at the garden. With the walls of the house separating me from the water, I feel safer. I let myself feel a bubble of satisfaction that Ruth will be able to see the equipment from her kitchen window. Up until now, she has been insulated from Pamela's mess and clutter in her huge, neat and tidy house. I carry Olivia through to the living room, then grab the scissors and pierce the tape of the nearest box. Now the plastic walkers have been moved, there's a little bit more space for unpacking. The first box contains stationery and notebooks for the study. I pull out the bright orange diary that I wrote in when I was pregnant. I read it back to myself. I've spent the day shopping for baby clothes. I want this so much. I can't believe it's finally happening. My words are only from 3 months ago, but it's as if they've been written by a complete stranger. There's page after page of excited scribbles, full of hopes for the baby and for myself. I can feel the anticipation coming off the pages as I count down to my due date. I thought the baby would be a fresh start for me and Matt, a chance to put the past behind us. No matter how many screaming children I saw in supermarkets and shopping centres, I knew with absolute certainty that motherhood was what I wanted. Friends told me there were ups and downs, but all I saw was the stream of smiling baby pictures on Facebook, proud parents beaming at christenings, neat children in ironed school uniforms ready for their first days of school. Talk of sleepless nights and nappy changes went in one ear and out the other. I wanted a baby so much that I tuned out the negatives. I thought it would fix something inside me. If I had a baby, I wouldn't be so broken. The diary stopped the day Olivia was born. The many remaining blank pages waiting to record the joy of motherhood. But I haven't been able to continue. The thoughts I have now are too complicated to put down in writing. I can't let them loose on the page. I planned to share the diary with Olivia when she was older. A gift she could keep forever, detailing her first year in the world. I swallow my guilt. At this rate, it'll never be finished. Olivia must never know how I feel about her. I don't even want to acknowledge it myself. Beneath the diary is a stack of parenting books. During my pregnancy, I devoured them, determined to be the perfect mother, to make up for the fact that I wouldn't have my own to guide me. Somewhere I have a folder where I neatly summarized the key points from each book. But no amount of advice could prepare me for the reality of motherhood, and no amount of advice could replicate the natural love I'm supposed to feel for my child. Why can't I feel it? There's something wrong with me, something missing. I sigh and carry the books upstairs. I shove the diary in the drawer. Maybe one day, when I'm happier, I'll be able to look at it again and complete it for Olivia. The next box reveals kitchen equipment, plates and bowls and mugs. I know there's no place for them. Every cupboard and drawer in the kitchen is already full with Matt's grandmother's crockery. There's hardly enough space for our food. I consider emptying the box and then filling it back up with Pamela's plates and bowls. But the whole thing feels like a waste of energy, so I close it again. I hear Olivia grumbling upstairs. She must have woken from her nap, so I leave the boxes and tend to my daughter. While I'm breastfeeding, I think about my argument with Matt last night, how dismissive he was when I asked about Sarah. Ever since I found out that they used to be a couple, I've had that niggling sense of doubt. I wonder why he never told me about her. Unable to resist, I search for Sarah online on my phone. I find her Facebook profile and scroll through the publicly available photos. There's not much there. Just a few of her on a beach and a couple in the countryside. I hover over the Add Friend button and then decide against it. I can't let my curiosity about her take over. But she makes me feel uneasy. I don't understand why she stayed in the village when she had so many prospects. What on earth would possess her? I abandon Facebook and try typing Sarah's name into Google. She has such a common name, and there are too many results from a basic search, so I add the name of the village and then add the county. The first result is Matt's website. He set up a site for his new surgery before we even moved out to the countryside. He thought he'd get new inquiries, but it only got a few visitors a week. From the data, it looked like it was just the same people coming back to his website again and again. Matt and his mother, we thought. Not new customers. The website hadn't even had any inquiries. I'd forgotten it existed. Sarah's photo is front and centre of the newsfeed on the site, introducing her as a new member of staff. The only member of staff. She smiles into the camera, looking professional yet countrified, in a neatly ironed blouse and Wellington boots, her auburn hair shimmering. She could be a model for one of those country lifestyle magazines. I sigh. There's no point comparing myself to her. I scroll further down the feed. There's not much else on there. Just the news that the practice is opening, accompanied by a picture of me and Matt, arm in arm. I'm beaming into the camera, heavily pregnant and happy. I wish Matt had asked me before he put the photo up. He knows I worry about privacy. Anyone could see my name on that website and track me down. I push the thoughts aside. I can tell Matt to take the picture down, but it's unlikely to be a problem anyway. It's already been up a few weeks, and clearly no one has been looking at the website. I'm just paranoid. I need to stop thinking like this. I look at the time and realise I must leave. I'm meeting Emma at the park with Olivia. By the time I've changed Olivia's nappy, put her coat and gloves on, checked the contents of the nappy bag, and settled her in the buggy, I'm running 15 minutes late. I text Emma to apologise and then rush out, pushing the buggy up the hill at speed, working up a sweat. When I arrive at the park, I see Emma sitting on the bench alone, staring into the fountain. Emma! I smile at her, and she gets up, wrapping me in a hug. It's so good to see you, she says. You too. Sorry I'm a bit late. Don't worry about it. I was just enjoying the rare sunshine. Despite the cold, the sky is clear and the sun beams down, warming our bare faces between the hats and scarves. Thanks, I say, looking around for her buggy. Where's your lovely daughter? Oh, she's with Dan. A wave of envy washes over me. While her ex looks after Lizzie, Emma has some time to herself, without a clinging, needy baby. You're free, I say brightly. You can do anything you like. I see the expression on Emma's face, and wish I could take it back. She's told me that when she's not with Lizzie, she feels bereft, as if she's without a limb. I'm sorry, I say. What time are you picking her up from Dan's? Not for ages, so we have the whole afternoon. I see her trying to force a smile, and I desperately try to think of a way to cheer her up. I can see how hard it is for her without Lizzie. Olivia interrupts us with a scream. It's a welcome distraction, and I take her out of the buggy and hug her close. Her cries continue. Is she hungry? Emma asks. I don't think so. I only just fed her. Do you want me to take her? Emma reaches out her arms for Olivia, and she immediately calms in Emma's embrace. You've got the touch, I say quietly. I feel like such a failure next to her. I always wanted lots of children, she replies. But I might have to stick with just one. She blinks back tears and stares into the fountain. Oh, Emma. I hate to see her like this. She's normally so full of life. You're such a great mother. I really hope you'll get another chance. You've got so much going for you. You're kind and caring and beautiful too. You'll have your pick of men when you're ready to date again. She doesn't smile like I expect, and I wonder if I've been insensitive. I don't want to dismiss her heartache. Maybe, she says despondently. I don't know what to say. I'm grateful I've got Matt. He's always been a good husband to me. At least he used to be. I try not to think about the distance that's grown between us lately, about my bubbling fears over Sarah. What's difficult, Emma says, is knowing that I'll never have the life I planned. I imagined it so differently. A family, happiness. But just one person can take that all away from you in an instant. You don't need Dan, I say. He hasn't taken everything. You still have Lizzie. I know, she says. I wish she was here now. She looks at me intently and strokes Olivia's hair. Together, they look like an advert for motherhood. Jealousy washes over me. Why can't that be me with my daughter? You're so lucky to have Matt, Emma continues. You two are perfect together. I remember what Matt said last night about not wanting children. I dab the corner of each eye to stop the tears falling. My marriage is far from perfect, I admit. I instantly regret my words. How can I complain about Matt's small flaws when Emma is struggling on her own? But she turns to me, concerned. Is everything okay, Claire? It's nothing. Well, not nothing. I've just got an uneasy feeling. About what? Do you know Sarah? I ask. No, Emma says, eyebrows raised. She's a friend of Matt's, actually an ex-girlfriend, who he started employing at the surgery. Gosh, I can see why you'd be a bit concerned. Can you? I'm so relieved she doesn't think I'm just paranoid. I mean, it's probably nothing, but... I continue uncertainly. It does seem a bit strange. Emma confirms my own thoughts. I trust him. It's just odd he didn't mention to me that she's an ex. I found out from his mother. Emma is quiet, her brow furrowed. What do you think? I ask. It's been so long since I've been able to confide in someone. I'm desperate for her opinion. I don't know. Every relationship is different, I suppose. She glances down at the floor before she continues hesitantly. But the whole thing reminds me a bit of Dan. When he was cheating, he just stopped telling me things that were important. I take Olivia back into my arms and put her in her pushchair. I can trust Matt, I repeat. I know I can. But even I can hear the waver in my voice as I try to convince myself it's true. We walk through the park side by side, lost in thought. I spot a grandmother pushing her granddaughter in a pram, talking gently to the child as she strolls down the path. I imagine what the mother might be doing. Working out at the gym, resting, shopping, anything she wants. I swallow my jealousy. Do you ever wish your parents were around to help out? Emma asks, reading my mind. Yeah, I do. I think of how much my mother would have loved Olivia, the close relationship they could have had. But some things aren't meant to be. Me too, Emma says wistfully. My parents died when I was tiny. I never had anyone to guide me. I'm sorry, I say, feeling bad for her. At least I had a mother growing up. It's okay, she replies. I haven't thought about it for years, but now when I see grandparents with their grandchildren, I think of my own parents and remember how I felt as a child. How alone and lost. I don't want Lizzie to miss out on that love the way I did. I know exactly what you mean, I say. I just have my mother-in-law, and although she tries to help... Emma laughs. Every single time we've met, I've complained about Ruth. She's difficult, Emma confirms. Yep, she keeps coming into the house unannounced, moving things around. Matt says he'll speak to her, but sometimes family aren't all they're cracked up to be, Emma says. That's why we have friends. I smile and nod, blinking back tears. We can be family to each other, Emma continues, putting her arm around me. I feel warm inside. It's so nice to have someone around who listens and understands me. Even if my own family aren't here, and Matt's family don't seem to like me, I'll still have Emma. I'm so grateful for that. We walk round the park for hours, just chatting. I start to feel alive again, normal. Claire the person, rather than Claire the mother. Emma suggests we go and feed the ducks. I hesitate before I agree. I'm nervous around water, especially with small children. But I know I have to get over it. The future will involve paddling pools and swimming lessons. I can't let my fear rule Olivia's childhood. We head over to the corner shop on the edge of the park to buy bread. All around the water's edge, children are throwing bread clumsily in the direction of the ducks. Some goes in the water, some falls onto the path. Emma and I watch. Olivia is far too young to feed the ducks, and I start to wonder why we thought this was a good idea. Two adults, standing side by side, throwing bits of sliced bread into a pond. I can't take my eyes off the children. As I throw my bread absent-mindedly, I count them and assign each one to a parent. The reeds are tall and thick. It wouldn't take much for a child to fall into the water and become tangled up. I'm not sure if anyone would even be able to see them from the path. A child on the other side of the pond wanders closer to the water, drawn in by the swimming swans. His mother is casually chatting behind him. Watch him! I want to scream. Watch him! But I don't, and the child returns safely back to his mother to get more bread. Another child, to my right, walking just a bit too close to the edge. My heart beats faster. I can feel the heat rising in me. Despite the day's chill, I'm sweating under my winter coat. I feel sick. I can't catch my breath. I need to get out of here now. I grab the handles of Olivia's buggy and push at it. It doesn't budge. I push harder, and the back wheels rise off the ground, moving forward an inch. The brake. I put my foot under the lock and release it. The wheels free, and I speed away from the pond. Are you all right, Claire? Emma shouts after me. A minute later, I have to stop. I bend over. my breathing ragged and fast. I throw up onto the grass. Chapter 9. Emma appears beside me, breathless from running. Claire! What happened? Are you all right? Her eyes crinkle in concern.
I'm fine.
I stumble over the words, embarrassed. You've been sick! Emma takes the buggy with one hand and uses the other to guide me over to a bench. Sit down, she says. Get your breath back. I slide onto the bench, still feeling unstable and wobbly. I can't seem to control the panic still flowing through my system. Emma places Olivia opposite me. She's staring at the bright blue sky above us, unaware of the fear that's taken over my shaking body. I bend over, put my head between my knees, and try to calm down. Emma strokes my back. It's okay, Claire. Take as long as you need. When I finally sit up, I stare at the sky and try to take deep breaths. I let my hands rest on the wooden bench, attempting to ground myself. How are you feeling? Emma asks.
A bit better.
I manage a half smile. I'm so sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for.
I just panicked, that's all. Sometimes the water...
I pause as I feel a wave of nausea washing through me. I don't think I can explain how I feel, not even to Emma. It's all right, Emma says. There's no need to be sorry.
I have them occasionally, the attacks. For a while I really struggled. I'm almost better now.
I smile ruefully.
At least I thought I was.
It must be so scary, Emma says.
I'm okay.
Emma smiles at me and pulls some tissues out of her bag, offering me one. I dab at my eyes and then wipe the sick from around my mouth. I'm so embarrassed. I wish she hadn't seen me like this. I look like I'm not coping. Are you sure you're all right? She asks.
Yes, I'm fine now. I'm so sorry.
Please don't apologize. I was worried about you. She puts her arms around me, gives my shoulders a rub.
Don't worry about me,
I say, slowly getting up from the bench.
Let's get going.
I look at my watch. If we don't hurry, Emma will be late to collect Lizzie from Dan's. Are you sure you'll be okay? Emma asks once more, wrapping me in a hug when we reach the gate.
Yes, I say. I think I'll have a walk in the village. Distract myself a bit.
I wish I could come with you, but I really need to pick up Lizzie.
It's okay, really. You've got to go.
She's been so kind to me already. She gives me one last squeeze. I'll call you later, okay?
Sure.
I watch her walk away, and then I spend an hour or so wandering around the village. I go to the post office and browse the cards. I see a comedy card with a picture of a woman berating a man and an awful pun that only Miriam and I would ever find funny. I remember that Miriam's birthday is next week, and for a moment I consider buying it for her. She'd find it hilarious. I replace it on the shelf with a sense of regret. In the last 3 years, I've sent Miriam cards on every single one of her birthdays, but I've never had one back. Maybe it's time to stop. She clearly hasn't forgiven me, and it's time for me to move on. I have a new life now. Miriam has chosen not to be part of it. I know as soon as I push the door open to the cottage that someone has been in. The air is still, and yet it feels disturbed, as if each molecule has repositioned itself. Hello? I call out. The silence is so complete that it feels like it's lying in wait for the noise that will disturb it. A clatter, a bang, but there's nothing. I carry Olivia through to each room in turn, and open the blinds and draw the curtains, letting in the light. There's no one here. Upstairs, I sit on my bed and place Olivia on my breast. I rest my head against the pillows. If I can just rest while she feeds, then maybe I'll feel a little better. I look around the bedroom. Our toiletries and books and electronics cover every surface. There's so much clutter that it feels like the room is closing in on me. The wooden cupboards and the dressing table are overflowing with Pamela's things. Our clothes are relegated to a cheap, soft cupboard, which sags in the middle under their weight. Pamela is still at the core of this cottage, and our life is just a superficial layer on top. I frown. Something is wrong. I look round the room again. Matt's things are everywhere. His deodorant, his aftershave, a vet periodical and paperwork. My books are there too, but my personal items are gone. My hairbrush, my deodorant, the watch I've stopped wearing because it scratches the back of Olivia's head when I'm breastfeeding. They were on the bedside table this morning. I know they were. My whole body tenses, and Olivia pulls away from my breast and starts to whine. Someone has been in my bedroom. I get down off the bed and look back at it. It's neatly made, the duvet folded down a bit. The pillows are fluffed, except for the indent where my head rested a few seconds ago. I didn't have time to make the bed before I went out to meet Emma. I was rushing around, feeding Olivia, finding the spare nappies. And besides, I never fluff pillows. Someone's been here. In my room. Ruth? I shiver, imagining Ruth in this room, judging the mess, judging me. I have no privacy. My life isn't my own anymore. By the time Matt comes in, I've put Olivia to bed, and I've just started dinner. It's already past 9 o'clock, much later than we used to eat. But I'm determined to cook. I want to have accomplished something today, aside from changing nappies. And I want us to sit down at the table together, eat homemade food, and talk to each other for once. We never spend any time just the two of us anymore. Matt comes into the kitchen and gives me a kiss on the cheek as I cut up the chicken. He washes his hands and starts on the vegetables. I pour oil into the wok and turn on the heat. Your mother's been round today, I say, unable to hold it in.
Sorry?
It's got to stop, Matt.
When?
When I was out. She let herself in and went through our things in the bedroom.
Why would she do that?
Matt looks puzzled. I finish cutting up the chicken and chuck it into the pan, followed by the vegetables. I don't know. She'd moved my hairbrush, my deodorant, and my watch. You've got to talk to her. I thought you had already. Why won't she listen? I glare at Matt. He always tiptoes around his mother. He doesn't seem to be able to stick up for himself with her.
Are you sure you didn't move them yourself?
Matt asks doubtfully. Of course I'm sure. But then I pause and reconsider. I'd found the hairbrush and the deodorant wedged between the bed and the table. The watch was on the floor. It's possible I'd knocked them off and they fell there. But that doesn't explain the neatly aligned duvet and the fluffed pillows. The bed was made, too.
You didn't do it before you left?
I hate the doubtful expression on his face. No, I was in a rush. I think I would remember. You need to speak to your mother. This has got to stop. But as I say the words, they sound wrong. Could I have forgotten? We pick at our food. Neither of us seems hungry.
I'm worried about you, Claire,
Matt says eventually. I can't look at him. I think that if I meet his eyes, he might be able to see through me, to see I'm not coping. I want to hide away, but at the same time I have a desire to let him take me in his arms and fix everything. I'm so torn. I'm not getting any sleep, I admit. I think of how he lies there each night fast asleep, while I breastfeed Olivia. He's even bought earplugs, so he's not disturbed when she cries.
I don't think you're well.
I'm fine, I lie. It's just the sleep, honestly. Maybe if you got up and helped in the night, I'd be less tired.
This reminds me of before.
Before what?
When you were ill before. You said some crazy things back then, too.
I pick up my plate and scrape most of my dinner into the bin. I don't want to have this conversation. I thought we'd moved on from the past. I don't know why Matt's brought it up. I'm going to bed.
We need to talk, Matt says. You can't blame my mother for everything.
I walk away from his voice, up the stairs. I hear his chair scrape back, and within moments he's on the stairs behind me.
Claire!
He raises his voice.
Don't walk away from me!
I reach the top of the stairs, and he grabs my shoulder. I shake him off. Not now, Matt. I go into the bathroom, lock the door behind me, and sit down on the lid of the toilet, my head in my hands. I just need some time on my own, without anyone watching or judging. Matt pounds on the door. Claire! Claire! Olivia wakes and starts screaming.
Claire, open the door. I just want to help you.
You've woken her up now! I shout through the door. It took ages to get her to sleep.
Open the door, Claire.
No, you can deal with her. You woke her up. My baby's screams get louder. There's a thud, and then the bathroom door bursts open. The loose screw in the bolt bounces across the bathroom floor. Suddenly, Matt is in the room. I stare up at him from the toilet.
Claire, you can't behave like this. You need to see a doctor. You need help.
What about you? What about your mother? She can't do this. She can't keep coming in, moving things around, making me think I'm going crazy. I stop, realizing what I've just said. I'm not going crazy, am I? This isn't like last time. Suddenly, I'm filled with self-doubt. Matt stares at me.
Maybe something is wrong with you, Claire. Maybe you're not well.
I burst into tears.
I can't do this again, Claire. The practice is taking every ounce of my energy. I need to make it work, otherwise we'll be financially ruined. I can't be around 24/7 to look after you too. It's not like last time you were ill. We both have responsibilities now.
I know he's right. I need to pull myself together. Put Olivia first. I'm sorry, I say. I'm sorry. He paces up and down the tiny bathroom as Olivia's screams increase to a volume that seems impossible. I hold my hands against my ears, trying to block them out. I can't deal with her right now. Go and see your daughter. I can only just get the words out through tears. He grits his teeth and reluctantly goes towards the bedroom, leaving me sitting in the bathroom on my own, shaking with sobs. Is fear a feeling, or a way of being? The car has been parked outside my house for 2 weeks now. Every day for 2 weeks. I don't know how they sit out there in the heat, without the engine on for air conditioning, the hot sun glaring through the car windows. They hardly take a break. These days, I keep the curtains shut, twitching them open in the dead of night, when I think they might be gone. But even after dark, they wait. There are shadier places to park, but that spot has the best view of my house. 2 huge conifers mark the entrance, and there's a high hedge between them. You can only see the house if you park opposite the gap. My husband chose this place for its privacy. But the reality is the trees block the light all year round, casting the house in shadow. When we go to bed, I check the street once more. Still there. I get changed into my pyjamas and lie beside my husband. I feel the tension all the way through my body. He snores peacefully, but I can't relax, not when I know there's someone still out there, patiently waiting. But for what? I resist the temptation to go to the window and peer out once more. Instead, I lie completely still, on my back. I've learnt to sleep this way. If I move in the bed, some unknown part of my body protests, a forgotten bruise. I sleep fitfully, and then wake with a jolt. Something's wrong. I hear a sound. It's very faint, but I'm sure of it. Footsteps. I go to the window. The car is there, but it's empty. Where are they? Are they in our garden, or already in the house? What do they want from us? I shiver with fear. I should wake my husband, but I can't. He'll be furious at being disturbed. I stand, stock still, listening for noise. There's nothing but the rustle of the wind through the trees. I need to check on my daughter, just in case. She's sleeping peacefully. I lean over to kiss her cheek. I want to hold her close to me, take comfort in her small, warm body. I resist the urge, not wanting to wake her. Everything's going to be all right, I whisper, to reassure myself more than her. I go to the window and look out at the car. I can see movement on the path that leads from our house to the road. Light, fluid footsteps, carefully avoiding the sensors of our security lights. I let out the breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. I watch the figure get in the car, and I blink as the headlights flicker on, illuminating the shadowy street. The engine starts, and I stay at the window until the car has pulled away and disappeared around the corner, out of sight. Chapter 10. Olivia watches me as I go through the bathroom cupboard, pulling out toiletries and putting them on the tiled floor. Old face creams, hardened tubes of medicinal toothpastes, lavender-scented bath and shower gels, bottles and bottles of talcum powder, makeup remover, toothpicks, old, dried nail varnishes. Since my argument with Matt, I haven't been able to calm down. I didn't sleep at all last night. I tossed and turned, going over and over our argument again and again. I don't want to think about what he said to me. I'm sure he's wrong. I'm not ill. It's not like last time. I've told myself that if I just sort out the house, Matt and I will be happier. I'll tackle it myself, one room at a time. I won't throw away anything that might have meaning for Ruth. I know from clearing out my own mother's house that would be unforgivable. I don't think there'll be anything sentimental in the bathroom, but I'm still careful as I go through the cupboard. I know how unexpected items can bring back memories. People say you can always look at photos, but images are static. Scents, sounds, and sensations bring everything back, clearer than any picture. Just the smell of my mother's perfume on a stranger's coat used to bring her back in full technicolor. They discontinued my mother's scent 5 years ago. I wish I'd kept just one bottle of her perfume. I hadn't liked the way the smell of it would jar me back into my grief. But those moments, sprinkled unexpectedly amongst the everyday, gave me another path to my memories. As time goes by, it feels like the roads to those memories are closing off. the paths overgrown and inaccessible. There are some things I'll never throw away. My mother's red, dangly, fake feather earrings. She wore the same ones every day, cheap ones from the supermarket. I'll always remember the feel of her earring brushing my face as she hugged me. Sometimes, when I'm feeling lost, I take them out and hold the fake feathers against my cheek, remembering her. If someone else had been sorting through her house, they would have thrown them out. A ball of anxiety forms in my stomach. Like most of my things, my mother's earrings are in a box somewhere, waiting to be unpacked. At the bottom of the cupboard, there are boxes and boxes of unopened tights. I feel moisture at the corner of my eye as a tear forms and drops down onto my cheek. I wish my mother was still alive. I wipe the tear away and think of Pamela, and that expectation we all have that our lives will continue indefinitely. Pamela would have anticipated walks that she never took, chatting to friends she never saw again. I hardly knew her, but as I pull out the boxes of unopened tights and put them into bin bags for the charity shop, I feel like she's with me, watching. Olivia stares at me as tears run down my cheeks. I thought babies were supposed to sense your emotions and respond, but Olivia just watches as my face goes blotchy and my eyes redden. I stand and grab the toilet paper. I blow my nose aggressively, letting the noise fill the silent room. Looking in the mirror, I wipe my eyes. Sometimes I don't recognize myself anymore. I wanted to change, to be someone different. I needed to leave the woman I'd become behind in London. The city had hardened me. All I cared about was my career, getting the front page scoop. But it got out of hand. I've tried so hard to change. But who am I now? My eyes search my face for meaning, but there's none. I'm lost. I look down at Olivia and see she's fallen asleep. My sobs had no impact on her. I wonder if she's learnt to block out my despair. I wonder if she'll grow into an emotionless child, out of tune with the world around her. Perhaps she takes after me. These days I always feel out of sync, misaligned. Going back to the cupboard, my vision blurs through tears. I speed up the sorting process, grabbing handfuls of toiletries and shoving them in the bin bag. I no longer go through each item in turn. I no longer let myself feel that stab of disappointment that Pamela never got to use these things. Soon I have 4 full bin bags. 3 are just rubbish, but 1 is suitable for the charity shop. I carefully lift each bag over Olivia's head. I'll wait until Thursday, when the bins are taken, before I put them out. I don't want Ruth to think that I've thrown out any of her mother's things, although she might see the bags in the hallway if she lets herself in. I take them to the study and shove them in there, on top of a pile of our boxes. I go back into the bathroom and look at the cupboard. The bottom 3 shelves are completely empty. I smile. I'm making progress. As I'm surveying my work, Olivia wakes, and I realise she was due a feed 2 hours ago. I frown, frustrated with myself. What kind of mother forgets that? After Olivia is fed and changed, and has spat up milk over my shoulder, I shove the bin bag of toiletries in the bottom of the buggy, strap Olivia in, and make my way to the charity shop in the village. There's a woman in front of the till, a collection of overflowing bags of donations at her feet. She picks them up 2 at a time and hands them over the counter to the volunteer. As she picks up the final bags, one bursts open, and baby clothes spill out over the desk and drop to the floor. Sorry. she says, gathering them up with her hands. I reach down to pick a baby grow up off the floor. It's tiny, with delicate embroidered blue hearts dotted over white cotton. It would just about fit Olivia. It's beautiful, I say. Must be hard to part with it. The woman turns, and her face reddens. Sarah? She looks up, and I see the tears in her eyes. We both stare down at the baby grow. I didn't realize... I start, unsure how to finish the sentence. Are you all right? I'm fine, she says, wiping her eyes. She quickly gathers up the baby clothes and shoves them back in the bag, hurrying away before the volunteer has the chance to thank her. My eyes follow Sarah, and it takes a moment for me to realize I'm next in line. Do you accept unopened toiletries? I ask. The volunteer looks at me over her glasses, eyeing the black bin bag doubtfully. Let me have a look. She peers into the bag and rummages through the items. Yes, we'll take these. Thanks, I reply, smiling with relief. At least one bin bag of stuff is out of the house. I leave quickly, keen to speak to Sarah. She's already a little way down the road when I catch her up. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, fine, she says. Her eyes are red and puffy. I want to know what's wrong and who the baby clothes belonged to, but I hesitate, not wanting to upset her further. The moment expands. Sarah seems stuck, as if she wants to say something, but can't form the words. Do you want to get some lunch? I ask. A part of me is concerned and wants to check she really is all right. But another part of me wants to get to know her, to reassure myself about her and Matt working together. She half smiles, and I can see she's holding back tears. I know what it feels like to be desperately holding things together, and I want to reach out and comfort her. Okay, she replies. It would be nice to get to know you better. I know Matt so well. I feel my shoulders tense at the reminder of how close she is to my husband. We walk together to the garden centre, just outside the village. The path is narrow, so I go ahead with the buggy. I can feel Sarah's eyes on my back, as she walks a pace behind, and the wind rustles through the trees. The garden centre cafe is crowded for a weekday, and I manoeuvre Olivia round the different food stations, sliding my brown tray along the ledge. Cutlery clinks, and there's an irregular ring from cash registers opening and closing. Sarah offers to take my bag, which gives me a free hand to reach over and grab a sandwich from the shelf. An elderly lady taps her walking stick against the buggy to tell me to move it out of the way of the drinks section. We take the only remaining seats, in the coldest part of the conservatory-style extension, and place our trays on the tiny table. Sarah takes her napkin and clears the crumbs. Olivia whines, and I rock her from side to side, holding her higher than usual so she doesn't bang her head on the plastic table. So, you've been having a clear-out? I ask. Yeah, Sarah says. She meets my eyes. It's been a bit emotional, actually. I've been getting rid of things I should have parted with years ago. I want to ask Sarah about the baby clothes. I wonder if she has a much older child. She's never mentioned any children before. But then again, I hardly know her. I've been getting rid of Pamela's old toiletries, I say, so I can create a space for me and Matt to actually live in. Sarah smiles. Ruth can be difficult. I suppose you've known her a long time? Since I was a child. She's always had a knack for getting her own way. Any advice for me? I ask, hopefully. Sarah looks at her coffee. If you want me to be completely honest, My only advice is not to trust her. I mean, she can be lovely when she wants to be, and she always puts her family first. That's a good thing. It's just that when you're not part of the family...
Matt and I are married, I say. I want to sound confident in the security of our relationship, but I hear my voice waver.
Maybe it will be different for you then.
She smiles reassuringly. Ruth seems to like you now, I reply, trying to disguise my jealousy.
Now I'm not a threat to her, Sarah says. When we were going out, I never knew where I stood. I thought of Ruth and Jack as family. I was wrong. They were quick to cast me out when I didn't fall into line.
I thought you and Ruth were friends.
Anyone in this village, with any sense, gets on with Ruth. We play tennis occasionally, that's all.
I feel uneasy. Everything Sarah's said makes sense. Ruth is friendly one minute and cruel the next. She's right. I can't trust her. How are things at the surgery? I ask, changing the subject.
You know, fine. I'm glad I had the day off today, though. Made me get on with things I'd put off for far too long.
Olivia's whines get louder, and she scrunches up her face, ready to scream.
Poor thing, Sarah says. She's fed up. Can I hold her? I'm good with babies.
I hand her over hesitantly, but Olivia calms down as soon as Sarah holds her in her arms. You're a natural, I say, seeing how content Olivia looks.
Thanks,
she replies, as she pulls faces at Olivia.
I could always babysit for you, if you ever fancied a night off. I like looking after babies.
I nod. Matt and I do need some time together, just the two of us. But can I trust her?
Thanks,
I say. That's really kind of you.
Well, any time. Just let me know.
Are you a mother yourself? I ask, unable to hold back my curiosity any longer.
Oh, no,
she says. She smiles a little sadly.
My time didn't come.
There's still time.
Maybe. I had a miscarriage years ago. I haven't found the right person to try again with since.
I'm so sorry, I say, reaching out and touching her hand. I know exactly how she feels. I had a miscarriage too, before Olivia. I was 20 weeks. I had to give birth to the baby. A little girl. Olivia's sister. I shiver as I remember the horror of it all, and my eyes fill with tears. I can hardly stand to think about it. Sarah hugs Olivia closer to her, stroking her hair.
Mine was a late miscarriage too. 14 weeks, brought on by stress.
Was that why you had the baby clothes? I ask gently, wiping the tears from my own eyes with a paper napkin. She reddens.
Yeah, I couldn't bring myself to throw them away. Not until now, years later.
It's a brave thing to do. I have my own bundle of clothes for a baby that no longer exists, wrapped up in tissue paper in a box somewhere in the cottage.
It was a long time ago. It feels like it's time to give away the clothes. Time to move on.
Yes, I say, thinking of all the things that I can't move on from, the nightmares that still haunt me from events 3 years ago. Sarah contemplates her coffee.
I hope you don't mind me saying, but with you and Matt coming back, somehow it's made it easier to put the past behind me, to move on. I see you with Olivia. You're a proper family.
I swallow a lump in my throat. It's not always easy.
Well, it's good to see Matt happy again. It sets me free, somehow. I can see he's moved on, and it means I can too.
We are happy, I say. If I repeat it often enough, perhaps it will become true.
And he finally got his baby. His baby? I look up at her, confused. She meets my eyes. I'm sorry, she says awkwardly. I thought... I suppose I thought you realized.
Realized what?
But I already know what she's going to say before the words come out of her mouth. The baby I miscarried was Matt's. Chapter 11. Matt's not home until late in the evening, his eyes red-rimmed with exhaustion. Busy day? I ask, handing him a glass of water.
Yeah, lots of admin. Sarah had the day off and the phone kept ringing.
I saw Sarah today, I reply. We went for lunch.
Oh?
He says, as he collapses down into a kitchen chair. He looks like he might fall asleep where he's sitting. She told me a few things, about the past. I see Matt's body tense, and he straightens up in the chair. I wait for him to speak, wondering if he knows what I'm about to say. I continue. She said that a long time ago she was pregnant with your baby, and she miscarried it.
Yeah,
he says softly, as if he hopes I won't hear his answer. Why didn't you mention it?
It's in the past, Claire.
But it's a big thing. When I miscarried our daughter... Sobs choke me, and I have to pause for a moment. I can hardly bear to remember. When I had my own miscarriage, you comforted me. You never mentioned you'd been through it before.
It didn't seem like the right time. You were so lost in your grief.
Our fertility problems could have been something to do with you. But you must have known that was unlikely, as Sarah had been pregnant too. Why didn't you say anything? I remember how desperately I'd wanted a baby, how I'd thought it would fix everything. We'd had so many tests to work out what was wrong.
Claire, the doctors couldn't explain the problems. No one ever really thought it was a problem with me.
I hear the implication of his words, that it was a problem with me. My high levels of stress, my anxiety. I wonder if he was secretly relieved each time the pregnancy test was negative. I just wish you'd told me. It's such a big thing. How could you keep it from me? When we go to bed, Matt falls asleep instantly, as if he hasn't got a care in the world. But my anger grows as I lie awake, listening to the house creak and the wind groan. Why has he hidden so many things from me? His phone vibrates, but he doesn't stir. Usually I'd leave it, but this time I reach over. The display says he's got a text from Sarah, but I can't see the contents. I tell myself that it could be about work. Perhaps she's sick or going to be late in tomorrow. But it's 11 p.m. Why would she be texting him this late? I look at Matt's sleeping body beside me and feel more alone than ever. The sun's shining, and the people in the pub gardens swill their pints as they gaze at the river. Olivia is older, about 2. Her blonde hair has grown out long and wavy, and she has the same determined jawline as Matt. She holds a stick and prods it into the shallow water, trying to lift up a pebble from just below the surface. She gazes adoringly at her father as he crouches beside her. The sun beats on the back of my neck, and I smile. Matt lifts Olivia up so that her feet dangle over the surface of the water, and it tickles her toes. She laughs, and I laugh with her. Then Matt starts to wade into the water, going deeper into the centre of the river. My laughter catches in my throat. Matt's jeans are soaked, turning a deep dark blue. I can't see his face. The only noise is the rush of the river. An empty plastic water bottle flows past, faster than I'd expect. The current's strong. I watch as Matt holds Olivia above the water and then suddenly submerges her. I'm frozen in place on the riverbank as her face disappears below the water. Matt holds her down. I want to run to her, but I can't move. I want to scream, but I can't open my mouth to breathe. Seconds pass, then minutes. Matt pulls Olivia's limp body from the water and holds it in his arms, staring down at her face as if he can't understand what's happened. I wake. My scream catches in the back of my throat as I bolt up in bed. My breathing is fast and my heart beats faster. I'm drenched in sweat. I see shadows in the room, flitting across the curtains. I turn on the light. There's no one there. It was just a dream. Beside me, Matt stirs in his sleep and rolls over, pulling the cover over him. I creep under beside him, wrapping my arms around his warm back. It offers no comfort. I lie still, my body tense, despite Matt's warmth. The dreams are back. I used to have them every night in London. I thought they would stop when we moved, but it seems I'll never escape them. Why do they haunt me? Why can't I let go of the past? I hear a creak, a pipe, or someone on the stairs. I listen intently. Outside, the wind blows through the trees. A car roars down the main road. Another creak. A footstep? Matt snores gently. I know I'm imagining things, but I won't be able to sleep until I've checked. I ease myself out of bed and pad softly over to the door. I stand stock still, listening. There are no sounds, just my imagination. It would be amusing if I didn't still feel the ball of fear inside me, solid and hard in the centre of my stomach. I wonder if I should take something from the bedroom, a weapon. If I really think there's an intruder, isn't that what I'd do? I glance at Matt's still body. I can't wake him just because of my paranoia. He'll only start going on about me being unwell again. I go to Olivia's room. Her nightlight illuminates her, sleeping soundly, one arm above her head. I can see her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. I catch a movement out of the corner of my eye. It's just a car's headlights, casting the shadow of a tree onto the bedroom curtains. Olivia stirs, and I leave, not wanting to wake her. In our bedroom, Matt sleeps on undisturbed, and I feel a flicker of resentment. Something still doesn't feel right. I turn the light on in the hallway. It's too bright for 4 in the morning, and I blink myself into a fuller state of consciousness. I make my way downstairs and check the front door. It's double locked. We never use the bolt, but now I reach down and slide it across the bottom of the door. I go through the kitchen to the back door and try the handle. The door doesn't budge. It only has a simple key lock. I peer out into the darkness. I wonder if we should add a bolt so it can only be opened from the inside. I stare out at the garden. If there's someone staring back, then they can see right into the house. There's no blind to cover the glass of the back door. I'll order one in the morning. Suddenly, I see a reflection move in the glass. They are behind me. I scream as I turn, bracing myself for attack. Matt. It's only Matt.
Why are all the lights on? He asks, rubbing his eyes.
I thought I heard someone in the house. I look at my bare feet, feel the cold tiles beneath them. I realize how ridiculous the whole thing sounds. I have come down alone in my nightdress to confront an intruder.
What? Why?
I don't want to tell him about the dream, especially when he already thinks I'm going mad. I'm sorry, I say finally. I just thought I heard something, that's all. It's nothing. He grips the kitchen counter, and I can see he's frustrated. His bloodshot eyes tell me how much he needs to rest. He's been working too many hours. It's taking its toll. Finally, he reaches out and puts his arms around me. I can tell he is going through the motions, calming me down, so he can get back to bed.
There's no one here, Claire.
Even in his embrace, my body's tense, and I can't relax. But I know he's right. All the doors were locked. There's no sign of a break-in. No one's in the house.
Are you having the dreams again?
He can read me so easily. I look up at him and nod, ashamed. I feel like a disturbed child with a calming parent. Our relationship shouldn't be like this.
They just mean you're stressed, he says.
Matt means to reassure me, but I can still feel the adrenaline flooding through me. I know I'm stressed. I thought I'd left my fears behind in London, but I haven't. Out here, there's even more to deal with. The never-ending dusty clutter that fills the house. My interfering mother-in-law. Matt spending so much time at work. With Sarah. The thoughts ricochet around my head. But to say them out loud would be ungrateful. I was the one who insisted we move. I was the one that wanted all this. Matt's arms around me should comfort me. But something still doesn't feel right. I wish I could calm down, but I can't seem to relax. I pull away from Matt's embrace. I should be grateful that he loves me, both at my best and at my worst. Even when I messed up, he was there to help me pick up the pieces. I know I can rely on him. Matt goes to the kitchen sink and pours 2 glasses of water. He hands one to me, and I take a sip.
I think you should go to see a doctor again, he says.
I don't want to see a doctor. I don't want to have to explain how I feel. I don't want to admit that I'm falling apart. It was only a dream, Matt. Let's go back to bed.
Claire, please. Just think about it. I'm sure a professional could help.
All right. I'll think about it. I follow him out of the kitchen and up the stairs, checking the back door and then the front door as I pass. They're still locked. As we go back into the bedroom, Olivia's screams pierce the night. Matt looks over at me and sighs.
She's awake now,
he says accusingly. Don't worry. I'll go.
Thanks. I need to get some sleep so I'm okay for work tomorrow.
He settles himself into bed under the covers, puts in his earplugs, and turns away from me. I sigh as I hear his breathing deepen. I go into Olivia's room. Her face is wet with tears, and I lift her out of the cot and hold her close to my chest. She squirms in my arms, and I sit down with her in the rocking chair. I hum a lullaby, to calm myself as much as Olivia. I do the only thing that will quieten her, and put her on my breast. She struggles against me before she latches, and then settles. I move back and forth in the rocking chair, but the positioning of the wooden armrests makes it difficult to get comfortable while holding Olivia. My arms start to ache, and I keep humming. The tune helps me ground myself, place myself in the real world, escape the dream. That's all it was, I tell myself. A dream. But in the deathly silence of the night, reality and dreams seem to merge. It's hard to know what's real. Olivia's nightlight chases away the shadows, and I'm grateful. There's no one here but me and Olivia. I checked the whole house. No intruder. But still, I feel the goosebumps on my arms, the sense that something's not quite right. It must be all in my head. I need a proper night's sleep. Then things would be clearer. Olivia's eyes eventually fall shut. I lay her back down gently in her cot, next to her toy bunny. When I get into bed, Matt's snoring softly. I stare at the ceiling. The adrenaline hasn't left my body, and my heart's still racing. I try to relax, but I can't. Something's still bothering me. Then I realise. The nightlight in Olivia's bedroom. I always switch it off once she's asleep, but when I went into her room, the nightlight was on. I wasn't imagining things. Someone was in our home. When I wake up in the morning, I'm overcome by a sense of dread. It's my birthday, and I feel sick with uncertainty. I like days that are mundane and predictable. Days when I know what my husband is likely to do, how he's likely to respond. But my birthday is not one of those days. I have no idea how he'll behave. It's still early, and the rest of the house is sleeping. I creep out of the bedroom and into the bathroom. I should wash before my daughter wakes and the day bursts into action. But I don't want the sound of the shower to wake my husband. Instead, I think about what I might wear. I flick through my clothes in the wardrobe in the spare bedroom, considering them in turn. They are from another life. Designer dresses from when my husband used to take me out for meals. Smart suits for work. I don't know if I should make an effort to look nice today. I'm only going to be in the house with my daughter, just like any other day. But I can imagine my husband berating me if I choose casual clothes. And I can also imagine him getting angry if I do dress up, repeating his accusation of an affair. I don't know which is the greater risk. I go to the curtains and peer out. The sun beams through the window. The car isn't there today. At least I have that to be grateful for. Who is it that's watching me, and what do they want? I wish I could go out today, just for once. I imagine myself in a floaty summer dress, the sun's rays warming my skin, my arms slowly browning. Perhaps I will take my daughter into the garden later, staying close to the house to avoid the prying eyes of the neighbours. I go back to the wardrobe and pick out a dress. It's light and airy and not too showy. I'll have to wear a cardigan over it when I go in the garden, just in case the neighbours spot the blue-green bruise that covers my entire upper arm. Later, when my husband is at work, the post comes, letters landing with a thud on the mat. But there aren't any cards, only bank statements. I let myself cry, just a little bit, remembering how alone I am. I cut myself off completely from family when I met my husband. My father was abusive, and my husband whisked me away from him, rescuing me. My saviour. Without my husband, I'm not sure I'd have ever escaped. But it wasn't long before I found out that he was no different from my father. I'm anxious about my husband's return home, not sure whether he has any plans for my birthday. But an hour earlier than usual, I hear his key in the lock. My body tenses at the sound, and I rush downstairs.
For you.
He presents flowers and chocolates, and kisses me on the lips. Thanks, I splutter, surprised. But you don't like chocolates? I'm confused.
But you do, he says. They're all for you. A special treat.
Oh, I say. I feel the tears forming at the corners of my eyes. I'm so relieved he's being nice to me.
Are you going to go and get ready then?
Get ready? I feel a ball of anxiety knotting in my stomach. Is he taking me out? The thought makes me queasy. It's been so long since I was out in the world that the idea of crowds of people talking and laughing seems oppressive and frightening.
Yes. Put your nicest clothes on.
I go upstairs and dress with trepidation. Designer dress. The diamond teardrop earrings he bought me for our 5th wedding anniversary, and the matching necklace. Makeup. Layers of it, until my bruises are covered, and I look human again. But I feel afraid. I really don't want to leave the house. When I go downstairs, my husband offers me a glass of red wine, and I take it, my hands shaking. He has put our daughter to bed. Everything is so out of the ordinary that I'm terrified about what will happen next. We are off script, in an unknown land. I hear noises from the kitchen, pots and pans banging. My husband smiles at me.
That's the chef,
he says.
I've hired a professional chef to cook for us.
I smile, glad we are staying in, and even gladder that a third person is here as a witness. My husband always behaves impeccably in front of other people. The dinner is delicious, and at some point I relax, and we laugh and joke together. It's like old times. I force down a feeling of sadness that this situation is so rare, that our relationship isn't always like this. I focus on the moment, focus on enjoying myself. After dinner, he takes me in his arms and kisses me, his tongue delving into my mouth, his hands casting over my body roughly. Upstairs, he throws me onto the bed. I feel a flush of fear and arousal as he pushes my skirt up and then unbuckles his belt.
Happy birthday, he says.
After it's over, I listen as he goes to the bathroom, brushes his teeth, and goes downstairs. I wrap the duvet around myself, still dressed apart from my knickers. I feel the wet tears on my face, the flood of despair. I don't know why I'm crying. He still wants me. He still loves me, doesn't he? Hugging the pillow to me, I let my tears spread across it. I don't know why I feel like this. He's been kind to me today. I should be grateful. Shouldn't I? Chapter 12. When I wake up, Matt isn't in bed. I roll over groggily and check my phone. It's already 7 a.m. Confused, I go into Olivia's room and see Matt sitting with her, cooing at her. She smiles up at him, and I feel a tinge of jealousy.
How are you feeling?
Matt asks. I've been tossing and turning all night, totally convinced someone had been in the house. But now it seems so unlikely. It could only have been me that left Olivia's nightlight on. Bit tired, I reply. Thanks for letting me sleep in.
I think you needed it.
Yeah, I think I did.
Are you going to go to the doctor today?
I'm not sure I need to. I was just being paranoid last night. He looks at me intently.
But there's more going on than that, isn't there? You haven't been yourself since Olivia was born.
I suppose not. He's right. Something's wrong with me. I'm so forgetful, so paranoid.
Will you ring the doctor?
I agree, and Matt stands over me, when the phone lines open at 8. I'm pleased to get an appointment for the morning, as I've arranged to see Emma in the afternoon. Matt strokes my back.
"It will be okay," he says. "Just tell them the truth."
I'm not sure how to.
"Is it that bad?" he asks, concerned. "I'm worried about you, Claire. It reminds me of last time you were ill."
I'm worried too. I don't want to ever get to the state I was in last time, when it seemed like there was no way out. It's different this time, I say. I'm not as bad. I sigh. I wonder if I can confide in him. He's looking at me so intently.
"What is it, then?"
I take a deep breath. It's Olivia. I feel like I haven't bonded with her, that I don't love her the way I should. The words sound even worse out loud. They are words that no mother should ever say. I notice Olivia watching me, and I turn away from them both, ashamed. Matt wraps his arms around me and hugs me tight.
"It will be okay, Claire. You're a good mother. Just talk it through with the doctor. I'm sure they'll be able to help."
2 hours later, I sit on a sofa at the GP's surgery, which operates from a converted house on the edge of the village. My hands shake as I thumb through an old copy of a celebrity magazine, looking at wedding pictures of a minor royal I've never heard of. I don't know what I'm going to say when I go through the door and see the doctor. I look at Olivia, smiling up at me from her buggy, and feel the familiar guilt rising inside me. She deserves so much more. I worry that the doctor will see my history of depression in my notes and judge me when I tell them how down I feel. What if they think I'm an unfit mother and take my daughter away from me? I had wanted Olivia so much, but I didn't let myself get excited the way I did the first time I got pregnant. We'd been so organised back then. We named the baby Martha Rose as soon as we found out she was a girl and bought drawers of baby clothes. I imagined bringing her home from the hospital in the blue and white striped dress that was neatly folded in the drawer waiting for her arrival. When we finally got pregnant again, 2 years after my miscarriage, I refused to name the baby until she was born, a living, breathing being. When I went past 20 weeks, I started making promises to my unborn baby, as she kicked me from the inside and sat on my bladder. I would be the best mother. I would love her no matter what. I would never get angry or raise my voice. All the baby had to do was come out alive, and I'd be forever grateful. I had broken all of my promises in the first 2 months. The buzzer rings insistently, and it's my turn. I swallow back tears as I push the buggy into the consultation room. The doctor smiles at me. "She's very happy," she says, looking at Olivia. My heart sinks. How can I possibly explain how I feel towards her? "What can I do for you?" the doctor asks, as I take a seat. I start to speak, but the words won't form. And then I'm sobbing. "I've been feeling a bit down," I mumble. She leans closer. "How long have you been feeling like this?" "Since she was born." "Okay," she says. "I'm just going to run through a few questions with you about how you're feeling, and then we'll decide on the best course of action." I swallow back tears as I answer her checklist of questions about my mood, anxiety, and sleep. Sometimes I look at her, and I don't feel anything at all. I whisper, overwhelmed by guilt. And other times I wonder if I hate her. The doctor scribbles in her pad. I wonder if she'll ask for more detail. I think of all the other things that are going on. The feeling that someone's watching me, the forgetfulness, the dream last night. I see her looking at my notes on her computer, and I hold my breath. I don't know if she'll see the record of what I tried to do to myself 3 years ago. I don't know if she knows. She turns to me and smiles. I smile back, relieved. She can't have seen anything in my notes. It sounds like you've got postnatal depression, she explains. It's very common. Okay, I say. The word depression echoes in my brain. I don't want it to get worse. I don't want to feel the way I did last time, like there was no way out. I'll refer you for cognitive behaviour therapy, she says. That will help you change your patterns of thinking and control how you feel. How long's the wait? I can't say at the moment, but usually it's not too long, around 2 to 3 months. Tears start to well up. I need help now, not in 3 months. She stops typing into her computer and turns to me. In the meantime, you need to start looking after yourself. Do you have family to support you? Yes, I say. My husband's parents live nearby. I see her eyebrows raise, and she takes a second look at her computer screen. My surname will have told her just whose daughter-in-law I am. She probably knows Ruth. Everyone does. There's nowhere to hide in this village. Okay, she says, as she searches around in her desk drawer and pulls out 2 leaflets. Don't be afraid to ask for help from friends and family, and it's important to eat well and exercise. She hands me the first leaflet, with a picture of a smiling woman jogging through a park on the front. Thanks, I reply, feeling crushed. Exercise isn't going to be enough. It took so much effort to tell her how I felt, but I won't get professional help for ages. I'll have to struggle on with Olivia, on my own. In the meantime, here are the numbers for some mental health helplines, just in case you need them. I take the leaflet from her, but I know I'll throw it straight in the bin. I don't want to ring a helpline. I just can't. I swallow back tears as I wheel the buggy out of the room. 3 months sounds like a lifetime to wait. I don't know how I'm going to get through each day. When I arrive at Emma's flat later that day, I'm still shaken by the appointment. I settle down on the sofa with Olivia, while Emma makes tea and Lizzie wriggles on her playmat. I look around the neat and tidy living room and feel a twinge of jealousy. There's never any clutter at Emma's flat. No baby things lying around on the floor. No boxes. Just clean, neat lines, white walls, and tasteful framed prints. Emma brings me my tea, and I let it warm my hands before I take a sip. I'm looking forward to this, she says brightly. I nod. Today, Emma's helping me with an annual ritual, preparing gift packs for the local children's home. It's something my mother and I used to do together every year. I've continued the tradition since she died. But this year, I nearly didn't bother. The date crept up on me unexpectedly, and I hadn't done any preparations, and I didn't have any connections with the children's homes local to here. When I mentioned it to Emma, she wouldn't let me just give up. She rang round children's homes, found one that was nearby and willing to accept the gifts, and then took me shopping for the small toys and toiletries we needed for the bags. Today, we're wrapping the toys and baking fairy cakes to add to the packs. We start with the baking, placing Olivia and Lizzie on a rug on the floor so they can watch us. Olivia's eyes follow my every move intently, while Lizzie stares at the ceiling light, fascinated. As I mix the ingredients together with my hands, I think about all the years that have passed since my mother died. For a long time afterwards, Miriam would help me put the gift packs together, and then we'd reminisce about my mother over a drink at the local pub, where Mum and I used to celebrate her birthday each year. For the last few years, I've prepared the gift packs alone. It feels better with Emma by my side today. Are you all right? Emma asks. You've been a bit quiet. I'm okay, I say. It's an obvious lie. A tsunami of emotion rises up inside me. Tears well up as I think of my mother and the doctor's appointment earlier. What's wrong? Emma asks, putting her arm around me. I let the wooden spoon fall with a clatter into the mixing bowl. I went to the doctor this morning. She diagnosed me with postnatal depression. I'm so sorry, Claire. That must be awful. I'm just finding it hard, I say. I wish I was like you. What do you mean? You and Lizzie. It seems to come so naturally. Being a mother is such a struggle for me. Emma puts her hand gently on my shoulder, and I shudder with sobs. It's okay, she says, comforting me as I wipe away my tears with the back of my hand. Sometimes I don't think I even love her. I don't have it in me. I glance up at Emma, waiting for her to judge me. But she says nothing, and just holds me, letting me cry on her shoulders. You know you can talk to me any time. I nod. We should arrange something to cheer you up, Emma says. There's a new boutique wine shop opened in Oxford. We could try the wine tasting there one day. Maybe, I say, non-committally. When I'm feeling down, alcohol is the thing I want most in the world, but what I need least. If I start drinking when I feel like this, I'm not sure if I'll be able to stop. You need a night out, Emma smiles. I imagine myself in a club, dancing and carefree. It seems like a distant dream. I'll never have that life again. I can't, I say. Matt works all hours and I'd never get a babysitter. Besides, Matt and I never go out together anymore ourselves. He spends more time with Sarah than with me. His ex. They work late together a lot. They're very close. I remember the text Sarah sent Matt late at night the other day. I could babysit, Emma says. Give you two the chance to reconnect. Thanks, I say, feeling grateful. We need that. I hope a night out together will be enough. But in my heart, I know our relationship needs a lot more work. We moved out here to bring us closer together. But each day, the distance between us seems to grow. I'm terrified that one day the gap will be too big to ever bridge again. Chapter 13. My eyes flick open, and I look at my phone. 6:30 a.m. I lie still and listen to the sounds of the house creaking. I can't hear any noise from Olivia's room. She's normally awake by this time. I roll over and try and get comfortable under the duvet. I'm exhausted. I turn the pillow over and rest my cheek against the cold cotton. I can feel the minutes ticking away until Olivia wakes up. But I can't get back to sleep. My body clock has been reset by my daughter. Matt murmurs in his sleep, and I watch as he slowly wakes. He sees me and rolls towards me, his arm wrapping around me and cupping my breast. I sigh. Last night, we finally had the time to talk properly. As well as opening up about my postnatal depression diagnosis, we talked about getting the intimacy back in our relationship. It's something we both want. But not right now. Right now, I just want to sleep. I roll away from Matt. If I can get just half an hour's rest, then I'll feel so much better. Matt ignores my signals, snuggling close to me, his fingers stroking the nape of my neck. I feel my body awakening, but I don't want it to. I want to drift back into the soft cocoon of sleep. Not now, Matt, I murmur. He moves away from me, turns the other way, and I hear his grumble of frustration.
I thought this was what you wanted, he whispers.
It is. Just not now.
Then when?
Later, I mumble, trying to switch my brain back off, to let myself drift away. Then Olivia groans, and every muscle in my body tenses. Stay asleep. Please stay asleep. Another groan, followed by a full-blown scream. I put the pillow over my head. At least it's Saturday. Matt can do some of the childcare. Can you pick her up? I ask. He moves closer to me again, his arm encircling my body, wanting me to respond. I can't do it while she's screaming, I mumble.
She'll calm down.
Can you pick her up, Matt? I feel the bed shift and hear his footsteps on the carpet as he heads into Olivia's room. He picks her up without speaking and brings her back into the bedroom. I reach for her drowsily, placing her on my breast. Matt slips back into bed beside me. What shall we do today? I ask. It's the first day we've had together as a family in such a long time. I wonder if Matt will help me catch up on the housework. Maybe we could do a bit more of the unpacking and then go out for lunch. It would be nice to get out of the house.
Mum wants us to go to the winter fair with her.
I turn my head towards him. You did say no, didn't you? He sighs.
It will be nice, Claire. She only wants to get to know you a bit better.
But I haven't seen you all week. Even as I hear myself speak, I know it sounds selfish, but I had hoped Matt and I could talk some more today. About his past, about Sarah, about our relationship, all the unanswered questions that keep me up at night. We can't do that with Ruth there.
Try and be nice to her, Matt says.
He leans over and kisses my cheek, before getting out of bed and going to the bathroom. As I hear him turn on the shower, I lie as still as I can. With my eyes closed, I listen to the rush of the water as Olivia feeds from me vigorously. This is my life. A wonderful husband, a beautiful baby daughter, a cottage in the country. I should be happy. What's wrong with me? The fair is at the garden centre where Sarah and I had lunch the other day. Ruth insists Matt drives, and Jack sits in the front, while Ruth and I squeeze into the back next to Olivia's car seat. Throughout the journey, Ruth chats to Olivia as if she's an adult, telling her all about the other women at the tennis club, who's having an affair, who's had a breakdown. Matt stares straight ahead at the road, oblivious. The garden centre cafe is covered in garish multicoloured lights, and as we approach, a man in a high-vis jacket directs us towards parking in a field. In the time it takes to park and get Olivia and the buggy from the car, we could have easily walked. I pull my hood up over my head against the wind and walk through the muddy field a little ahead of Matt, Ruth and Jack, enjoying imagining, just for a moment, that I am completely alone. Inside the entrance, curry and pizza food stalls sit uncomfortably beside the local craft displays, where men and women in 18th century clothing demonstrate everything from blacksmithing to basket making. I watch as a man puts an iron rod in a fire to heat it, and then attacks it with a hammer to bend it into shape. I'm glad Olivia is safe in the buggy, unable to reach out and burn herself. I don't know how parents with older children cope. They must have to be constantly vigilant to keep their children from harm. Jack wanders off to look at the farmer's market, and Ruth falls into step beside me. We haven't seen much of you lately, she says. It's good we're getting some time together today. It's nice to have you so close. I look at her, surprised. It's what I wanted, I say. Family nearby. I leave the rest of my thoughts unsaid, that it hasn't worked out as planned, that I regret moving. I saw my mother's walkers by the pond the other day. I look at her guiltily. The mobility aids had sat by the pond for 5 days, in full view of Ruth's house, before Matt had taken them away. I just wanted them out of the house. They were getting in the way. I'm sure they were. She laughs. I bet you were tempted to throw them into the pond. They'd disappear then. It's very deep. No, of course not, I say. But she's reminded me of another thing I need to worry about. Another hazard for Olivia. We'll need to drain the pond, I continue, if Olivia's going to play outside in the summer. Yes, it's very dangerous otherwise. Jack and I can help you dig it out. And I must clear out the house soon, she says, unprompted. I just want to do it properly. Make sure I'm not throwing away anything sentimental. Thank you, I say, swallowing my guilt about the things I took to the charity shop the other day. I smile at Matt as he catches us up. Your mother's going to help us drain the pond and start clearing out the house. That's great, he says. Have you seen what's over there? He points to a fairground ride, rows of chairs hanging from the rotating top of the carousel. Loud 90s music bursts out from its speakers, asserting its presence. They've put it at the edge of the field, far away from the farmers' market stalls, selling expensive cheeses, artisan bread and sausages. It's the kind of ride where you feel like you're flying. I remember going on something similar when I was a teenager. The sense of being on top of the world, adrenaline coursing through me, butterflies in my stomach. This one's probably older than me. It's rickety and doesn't seem to be attracting many customers. A man sits smoking next to the booth, which announces it's £3 a ride. Matt turns to me and grins. Do you want to go? He asks. For a moment, I want to say yes. I want to be free again, childlike, just focusing on the sensation of the wind through my hair, my feet dangling below me. I look down at the buggy. No, I say. I can look after Olivia. And he's off, without a backward glance, over to the ride. His boyish impulsivity was something I fell in love with. I smile. I'm glad he's enjoying himself for once. He's seemed so down lately, worrying about the practice. Ruth turns to me and laughs. He never changes. I watch as he hands over his money to the operative. One of us will always have to look after Olivia, I say. It will be a long time before we do that kind of thing together. Oh, did you want to go too? Ruth says. I can stay with the buggy. That's not what I'd meant, not really. But I grab my chance at freedom. Are you sure? I reply. Thanks. I run after Matt, paying my money and pushing myself up into the swing beside him. You're joining me? He asks with a grin. Yep, I say, laughing and looking around. As an adult, I notice things I'd never have paid attention to as a teenager. The rusty cogs in the rotating wheel on top of the ride, the way the swings sway in the slightest wind, the fact that the guy who comes to lower the bars across us is no more than 18. My heart thumps loudly in my chest. The ride starts to turn, slowly at first, and then faster. I try not to think about the fact that it has only been assembled today. I look back towards the ground, seeking out Ruth and Olivia. I can't see them at first. The chairs gather speed, and it's hard to pick them out in the blur. We start to rise high in the sky as the ride goes faster and faster. I feel the breeze in my hair. Matt laughs. I spot Ruth's purple coat in the crowd, but I can't see Olivia, my eyes searching desperately for her. Then I see something. A pram zigzagging across the field, away from me and into the distance. A grey and blue pram. My pram. Being wheeled away by a woman in a long dark coat. I feel sick as the ride spins, and I try to turn my head to follow the pram. "Olivia!" I scream. "Olivia!" But no one can hear me. The wind is too loud. Beside me, Matt hasn't turned his head. "Matt!" I crane my neck, but the G-force works against me, and it's a struggle to keep looking at him. "Matt!" I wave my arm, reaching out to hit him, gripping the metal chain with my other hand. I make contact with his elbow, and he turns. "What?" I see him mouth the words, but I can't hear the sound. We're going even faster now, the wind blowing into us. As I turn to Matt, my swing loses its straight trajectory and veers from side to side. "Olivia!" I shout. I try to point, but we're moving so fast that I can't identify the woman with the pram anymore. She's merged into the blur of the crowd. "Olivia?" Matt mouths. "We need to stop the ride." "What?" But there's no button to press. Nothing I can do. My heart beats faster and faster. Right at this moment, my daughter is being taken away from me. Right now. I'm blinded by panic. "Stop the ride!" I shout. No response. No one can hear me. "Stop the ride!" It's slowing of its own accord now, the beat of the music slowing with it, and I can see Ruth in the crowd again, looking at her phone, oblivious to the absence of the buggy beside her. "What's wrong?" Matt shouts, and now I can hear him. "Olivia, I left her with your mum, but now the buggy's gone." The ride's still spinning, but I'm close enough to the ground to release the bar across my chair and jump down. I fall, banging my knee on the metal floor. Matt jumps down beside me. I run, pushing aside spinning chairs. I get to the small gate and run down the steps, dizzy and unsure of my footing. I rush over to Ruth. "Where's Olivia?" I ask, breathless. She looks up from her phone. "Good ride?" "Where's Olivia, Mum?" Matt says, catching up. "Oh, Sarah took her. She needed a nappy change." I burst into tears. She's safe. "Mum," Matt says, "you need to tell us before you hand her over to someone else. Claire was worried." "I could hardly tell you, could I?" Ruth looks perplexed, her eyes flicking back to her phone. "You were on the ride?" "She's okay then?" I ask, struggling to get the words out through the wall of relief. "Of course she's okay." I see Sarah coming towards us with the buggy. I break into a run towards my baby. Sarah's smile turns into a frown when she sees my face. "What's wrong?" But I already have my arms in the buggy, desperately undoing the buckle and pulling my daughter out into my arms. "Olivia," I whisper into her hair. "Olivia." I never thought I'd ring a helpline, but I don't know what else to do. My birthday was a one-off event, a taste of how family life could be if things were different. Now everything's returned to normal. I'm trapped inside the four walls of this house, trying to entertain my daughter all day, every day, trying to convince myself I'm okay. I know I shouldn't feel this way. I'm lucky. I have a successful husband, a big house, a beautiful daughter. A leaflet for a helpline for mothers dropped through my door a few days ago. Since then, I've been reading and rereading it, turning it over in my hands until the edges are worn. I just want someone to talk to. My daughter is asleep upstairs. This is my chance. I type the number into my phone and then stare at the digits. I swallow, and then, without letting myself think, I click the call button. The phone rings and rings before it connects.
Hello?
The voice on the other end sounds harassed, as if I might have interrupted something. Hi, I say. Have I got the right number? Is this the helpline for mothers?
Yes, she says,
her voice softer now.
How can I help you?
I don't know, really. I laugh. I'm not the kind of person who rings helplines. I normally have it all together. This whole thing's a mistake. I shouldn't have rung. I consider hanging up, but something makes me hold on.
What kind of person rings helplines?
I don't know. Lonely people?
Are you lonely?
I swallow. Perhaps a bit. I don't go out that much. I run my hands over the bruises on my arms, pressing each in turn and flinching at the pain.
You don't go out?
No, I don't like to.
Why not?
Can I tell her? I'd be too ashamed to tell a friend. And besides, I have no friends to tell anymore. I have a lot of bruises, and I don't like to go out in public. It sounds so pathetic, so impossibly vain.
How did you get the bruises?
My husband. He has a difficult job. He gets stressed.
Are you saying he hits you?
I feel uncertain now, as if I might be making a huge mistake, to reveal the part of our marriage that's just between me and my husband, the part I'm ashamed of. But I desperately need to talk to someone. Is this conversation confidential? I ask.
Of course.
Yes. He hits me. I say it so quietly. I think she might not hear. But she does.
I'm so sorry, she says.
My stomach knots, and I instantly regret saying anything. I'm not a victim. I don't need her pity. Calling the helpline was a mistake. I need to get off the phone before I tell her anything else. Gosh, I say, trying to smile, so my voice sounds more upbeat. I didn't realize the time. I really have to go. My daughter will be waking up from her nap.
Sure,
the woman says, but I don't think she really believes me. I never got to ask your advice on activities to do with my daughter in the house, I say, trying to convince her that I called for a practical reason. But my voice cracks as I speak. We both know that's not what I really called about.
Well, you can call back any time. We're open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Chapter 14. When Emma arrives at our door, I wrap my arms around her in a bear hug. I'm so grateful she's offered to babysit. She steps over the threshold into our house, and I take her coat and hang it on the rack. I know I'm a bit early, Emma says, but I didn't know what to do with myself at home without Lizzie. Dan's looking after her, so I thought I'd come and help you get ready. I take her through to the living room, where Olivia lies on her playmat. She starts to whine, and Emma leans over her. "Hello, Olivia," she says. "Hello, hello, hello." She tickles her feet, and Olivia manages a smile. I escape to the kitchen to make tea, snatching a precious break away from my daughter. When I take Emma her tea, she holds out a wrapped gift towards me. "I have a present for you," she announces, smiling. "Oh," I say, embarrassed. "There's really no need." She's the one doing us the favour. "Well, it's really more for Olivia than you. I couldn't resist spoiling her." Emma watches intently as I tear open the wrapping paper. Inside is a picture. It's a drawing of children playing on a bridge over a river, dropping sticks into the water. I found it in a charity shop, she says. Oh. Just like that, I'm back in my nightmare from the other night. The river. Matt holding Olivia below the surface of the water. I feel the fear rise up inside me and try to swallow it back down. It was only a dream. Emma sees my expression. Don't you like it? She asks, her voice filled with concern. I do. It was just unexpected. Thank you. I give her a hug and hold her for a couple of seconds, allowing myself a moment to calm my nerves. Let's go and hang it up, she says. It'll cover the wallpaper I know you hate. Make Olivia's room into a proper nursery. Don't worry, I can do it later. No, let's do it now. We'll never get round to it otherwise. At her insistence, we go upstairs, and I try to push the memory of the dream out of my mind. In Olivia's room, there's a hook above the cot. Emma hangs the picture, while Olivia wriggles in my arms. Emma stands back to appreciate it. There, she says. It really works in the space. I stare at it. I hate it. I want to tear it straight down. Tears start to well up as we leave the room. I can take it down later, I tell myself. I can't say anything to Emma now. I can't be ungrateful. Emma is already on to the next thing. What are you going to wear? She asks. I don't know. I haven't had time to think about it. Olivia has been restless all day, and I've been counting down the hours until tonight. Let me help you, Emma says. She heads towards our bedroom, and for a moment I hesitate. I don't want her in my personal space. I haven't cleared away the nappy bags from earlier, and the washing basket is overflowing. I follow her with Olivia. I'm being silly. Emma knows me. She's my friend and she has her own baby. She won't care if the bedroom is messy. She knows what it's like trying to keep on top of everything. I strap Olivia in her chair in the bedroom, but she immediately starts crying. I draw the curtains and sit on top of the tangle of duvet on the unmade bed to breastfeed her. Emma steps over Olivia's rattle on the floor and goes over to the temporary fabric cupboard that's sagging under the weight of our clothes. She thumbs through my dresses. This one's nice, she says, holding up a blue and white striped dress that I last wore to a spring wedding 5 years ago. Definitely doesn't fit, I say. I've kept it in the cupboard hopefully, thinking that one day maybe I'd squeeze back into it. I indicate my stomach. I guess it takes a while to shift the baby weight. I say it lightly, but I feel horribly self-conscious. I've been meaning to do some more exercise, like the doctor suggested. Emma holds it up in front of the mirror. Even in her jeans and fitted t-shirt, she's beautiful. I can't help comparing her body to mine. Her flat stomach doesn't overhang her jeans, and her breasts are pert and small. I try to control my jealousy. If you saw Emma in the street, you'd find it hard to believe she'd recently had a baby. Can I try it on? Emma asks. Oh, yeah, sure. I feel a stab of annoyance. I know Emma will look better in the dress than I ever looked in it, even when I was much thinner. Emma wriggles out of her jeans. I can see the scar of a cesarean etched across her belly. Not so perfect, after all. I immediately feel guilty. Emma pulls her top over her head and slips the dress on. It fits perfectly, clinging in all the right places. Her straight blonde hair hangs neatly down the back. Self-consciously, I run my fingers through my own messy hair. I want to straighten it before I go out. I notice Emma's perfectly manicured nails. How do you look after Lizzie without breaking a nail? I ask. Emma laughs as she twirls round in front of the mirror, looking at her reflection over her shoulder. Practice, she says. You make childcare look easy. Thanks, she replies with a smile. I take Olivia off my breast, and she whines. Emma picks her up and spins her around, the skirt of my dress swirling with her. I go over to the cupboard and pick out a blue-grey pinafore. It isn't as sexy as the other dress, but it's flattering. I've worn it since I've given birth, and it disguises my stomach. I pull it over my head and look in the mirror. I must be nearly twice the size of Emma. You look awesome, Emma says, and I try and smile. Matt's going to be blown away. Now, let's do your hair and makeup. Emma puts Olivia back in the baby seat. Then she starts straightening my unruly hair while I apply my mascara. It feels nice to be pampered for once. When we hear Matt's key in the lock, we're concentrating so hard that we both jump, and the mascara wand jabs my eye. Ow! My eyes start to water, and I blink rapidly. Don't worry, I'll redo it, Emma says. There's plenty of time. Matt comes into the bedroom and puts down his rucksack. He nods at Emma. Hi, he says. I'm Matt. Emma, she replies, holding out her hand with a smile. That's Claire's dress, he says. His eyes dart over Emma's body before he corrects himself and looks at her face. He turns to me briefly. You look beautiful, he says, as if he hasn't noticed the mascara down my face. Thanks, I reply, feeling invisible as his eyes return to Emma. 45 minutes later, Matt and I wander up Oxford High Street, navigating the pavement easily without a buggy to manoeuvre. I feel so free. Matt puts his hand gently on the small of my back, and I feel a tug of affection for him. We haven't had an evening out since we moved, and I want to make the most of it. We find the small Italian restaurant that Ruth recommended. It has a handful of intimate, candle-lit tables. I look at Matt. We desperately need these moments together. The waiter pulls out a chair for me, and I sit, tugging the skirt of my dress down. The extra weight on my stomach has made it ride up, but Matt doesn't seem to notice. He's already studying the set menu intently. I'm handed the wine list by the waiter, and I scan it quickly. Would it really hurt to have a drink tonight? Just the one, to celebrate our time together. We could get a bottle, I whisper to Matt, as if it's the naughtiest thing in the world. Matt shakes his head. You know that's a bad idea, Claire. My heart sinks. Matt's never liked me drinking. He prefers a life of colas at pubs, water at weddings. He thinks the alcohol makes me out of control. But I'm not like that anymore. And sometimes I just want a drink. I need to unwind after the stress of the day. But it's not worth an argument, so I drop it. He reaches across the table for my hand. Let's just enjoy tonight, he says. Enjoy being alive and having each other. The evening flies by in a haze of conversation. We've hardly spoken since Olivia was born, not properly. We've talked about nappy changes and feeding schedules and what baby equipment we need to buy. We've discussed moving house and unpacking and fixing the toilet that isn't flushing properly. But we've hardly spoken about ourselves. Tonight is different. I feel connected again, part of a partnership. Are you settling back into the village okay? I ask, remembering Matt saying that it was difficult returning to his childhood home. He smiles. I'm getting there, he says. But I feel like an imposter sometimes, like I'm just playing a role.
Vet, family man. People have known me too long here. I feel like they can see right through me.
I nod. I feel like an imposter as a mother sometimes, too.
You're a good mum, Claire,
he says, reaching for my hand. It doesn't feel that way, I reply, turning my face away from him to try and hide the tears that are forming.
You have postnatal depression. It's an illness. It doesn't mean you're a bad mum. Is there anything I can do to help?
He reminds me of the old Matt now, the one who's kind and caring and looks out for me, not the stressed man he's become since we moved. I need to see you more. Now Sarah's working for you, can you get away from the office earlier? Help more with Olivia.
I can try, Matt says. But we really haven't got enough business yet, enough customers. We're hemorrhaging money.
He sweeps his curly dark hair out of his eyes. I feel guilty. It was me that was so set on moving out of London and starting afresh. We don't have to stay here, you know. We could move back. I say the unthinkable. I know in my heart I can't return to London. I want to keep that part of my life in the past, put it behind me.
No, he says. We should try and make it work. I want the practice to be a viable business. I want us to have the family life we moved for.
Me too, I say. Our main course arrives, and Matt attacks his lamb steak with his knife. It will be much better once your mother's cleared out the house. And we've drained the pond. Ruth and Jack are coming round to help us with the pond tomorrow.
Yes, I'm glad you persuaded Mum to sort the house.
I nod. I wish Matt was better at sticking up for himself with her, rather than leaving things to me. We start to talk about the future, and the mood lifts. Between us, we conjure up a different life. A life where Matt's surgery becomes profitable, and he hires enough staff to work 4 days a week, and spend more time with Olivia and me. A life filled with laughter, with lots of family time. In our fantasy, I find freelance work as a journalist, and diligently write articles after Olivia's gone to bed. Ruth clears the cottage and helps with babysitting, and eventually we have enough money to put down a deposit on a house of our own.
I think we can do this, Matt says, smiling.
Me too. I'm relieved we're on the same page again, sharing our dreams and aspirations, imagining our lives together. Matt leans across the table and takes my hand in his. I want to reach out and touch him properly. It feels like we've found each other again after being lost in the wilderness. We've been two individuals leading separate lives in the same house, with a screaming, unreasonable baby between us. I want us to be a couple again. The waitress brings the dessert, and Matt moves his hand out of the way so she can put the piece of chocolate cake in the middle of the table between us. I take the fork, cut off a corner, and put it into Matt's waiting mouth. He laughs, and crumbs sprinkle across the table. I laugh too. Matt rubs his leg against mine under the table. I raise my eyebrows at him, and a slow smile plays out on his face.
I want to take you home,
he whispers, his eyes playful. I want that too. I feel a restless excitement as he squeezes my hand.
Do you want to get a hotel room?
He asks. We can't afford it, I reply. But I know that if we don't take this opportunity, we'll never get another one. Olivia breastfeeds every 2 hours at night, and the curtains in our bedroom don't quite close. I'm convinced my mother-in-law can see in. Besides, I want Matt now. If we wait, go home, speak to Emma, settle Olivia, the moment will be lost. A cheap hotel seems worth it to get our marriage on track. Space completely to ourselves, without having to worry that Olivia will wake up. Matt settles the bill quickly, leaving a big tip. He's grinning from ear to ear as we stroll down the high street, hand in hand. I feel all the anticipation of a first date or a one-night stand. The world has a sense of unreality to it, an excitement. I feel so alive. I need Matt. Now. Matt knows a B&B around the corner, and he takes my hand and leads me down the street. We walk quickly, half running, drunk with desire. Suddenly I think of Olivia, and I have to stop to check my phone. There are no messages from Emma. She must be fine. As I put my phone away, Matt pushes me lightly into a doorway and puts his mouth over mine. His kiss is deep and eager, and I shiver with excitement. I feel young again as Matt presses his body into mine. It's been so long. Too long. Matt's weight pushes my body against the glass panel of the shop door, and I worry the alarm will go off. I feel his hot breath on my neck as his hand moves down my dress and brushes my bare skin. "I want you," he whispers. "Not here." I'm breathless as his mouth moves lower, his kisses moving down my neck. I look over his head to the map on my phone. The B&B's only 5 minutes away. I mumble into his hair. I push him lightly, and we move back into the street. A man glances sideways at us, and I run my hand through my tangled hair and blush. Matt reaches for my hand. "I can see the B&B sign," I say, and we speed towards it. The entrance is a small blue door, with a tiny sign on the doorbell. Matt prods the doorbell confidently. There's no speakerphone and no immediate answer. Matt's mouth is back over mine as we hear footsteps on the stairs. The door swings open.
"Do you have a room for tonight?"
Matt asks, breathless.
150,
the woman says, looking us up and down. It sounds too much, and for a moment I question the whole idea.
"We'll take it,"
Matt says. "Follow me." The check-in is painfully slow, and we listen to the details of the breakfast that costs an extra £15, and a description of the local area. Matt catches my eye and grins. Neither of us wants to admit we live locally. Eventually, we're left to our own devices. We follow the threadbare carpet, down an unlit corridor, to room 7. I open the door with trepidation. The handle is sticky. We turn on the light, but the bulb is so weak it does little more than cast shadows. I can just about make out the brown and green 1970s zigzag pattern of the carpet. In this light, it's impossible to tell whether the room has been cleaned. But right now, I couldn't care less. Matt interrupts my thoughts, wrapping his arms around me and pushing me back onto the bed. I relax. As Matt positions himself on top of me, I reach one last time into my handbag and check my phone. No calls from Emma. Olivia is fine. Matt's body sinks into mine, and I wrap my arms around him. We kiss, and I roll him over so I'm on top of him. I'm eager to discover him again. Everything feels new and exciting, as if we've only just met. I unbutton his shirt slowly, my fingers lingering on the small patch of hair on his chest. His torso lifts, muscles defined as he shrugs out of his shirt. He doesn't have time to go to the gym anymore, but his body remains ripped from his physical work. I run my hands through his hair and then back down over his chest. He cups my breasts, then lifts my dress over my head. I wish I'd dressed for sex, but I hadn't. When I got ready, I automatically put my dress on over my nursing bra. My breasts are trapped inside, but it's only a second before Matt releases them, and my nipple is in his mouth. I pull away, the sensitivity too much. He kisses my neck and I stretch myself out, welcoming his lips and his hands as they delve lower. As I fiddle urgently with the buckle of his belt, I realize I've needed this. I wonder if this connection can fill the desperate emptiness inside me, if this is all it will take to fix me. Matt sits up and pulls off his trousers and boxers. I pull down my off-white cotton knickers. I climb back on top of him, and he's inside me in one swift motion. I see the reflection of my phone flashing on the ceiling, but I ignore it. I'm lost in the moment, the feel of Matt inside me, my skin against his. At last. I savour it, closing my eyes and losing myself in his rhythm. We've waited too long for this, and when it comes, it's fleeting, intense. My orgasm draws me in and then lets me loose. Too soon. His quickly follows. I allow myself a few minutes in his arms, our naked bodies sharing warmth. I want to linger here forever. But I picture Emma waiting for us patiently, sitting straight-backed on our sofa, and I pick up my phone to check the time. There's a missed call from Emma. I remember the flash of the phone against the ceiling, my brain fuzzy with desire. My choice to ignore it. Panic consumes me. There's only one reason Emma would have called. Olivia. Sounds and images flash through my head. Olivia screaming, Olivia's limbs broken and bent, Olivia burned, Olivia drowned. The clunk of Olivia hitting her head as she falls out of her cot. The smell of bleach at the hospital. A tiny body surrounded by nurses. I pull away from Matt's arm, a dead weight around me. I jab at the call button on my phone. It rings. And rings. Listening to it ringing, I collect my knickers, bra and dress from their scattered locations across the room. I imagine us racing to the hospital. I give Matt a hard push to get him out of the bed. Voicemail. I press the call button again as I wriggle into my underwear. "What's wrong?" Matt asks from the bed. I shush him, even though the only sound at the other end of the phone is the incessant ringing, until it goes to voicemail once more. Why isn't she answering? Maybe they aren't allowed phones in the hospital. Maybe Emma doesn't want to answer because she can't bear to tell me bad news, to tell me my daughter's dead. Maybe I should be sitting down to make this call. "Hello, Claire?" She's picked up. I can't speak. I'm terrified of what she might say. But the background is quiet. There are no hospital sounds, no sirens. "Claire, is everything all right?" I force the words out. "Where's Olivia?" I ask. "She's upstairs," Emma says. "In her cot." The relief is so intense that I sink back onto the bed. I let out the breath I was holding. "Oh," I say. "Oh. How's your evening been?" she asks. "Good," I say, glancing at Matt, who is staring at me, bemused. "It's been good." Matt starts stroking my arm, and I push his hand away. "Don't rush back," Emma says. "Everything's fine here." "You rang me?" I ask, my voice shaking. The adrenaline has not yet dissipated. "Oh, yeah, I did. Just to tell you she went to bed okay and not to worry. Be out as long as you like." "I think we'll come back now," I say. I can't lose the uneasy feeling, can't slow my heartbeat. I need to get back to my daughter. "No rush." I hang up the phone and turn to Matt. He wraps his arms around me, kisses my neck. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," I say. But I can't get the images of Olivia in hospital out of my head. "One more time?" he asks, his eyes lowering to my breasts. No, let's get back.
Come on, Claire. We've paid for the room.
I can't. I need to check on Olivia.
Seriously?
He thumps the pillow in frustration. Somewhere down the corridor, I can hear the rhythmic creaking of bed springs. I dress and wash my hands. Matt turns on the shower, but I switch it off again, handing him his boxes. He turns it back on.
Claire, just let me shower.
I stand and watch him, tapping my foot impatiently as the soap suds cascade over his muscled chest. There's the beep of a text message from the bedroom, and I rush back in to check my phone. But it's not mine. It's Matt's. Another text message from Sarah. His phone is locked, so yet again I can't see what it says. I swallow, feeling slightly sick. Why is she texting him on Friday night? Matt appears behind me, the threadbare towel wrapped around his waist, and I quickly drop the phone back onto the bed. We need to get back, I say. Hurry up and get dressed. I hand him his clothes, one item at a time, wishing he'd speed up. I still can't lose the sense of panic I feel, the sense that something awful is about to happen to Olivia, that something's going to tear my family apart. There's not enough time. I have to get home. I need to make sure my daughter is safe. Chapter 15. My hands tingle in the bitterly cold air. The grass is hard with frost, but Ruth has arrived with Jack and Sarah in tow, determined to fulfill her promise to dig out our pond. In Wellington boots, she issues instructions to Jack and Matt, telling them how to get leverage as they dig out underneath the frozen reeds. Emma is here too, pulling on gardening gloves, ready to help. Sarah has the shears in her hands and is cutting back the plants that grow round the edges to make it easier for the others. She looks like an advert for the fresh country air, her auburn hair barely contained by a neat ponytail, her freckles still present even though the summer is long gone. She has a silk scarf wrapped tightly around her neck, yellow and orange, and entirely inappropriate for outdoor work. I think of the text messages she's been sending Matt late at night, and wonder what they're about. I bet Ruth would have preferred Matt to marry her. Homely, comforting, and seemingly with no desire to move from the place where she grew up. She's the ideal match. I park Olivia's buggy by the back door. She's wrapped up warm in her winter snowsuit, hat, and mittens. She stares out at the pond, fascinated by everything going on around her. I can feel my Wellington boots chafing the back of my ankles as I bend over my baby. Ruth has found them for me in the shed, and they are slightly too small, digging into me. She's beautiful. Sarah is beside me, cooing into the buggy. Thanks. Olivia manages a smile for her before she twists her head round, trying to get comfortable. Sarah puts her hand on my arm. I'm so sorry about the fair, she says. I didn't realize you'd notice Olivia was gone while you were on the ride. I thought I was being helpful, changing her nappy. What does she mean she didn't think I'd notice? I wonder for a moment if she was testing me, seeing if I'd miss my own daughter. I dismiss the thought. It's just paranoia. Instead, I smile at her. It's okay, I say. Next time, just ask me first. Of course, Sarah says. Honestly, I'm sorry. Ruth interrupts us with a shout. Bring Olivia over here. She points to the path leading to the pond. She can watch the action. I hesitate for a second, and then remind myself that I can't let my fear of water define my life. Olivia will be fine. She'll be right next to Ruth. I wheel the buggy over. making sure it's not too close to the pond's edge. As I park it next to Ruth in a shady spot on the concrete path, it feels like a relief to hand responsibility for Olivia over to someone else. Ruth looks down at Olivia and waves at her, before turning back to issue instructions to Matt, who is now calf-deep in the pond, tugging at the reeds. An image enters my head, uninvited. A tiny arm, tangled in the reeds. I push the thought away. "I expect we'll all want a cup of tea soon," Ruth says to me, and I gladly retreat to the kitchen, away from the pond. I'll be pleased when it's empty, and I no longer see the light reflecting on the water when I look out into the garden, taunting me. I turn on the kettle and get out the mugs. For a moment, I observe the scene outside. A harmonious family, working together. It feels good, like a warm embrace. Maybe I can learn to like Ruth, or if not, then at least understand her. They are the only family I have, after all, and I'm lucky to have them around. I watch Ruth bend over the buggy to talk to Olivia. She clearly loves her granddaughter. I can't ask for more than that. I just wish I could love Olivia the same way. Someone squeezes my shoulder, and I jump. "I didn't mean to scare you," Emma says, joining me at the sink. "I scraped my hand on a thorn. I just need to clean it up. I'm sure there are some plasters somewhere." I go to the cupboard that's still full of Matt's grandmother's medication and root around. There are some plasters at the back, and I take one and hand it to Emma. "Are you all right?" she asks. "Just about coping," I say, forcing a smile. Her eyes crinkle in concern. "You don't have to carry everything on your own, Claire. You can talk to me any time." "Thanks. I know you're there for me. But I think I'm used to it now. I felt this way since she was born." I remember when Olivia was first handed to me. I'd expected to feel the overwhelming love everyone had told me about, that I was looking forward to so much. But she was a blood-stained, scrunched-up bundle of flesh. She screamed and screamed, a high-pitched mewling, like a strangled cat. Skin to skin, that's what they'd said, and I held her close against me. Two bodies together. I waited to feel something, willing myself to feel anything. But my first feeling towards my baby was resentment. My second feeling was crushing guilt. "Things will work out the way they should," Emma says, putting her arm gently around me. "I promise. It may not seem like it now, but there's karma in the world. Everything corrects itself in the end. You'd better get back out." I'm ashamed of my tears, and I suddenly want to be on my own. I can't bear the thought of her judging me. "They'll be wondering where you are." I run upstairs to the bathroom and dab at my eyes with loo roll. When I look in the mirror, they are still red-rimmed, and I stay a little longer, sitting on the closed toilet. I want to stay here forever, but eventually I get up, take a deep breath, and leave the bathroom. I go into my bedroom to apply some makeup over my blotchy face. I stop stock still. Someone's there. "Sarah?" She's by the window. In her hand is a photo of me and Matt that she's picked up from the dressing table. We're on our honeymoon in Borneo. I'm smiling ear to ear with my arm around Matt. There's an orangutan just about in shot behind us, if you look closely. I got the photos printed a few days ago, and put them out to remind myself what Matt and I have together. "What are you doing?" The way she was staring at our photos so intently makes me feel uneasy. She's in my personal space, touching my property, scrutinizing the photos of my honeymoon. With my husband. She puts the frame down clumsily, and it falls face down. She quickly rights it. "Oh, I'm sorry." She seems flustered, I was waiting for the bathroom and I wandered in.
I frown. I'm sure the bedroom door was closed. Why did she think she could just come in? The bathroom's free now, I tell her abruptly. She leaves, and I go over to the dressing table, rearranging the photos so they align. I hate the thought of someone moving my things around, touching what's not theirs. It reminds me of my hairbrush falling between the bed and the table the other day. I'm certain Ruth moved it when she was nosing around. No one seems to respect anyone's privacy around here. I apply my makeup quickly and hurry back to the kitchen, still feeling annoyed with Sarah. I pour the hot water over the tea bags and position the cups on a tray. Ruth, Jack, and Emma have started to move the rocks that line the edge of the pond, but they stop for a tea break. Matt is talking to Sarah, their heads bowed together. He tips his head back and laughs. I bristle. He hardly ever laughs with me anymore. I force a smile as I hand them their mugs, before giving the remaining cup to Jack. Emma comes straight over. Are you okay? Fine, thank you. I lie. She follows my gaze to Matt and Sarah. They get on well? She says quietly. Well, you know, they have shared history. I think about how much time they are spending with each other, much more time than Matt spends with me. Then I think of Sarah in my bedroom, and the late-night texts she's been sending. What does she want with my husband? Emma frowns, and we watch Sarah and Matt go over to Olivia's buggy and coo at her. Olivia's tiny hand grabs at Sarah's bright patterned scarf, and Sarah laughs as she pulls it away. She's broody. She wants a baby, Emma says, matter-of-factly. But she doesn't have a partner, I laugh. But as I watch Sarah fussing over Olivia, I wonder if there's something in it. She had said she hadn't found the right man since she miscarried Matt's baby. What if she's not over him? I'd watch her, Emma advises. Matt and I are fine. It sounds more defensive than I intend. It's not Matt you have to worry about. It's women who are manipulative, not men. They betray your trust. I've learnt that the hard way. They're just friends, I insist. Well, just be careful. Anyone can see she wants what you have. Your perfect daughter, your perfect husband. No one's life is perfect, I say, as I watch Sarah slap Matt on the shoulder and giggle girlishly at a joke he's made. After a few minutes, I collect the mugs and take them back to the kitchen. The others stand chatting round the buggy, obscuring Olivia from my view. I'll come out and help as soon as I've washed up, I say. The truth is, I long to be on my own, away from everyone. I'm finding it difficult being by the pond. It brings back too many memories. Memories I'd rather forget. I turn on the taps to fill the sink, when I notice a movement out of the corner of my eye. The buggy. Olivia's buggy. It's rolling down the path towards the pond. I shout out, but no one turns. They can't hear me through the kitchen window. I run to the door, push it open and run down the path. The buggy! The buggy! They turn to me, away from Olivia, and I watch as the buggy reaches the pond, and the front wheel tips into the water. The whole thing teeters on the edge for a terrifying second, before the back wheels follow. Within moments, it submerges. Hi. Hi. I'm glad it's her on the other end of the phone. The calm, familiar voice. I call the helpline so often that I feel like I know her now. I've lost all pretense of ringing about parenting activities. I ring because I need to talk. I ring because she listens. What's been going on in the last few days? She asks softly. I think that I can't live with him anymore. His behaviour. I think I've lost my sense of what's normal. What's he done?
Nothing unusual. Well, not for him. I'm sitting on the bed. There's a blood stain on the corner of the pillowcase, and I run my hand over the hardened surface. I'll have to wash the sheets this afternoon, before he gets home.
What's he done?
Well, nothing. We had sex last night. I suppose that's good. Sex is important in a marriage, isn't it?
But
I guess I didn't really want to. It was more him than me. I said no initially, but I eventually gave in.
You gave in?
Yeah, I had to. He's a passionate guy.
You know that's wrong, don't you?
Her voice remains soft, but I can hear the accusation in it. She thinks I'm weak, that I can't stand up to him. I don't think it's wrong. I twist the corner of the pillow slip in my hand, tying it into a knot. Well, I must have wanted it, mustn't I? Because I had sex with him. I guess he persuaded me. I feel the bubble of confusion rising up in me. I'm exposed. I can see the lies I'm telling myself, and I don't want to face them.
Does he have any history of this?
What do you mean?
Well, I guess in my experience, men who treat women like that have often done it before, to others.
In your experience? Has she gone through this too?
Lots of women are harassed, assaulted, injured.
Lots?
By men like your husband.
Have you been? I ask hesitantly. Have you been treated like this?
Not in the way that you have, she says. But no woman is immune, not in the world we live in.
Thanks, I say. That makes me feel better. I wish I was with her now, by her side, having coffee instead of talking over the phone. We speak so often she feels like a friend, not a volunteer on a helpline.
That's okay, she replies. That's what I'm here for.
Are you married? I ask. Even though we talk all the time, I know so little about her. I want to check she understands what it's like to be married, the give and take that's required, and the sacrifices you have to make.
Yes.
Do you ever feel, like being married, you have to give up a part of yourself?
Sometimes, yes.
I feel that too, I say. And when he treats me badly, I wonder if I deserve it.
Why would you think that?
Because I knew him before. I'd heard rumours, and I still chose to marry him. Chapter 16. Matt reaches the pond first. He tugs at the buggy, but it sticks. Olivia is submerged, drowning. I'm in the water within seconds, my hands feeling for the straps that hold Olivia under, as Sarah joins Matt, grabbing the buggy's handle and pulling as hard as she can. My hands find the straps over Olivia's waterlogged clothes, and I struggle to undo them. The buckles are filled with silt. It's not working. I reach down into the murky water and find the front wheel. I lift it with all my strength, and eventually it releases. Matt and Sarah fall back onto the path, the buggy with Olivia inside following them and tipping over. Silence. There should be screams, but there's silence. Terror rips through me. I hear a disconnected voice and realise Ruth is on the phone to the ambulance service. "Come now," she says, her voice a whisper. "Please." Matt has released Olivia from the straps. The waterlogged hood of her winter coat covers her mouth. I pull it off her face. She can't breathe. How long has she been unable to breathe? Matt holds her as he runs his fingers around her mouth, pulling out small bits of pondweed. He turns her upside down, hits her back, and a spurt of water shoots out. He lies her on the grass and starts mouth to mouth. I crouch beside her, and hold her tiny hand. She feels so fragile. This can't be happening. Not again. Her hand is muddy and cold. I kiss it over and over, tasting the algae from the pond on my lips. She's freezing. Her winter clothes stick to her. "Go inside," I shout at Emma. "Get her warm clothes and towels. They're upstairs in the bathroom cupboard." I don't know if Emma heard the last bit. She's already gone, closely followed by Sarah. "The ambulance will be here any minute," Ruth says over and over again as she paces the garden. Olivia finally screams, and I hug her close to me, overcome with relief. Her wet clothes soak through my jeans, and I start to strip her as Emma appears with a dry outfit. Paramedics are in the garden, kneeling over her before we have the chance to put the clothes on. They wrap her in blankets, check her, and then take her to the ambulance. Matt and I get in, and I sit strapped to the seat, hugging Olivia. I realise that we haven't got her clothes with us. Emma shouts into the ambulance. "I'll follow in the car." "Bring some nappies," I call back, "and the clothes." Olivia whimpers in my arms, and I hold her closer, hugging her tightly to my chest. "Keep her warm," the paramedic says. Her tiny face gazes up at me, meeting my eyes. Guilt rips through me. I'm sorry, I whisper. How can I have taken my eyes off her, even for a moment? I feel the vomit rise in my throat. I can't do this. I can't watch her every second. I'm not good enough. I don't deserve a child. The inside of the ambulance is full of noise, the sirens and Olivia's cries echoing around us. I never thought I'd be so grateful to hear her scream. We arrive at the hospital, and we're taken through the double doors to A&E. It's like a warm welcome to hell. All the seats are full, and people sit on the small coffee tables between the chairs, on the floor, anywhere. A drunk man lies sprawled across the floor, and an elderly couple on the seats next to him stare stoically ahead. A young woman holds her boyfriend's head in her arms, while a group of men laugh uproariously by the vending machines, one of them bleeding from the head. The paramedics take us straight past the chaos, through the doors at the end of the waiting room, to the relative calm of the paediatric ward. We're shown to a bed, where we're left waiting to see a nurse. Despite the harsh lighting and noise of A&E, Olivia has fallen asleep in my arms. I shift positions and gently place my hand on her to check she's still breathing. The relief is overwhelming as I feel her little chest rising and falling. Emma appears, her face flushed, as if she's been running, a plastic bag of clothes and nappies in her hands. I smile at her gratefully, thankful that she's here. "How is she?" Emma asks. "We don't know. We're waiting for the nurse." "She looks so peaceful, fast asleep," she says, stroking her head. "What happened?" I direct the question at Matt and Emma. "I was watching from the kitchen window. It all seemed to happen so suddenly. 1 minute the buggy was still, the next minute it was rolling. I don't think the brake was on," Emma says. "There must have been a gust of wind, or someone knocked it, and because the brake was off it just rolled." "What?" Matt turns to me, his voice a roar. "You left the brake off?" He looks at me incredulously. I think back, remembering Ruth asking me to bring the buggy nearer to the pond. I remember feeling uneasy about bringing Olivia closer to the water. I was distracted, caught up in my fear of the water. Had I set the brake? I can't remember, but it must have been me who forgot. I was the one who moved the buggy. "I'm sorry," I say, my face flushing. "She could have died." Matt puts his head between his hands, unable to look at me. "I'm sorry," I repeat, his words sinking in. "This is all my fault. I could have killed her. I'll never forgive myself." Emma puts an arm on my shoulder. "It could happen to anyone," she says. Emma reaches down and strokes Olivia's face, and I hold my daughter closer. She's so precious, so small. I don't want anyone to touch her. "How could you have forgotten the break?" Matt studies my face for answers, but I have none. "I don't know," I whisper. "Claire, this can't go on. You're so absent-minded. It's putting our daughter in danger. We can't ignore it any more." "Go easy on her," Emma says. Her voice has an authoritative edge, and I'm grateful to her for stepping in. She turns to me. "Don't blame yourself, Claire. We all forget things." "But she could have drowned," I reply, unable to process what's happened. I shiver and try to block the memories from my mind. I can't bear to think about it. "She's safe and sound now," Emma continues. "That's all that matters." Matt paces back and forth in the small cubicle. "That's not all that matters," he says. "It could happen again. If you keep imagining things, getting confused, forgetting stuff, it could happen again." A nurse appears at the curtain, and I redden. What if she overheard? What if she thinks I'm an unfit mother? Will they take my daughter away? I stand, presenting a sleeping Olivia to her. Matt turns to Emma. "You can go," he says bluntly. I see the hurt expression on Emma's face as she shakes her head. "I was there when it happened. I can help explain." "I want her here," I say softly, needing her support. I need someone here who's not angry with me, who doesn't blame me. The nurse turns to me and Emma. "Which of you is Mum? Can you remove the blanket and lie her down?" Emma has automatically moved forward to help, but then she catches herself and steps back. "I'm Mum," I say. As I take the blanket off Olivia and lie her down, she wakes and starts screaming. The nurse looks down her throat, listens to her heart and chest, and checks her temperature and oxygen levels. As she examines her, she asks what happened, and we explain how Olivia fell into the pond. "I think she'll be fine," she says. "Anything else you're worried about?" I shake my head, relief flooding through me. "She's swallowed a lot of water. Is she okay?" asks Matt. "She seems fine, but the doctor will need to check her over," she explains, going to the sink and washing her hands. "Just wait here and the doctor will be with you when she's finished with her other patients." I dress Olivia, and Emma sits down on one of the 2 plastic seats in the corner of the room. Matt chooses to stay next to me, stroking Olivia's soft baby hair. He puts his arm round me, and I feel grateful for his touch. "Are you all right?" he asks. "Yeah," I reply, although I still feel shaky. I just can't believe what's happened. I feel awful. Tears prick my eyes. He nods, and we both stare at our daughter. "We need to do something, Claire. You're not well." "I'll go back to the doctor," I say. Matt nods. "Be assertive this time. Insist you need help." "I will." Matt seems calmer now. He looks down at Olivia. "She's so beautiful, isn't she?" When I look at her, for once I can see what other people see. Her features are delicate, and her lively eyes twinkle. She's beautiful. I feel an unfamiliar surge of love for her. and I want to hold on to it forever. But somehow I know I can't. A voice deep inside tells me that I don't deserve her. It's 9 p.m. before the doctor comes in. Both Matt and I have told Emma she can go multiple times, but she wanted to stay. She's such a good friend to me. She insisted that Dan keep Lizzie a bit longer today, so she could be with us at the hospital. The doctor looks frazzled, her eyes bloodshot, her hair falling out of her messy bun, but she greets us with a warm smile. "I'm Dr. Raja. Which of you are the parents?" "We are," I say, pointing at Matt. The doctor turns to Emma. "And you are?" "A family friend." "Right, great. I know it's getting late, so I'll take a quick look at—" She consults her notes for a moment, and then continues. "I'll take a quick look at Olivia, and then hopefully you should be able to get on your way." I put Olivia back on the bed and undress her as the doctor instructs. She examines her and asks me to explain again what happened. I go through the story, and she listens patiently, occasionally asking for clarification. She turns to me. "Good news. Her general health seems fine, and I can't see any ill effects of what's happened. It must have been quite a shock to you." "It was," I say. "Thanks so much for looking at her." "No problem. There's just one more thing." She turns to Matt and Emma. "Would you two step outside while I speak to Claire for a minute? There's a vending machine in the adults' A&E. I imagine you'll need some refreshment." Matt looks at me uncertainly. "Is that okay with you?" I nod and look at the doctor nervously. My heart beats faster. Does she want to talk to me about my postnatal depression? Or my previous mental health problems? What if she thinks I can't look after Olivia? What if she's right? The doctor holds the door open for Matt and Emma. "There's space in the waiting room for you to sit," she says, smiling. Olivia squirms, and the doctor holds open her legs. I see 2 bruises, one on each inner thigh. They are the size of 5-pence pieces, a shade of dark purple. "Have you noticed these before?" I frown. The bruises would have been right in front of me every time I changed Olivia's nappy. I should have spotted them. But I can't recall seeing them. I often changed the nappy on autopilot, in a daze. "I don't think so," I mumble. "Okay. Do you know how they might have got there?" "No, I don't know. She must have bumped herself." I feel sick. Have I hurt Olivia by mistake? The doctor looks directly at me and sighs. "Claire, babies do bump themselves. They hit their heads, they roll off beds, they bump into things. But babies this age very rarely get bruises in this kind of position, unless someone else has caused them." I swallow. "Do you think I could have hurt her when I was changing her nappy?" My voice is small. I feel like I'm confessing to some awful sin. "Possibly, but I doubt it. You'd really have to be quite rough with her to cause that. Maybe I'm not gentle enough." "Claire, you need to think about whether anyone else could be hurting Olivia. Your husband, perhaps? Is he happy to be a father?" I recall our conversation the other day. He said he'd gone along with my desire to have a baby, that he hadn't wanted her as much as I had. But that doesn't mean he'd hurt Olivia. He loves her. I push the doubts back down. "He's like anyone," I say. "He has good days and bad days." "Okay," the doctor says. "I'm going to refer you to social services. It's nothing to worry about, but they'll visit in the next few days. In the meantime, I suggest you keep an eye on things and, if at all possible,
Supervise anyone who's looking after your child.
Chapter 17. Social services are unexpectedly efficient and arrive the next day. I put on an act for their benefit, pretending to be a competent, loving mother. I'm shocked when they believe me. They look at the bruises on Olivia and tell me to watch out for more. But then they leave. They leave her with me. For some reason, they trust me. They're not going to take her away. I tell myself that everything's going to be all right. But now it's 9 p.m, and Matt's still at work. It's been such a long day, and I'm exhausted. I'm still on my own. Olivia's still screaming, and I've done everything I can possibly think of to calm her. I've fed her until my nipples ache. I've changed her nappy. I've rubbed her back and burped her. I've hugged her. I've held her. I've whispered to her. I've sung to her. I've rocked her. But nothing works. I started to think she must be getting sick of my voice, so I played her nursery rhymes on my phone. When that didn't work, I tried white noise. And now I've resorted to bringing her downstairs to watch television with me. Maybe the flickering light of the television will stimulate her to the point of exhaustion. On days like this, all I want is a glass of wine. I can imagine the tang of a cold glass of Sauvignon as it rests on my tongue before hitting the back of my throat. But Matt won't allow alcohol in the house. He says if it's in the house, then we won't be able to control ourselves. That once we start drinking, we won't be able to stop. When he says we, I know he really means me. Olivia keeps screaming, and I turn the volume up on the television. I'm trying to watch a new crime drama that I've been meaning to watch for ages. I watch a man attack a woman on the screen, his hands crushing her throat. I turn Olivia's face away from the image. I look at my daughter in my arms. She's beautifully fragile, but so angry at the world, angry at me. Her little lungs must have almost run out of breath from screaming. The back of her throat must be red raw. Then Olivia seems to tire, pausing for a second, her eyes staring towards the ceiling. In the silence, I hear a noise. A very faint, high-pitched sound that I've been hearing on and off for the last few nights. I think it's coming from the loft. I'll have to look into it when Matt's around. There's no way I'm going up there on my own. There could be mice up there. Or worse, rats. Olivia's screams restart and drown out everything else. If there was something in the house, or someone, I wouldn't even know. I shiver. On the television, the man has taken the woman's body into the woods and is meticulously cutting her into tiny pieces with a chainsaw. I don't want to be here on my own anymore. I have to get out of the house. I get up from the sofa and turn the TV and light off. The pure darkness alarms me, and I quickly turn the light back on. It's so cold this winter, and the threat of snow has been on the horizon for a couple of days. But I can't stay inside. I pile Olivia into her snowsuit, and then into the buggy, and leave the cottage, waiting until the final moment to turn the lights out once more. Olivia's screams lessen as the cold air hits her. I know I should have put her hat on, but we won't be out long. There's nowhere to go in the village at night. I'll just walk her long enough to get her to sleep, and then return home. The bulb in the porch has gone, and so our driveway is pitch black. I can just about make out the bramble bushes that line the entrance to the cottage. From this position, standing on my doorstep, with the cottage looming above me, I can't see any other signs of human life. But that doesn't mean there's no one there. Anyone could be watching. I had forgotten how different the countryside feels at night. In London, there was always light. The street lights, car lights, light streaming from people's windows. But here, it's different. The dark is all-embracing. The stars above watch, but they're so far away, they don't feel part of my world. When you lose the ability to see, every other sensation is accentuated. The crunch of the gravel under the wheels of the buggy, the cold air circling my fingers as they grip the ridged plastic of the buggy's handle. That unique country smell. Fresh air, they call it. But there's more to it than that. Manure and hay and grass. The lane that leads to our cottage seems longer at night. When I reach the end, I look left and right, as if I expect to see a car. But the road beyond is empty. It seems narrower than it did, constrained by the tall trees on each side. The footpath starts just 10 metres or so from the end of the lane, and usually I don't give a second thought to the short walk on the road. But now I realise that no car would be able to see me if they came around the corner, and I don't have my phone with me to light the way. I wonder if I should go back to get it, but when I turn back towards the cottage, my stomach knots. I don't want to go back in. I wish Matt would hurry up and come home. I take the few steps to the edge of the footpath and stand there with Olivia in the buggy. She's quiet now, as if even she realises that something is not quite right, as if even she is aware that her screams might draw attention to us. A car comes from nowhere, and its headlights illuminate us. Matt? Is it Matt? It speeds by. I keep walking towards the village. It's deserted at this time of night. I pass the post office and make out my reflection in the glass. I pass the quaint thatched houses, their front windows looking directly out onto the pavement, thick curtains tightly closed for privacy. I see the amber glow from a pub window, a place with people and noise, away from the silence of the night, welcoming. The car parked outside has a shade over the back window to protect a baby from the sunshine. It has a smiling cat motif, the same as the one we've got. I look closer. It's our car, Matt's car. At first I feel relief. I've found him. He can take me home and look after me. He can tell me the noises in the house are in my head and hold me in his arms until I fall asleep. But why is his car here? His practice is a few miles away. Isn't he meant to be working? I peer through the window of the pub. It's almost empty, except for a couple sitting in a corner, a glass of red wine and a pint in front of them, talking animatedly. Matt. And Sarah. Before I can think, I've rammed open the door and pushed the buggy inside. Matt doesn't even look up, but the man drying glasses behind the bar does.
No children after 8 p.m, I'm afraid, love.
Oh, I say. I'm sorry, I just need to speak to my husband.
You'll need to leave. He'll have to come to speak to you outside. We can't have the little one in here.
He indicates Olivia, who's now sound asleep and looking angelic. I see Sarah glance over and then whisper to Matt. He stands and comes over.
Claire,
he says.
I was just having a quick after-work drink with Sarah. We had things to talk about the practice. I hope you don't mind.
Of course I mind. I'm alone in that house, and I need you. But I can't say that. When will you be home? I ask.
I'll be back after I've finished my pint. It won't be long.
Can't you come now?
I need to speak to Sarah about something. I'm sorry, Claire, but I'll be back in half an hour, I promise.
He gives me a peck on the cheek, and then turns and walks back to his table. "Matt!" I call after him. "Can you be quicker?" He doesn't answer, and I feel my fists clench in anger.
"You'll need to go now, miss," the barman says, coming out from behind the bar. I look at him, considering shouting across the pub at Matt, telling him to come home. But I don't want to make a scene. I don't want anyone else in this village to think I'm crazy. I smile tightly at the barman. "I'm going," I say. I open the door and step back out into the darkness. My daughter is napping, and I settle down on my bed and ring the helpline. I need to talk things through with someone. I feel like I'm finally starting to figure things out. She seems tense today, as if she wants to rush our conversation. "Did I interrupt something?" I ask. "No," she says. "Of course not." "Sometimes I wonder why you listen to me." "It's my job." "Oh, I wanted more than that." "Do you enjoy it?" I know I'm looking for validation, but I need to know our conversations mean something to her. They mean so much to me. "Yes. Well, not all the time, but I enjoy speaking to you." My face flushes. I'm so glad she feels the same way. "Do you think—" I'm embarrassed to finish the sentence. "Do you think in real life? Do you think we might be friends?" She laughs lightly. "Yes," she says. "Definitely. I feel like I know you." I grin. "I feel like I know you too." "Why do you stay with him?" she asks. "When he hits you?" "Because he's good to me. Because he puts a roof over my head. Because he looks after me and works hard and loves me." "But he hurts you." "I deserve it." "You don't deserve it." "I'm not good enough. I used to have a good job in the city, but I don't do anything anymore. I'm no one, just a mother. The only thing I have that means anything to me is my daughter, and she needs a father. I can't take her away from him. I can't." Chapter 18. I lie wide awake in bed, straining my ears to listen to the faint beeps from the loft. I can only hear them when the house is completely silent, when Matt and Olivia are asleep, and when the creaking and grunting of the central heating has calmed. I can't sleep. Matt lies comatose beside me, breathing peacefully. The image of him and Sarah deep in conversation at the pub has been circling round in my head all night. They looked so cosy together, like a couple. I'm sure there's more to their relationship than I know. He prioritizes her over me. He left me alone with our baby to go for a drink with her. He let me walk home on my own while he stayed with her. I'm sure he could see my distress, and yet he chose her over me. I felt like such a fool. I should have spoken to him about it when he got in, but I couldn't shake off the fear of being in the cottage on my own, and the relief that he was home overshadowed any other emotion. I was exhausted. I didn't want an argument. I just wanted to rest my head on the pillow and let sleep take over. But sleep hasn't come. I look at Matt lying peacefully beside me, and I'm jealous. How can he sleep so soundly? Olivia screams. I get out of bed noisily, grumbling. I want Matt to wake up and share the work of looking after our daughter, but he doesn't even stir. When I go to Olivia's room, she's still half asleep, trapped in a nightmare. Her eyes flick rapidly from side to side below her eyelids, and she screams again. I can see her chest rising and falling,
her breathing fast. I put my hand to her forehead. It's hot and clammy. I shouldn't have taken her out in the cold. I should have put a hat on her. I go downstairs, find the medicine, and then go back to Olivia's room. I lift my baby out of the cot to administer it through the syringe into her mouth. She screams louder and pulls her head away. The syrupy mixture spills down her sleep suit, a sugary mess. I check her nappy. It's full. I place her on the nappy mat, undo it, and retch. I try to swallow my frustration as anger bubbles up inside me. Matt should be dealing with this, too. Olivia tries to roll over, and I lay one hand on her tummy to stop her. The bruises on her thighs have turned to a pale yellow. Yellow circles, like thumbprints. Could I have done that? Held her down too forcefully while changing her nappy? I inspect her for more bruises, looking at her legs, then her arms, her stomach, her back. There are none. I carry her into the bedroom and put her down beside Matt's sleeping body. She screams, almost in his ear, and he stirs ever so slightly and rolls further away. As usual, he has his earplugs in. I shake him awake. Matt!
What? He mumbles. What's wrong?
Olivia's not well.
Give her some Calpol.
I have done.
Well, there's not much more I can do about it.
He turns away. I put Olivia on my breast, and she calms. Why were you in the pub with Sarah? I ask, unable to hold it in. I'm so angry, I can't stop myself.
Do we need to talk about this now? It's the middle of the night.
Just tell me why.
She was upset.
About what?
Nothing, Claire. It's nothing to do with you. Just something that happened a long time ago, that's all.
The miscarriage?
No.
Matt, when are we going to talk? I don't like the sound of my voice. It's pleading and desperate. It doesn't sound like me.
Look, Claire, we can talk tomorrow.
When? You're always busy at work.
Why don't you meet me for lunch? I've got a quiet day. Not enough customers, no matter what I do. So meet me for lunch.
Okay, then, I say. It's a small concession, but it will have to do. We need to talk. He rolls away from me, letting me know the conversation is over. I let Olivia feed for 45 minutes, until she falls asleep against me. With my child and my husband fast asleep, I lie awake, unable to drop off, listening to the beeping from the loft. The next day, I wait in the doctor's surgery, fidgeting on a hard chair. Olivia's still feverish this morning. Since we found the bruises on her thighs, I want to get every little thing checked out. We're called through, and the doctor smiles at me. It's a different doctor from the last time I went to the surgery. I should have booked the same one, then she'd remember me. I sit down. So, what can I do for you? The doctor asks. My daughter's got a fever and a temperature. The doctor turns to her computer, pulls up Olivia's notes, and then examines her, looking in her eyes and ears, and listening to her chest. Olivia giggles and smiles, trying to grab the doctor's pen from the desk. She's very lively, the doctor says. Yes, but she's been up all night. It's a white lie. I want them to take Olivia's health seriously. It's me who's been up all night, worrying about Matt and Sarah. Worrying that I'm going crazy. Or worse, that there's really something going on. Okay, she says. I can tell by the way she looks at me that she thinks I'm just another nervous first-time mother. It just looks like a virus, she says. All she needs is lots of rest and plenty of paracetamol. My chest tightens. I've given her so much children's paracetamol that her breath smells sugary sweet. Are you sure? My voice is high, panicked. The doctor smiles gently. Motherhood's hard. I have 2 kids. It's easy to Google things and get scared, but really your daughter is fine. And you're doing just fine too. I feel hot all of a sudden, as if I might faint. Because she's wrong. I'm not doing fine. I'm not. Is there anything else? The doctor asks, looking up from her computer. I should ask her about the counselling. Matt said I needed to follow that up, to speak to someone. I'm on the waiting list, and I haven't heard anything yet. But she's standing now, moving over to the door, holding it open for me. No, I say, as I stand. Thank you. I manage a quick smile before I push Olivia's buggy out of the door and burst into tears in the waiting room. It's raining when I leave the doctor's surgery, but I've arranged to meet Matt for lunch. I put my umbrella up, but it's too difficult to hold it over me and manoeuvre the buggy, so I give up, instead shoving it in the shopping basket underneath and pulling my hood over my head. At the bus stop, people grumble as they stand uncomfortably close under the shelter. They're all waiting for the midday bus. If they miss it, there isn't another one for 3 hours. When the bus arrives, it's packed, but I manage to squeeze on. My hands grip the buggy tightly in case Olivia gets knocked by the mass of swaying passengers. I check the brake compulsively. I wrap her blankets a bit tighter around her. It's so cold, she could easily catch a chill. I get off the bus near Matt's practice and walk the rest of the way in the rain. When I push open the door of the surgery, the bell rings loudly, and Olivia screams. Shush, I say. There's no one behind the reception desk, so I take a seat on one of the armchairs and wait. I take Olivia out of the pram and put her on my breast. Matt has done a good job of the decor. It's understated but warm, with pictures of countryside scenes dotted round the walls. I wonder if Sarah helped him. Certainly, more thought has gone into the decoration of the practice than the decoration of our cottage. This practice is Matt's love, his passion. Our cottage is just where he comes home to sleep. Sarah breezes through into the reception area, clutching some paperwork. She jumps when she sees me. Oh, hello, she says. How are you? I'm well, and you? I remember what Matt said about her being upset last night. Good, thanks, she replies, clutching the papers closer to her chest. We're picking up a few more clients, which is great. I'm sure Matt's told you all about it. There's an awkward pause, and I can see that she's about to ask about Olivia. But then she sees that I'm breastfeeding, and she glances away. Make yourself at home, she says, and then reddens, as if she thinks she said something wrong. I won't be here long. I'm just waiting for Matt. We're meeting for lunch. Oh, he just left. The man in the house just up the road came in to see us. A fox attacked his chickens last night. He wanted Matt to take a look. I don't know how long he'll be. Disappointment flushes my face. I check my phone and see the message from Matt. He only sent it a few minutes ago. Been called to an urgent appointment. Sorry, we'll have to do lunch another day. Kiss, kiss. Where's the farm? I ask Sarah. It's not a farm, just a man retired from the city living the rural dream. He keeps a couple of chickens for eggs. If you turn right, it's a few houses down. She opens the door and points out the house to me. Thanks, I say. I remove Olivia from my breast and bundle her back into the pram. Luckily, the rain has stopped. I walk quickly over the bumpy pavement, avoiding the puddles. The grounds of the house stretch out alongside the road, blocked only by a waist-height hedge. I see Matt in the garden. He stands next to a man in jeans, arms crossed, surveying a chicken pen with one bird lying dead, the other twitching. I can see from here that it's badly injured, its head twisted unnaturally to the side. I think about shouting hello, but I don't want to interrupt. I can wait. The man says something I can't hear, and Matt laughs, nodding. He bends over the pen and picks the live chicken up by its legs. It twitches and twists under his grip, its wings flapping feebly. It's half dead. Matt moves one hand to its head. He pulls it quickly, then twists the neck. The wings flap wildly in a burst of energy. I swallow. It's still alive. But then the bird stills, and Matt tosses it back into the pen. He and the man return to the house, without a second glance. I feel a bit queasy. It's not that Matt's done anything wrong. It's just that when I imagine him doing his job, I think of him curing sick animals. I try not to think about the times he puts them down. I wait outside the house for 5 minutes. I think about knocking and going inside, but I don't know what I'd say. There's no reason I need to see Matt urgently, and besides, he cancelled our lunch. When it starts to rain again, I decide to leave. It's far too cold to stand outside getting wet, and I'm not even sure I want to see him. I can't stop thinking about last night, seeing him cozying up with Sarah at the pub. Do I even know the man I married anymore? I walk to the bus stop and wait, shivering, for half an hour before the bus finally arrives. I'm windswept and soaking wet and miserable, and Olivia is crying as usual. I lift the wheels of Olivia's buggy up into the bus, push it into the allocated space, and go to pay the driver. There's another buggy beside me, and the woman holding it leans over and smiles at Olivia. "She's pretty," she says. "Thank you." Politely, I look into her buggy, ready to say the same. "She's—" But I pause mid-sentence. I recognise the baby. It's Lizzie. She's wearing her distinctive red winter coat. She's lovely," I stammer. The woman must be Dan's new girlfriend. Emma has told me all about her. How she split her and Dan up. How she slept with him when Emma was pregnant. I know Emma hates the thought of her looking after Lizzie. I listen to the woman talking to the baby, cooing at her and comforting her. I feel angry with her on Emma's behalf, and I want to say something, to confront her about taking another woman's partner, taking a baby away from its mother. But instead, I turn away and watch the raindrops slide down the bus windows. I'm in no mood for a fight. That evening, Matt arrives home early, full of apologies about cancelling lunch. For once, he'll be around to put Olivia to bed. For once, we'll be able to have a conversation over dinner. These moments feel precious, fragile threads between us, holding our marriage together. I don't want to talk about Sarah, not now. I don't want to ruin the only chance we've got to have a conversation.
"I'm so sorry about lunch," he says again. "There was an urgent appointment, a new client."
It's okay. I don't tell him I already know. I can't explain why I watched them and then left without saying anything. I'm not quite sure myself. He doesn't say any more, and I don't ask. He's already left the room and gone to the kitchen. I hear him turn on the tap and pour a glass of water. I breastfeed Olivia while Matt starts heating up our dinner. As I sit on the sofa, I Google Sarah on my phone. It's become a habit. I go through pages and pages of results, but nothing comes up, other than the website for Matt's practice. I look at her publicly available photos on Facebook, but they're all old. It's not enough. I need to know more. I click on Add Friend. It seems justified this time. After all, I've met her a few times, and she's come to my house. She could think I want to be friends. I hear the bath taps running upstairs. I carry Olivia to the bathroom and hand her to Matt. I watch as he undresses her. I remember the bruises on her thighs and feel a shiver of doubt wash over me, my anxiety building. I observe him closely. He's gentle enough with her, but something is bothering me. It's like my brain is screaming, "No!" trying to warn me. I remember my dream. Matt holding Olivia down, submerging her. I remember watching him wring the chicken's neck without a second thought, and then discard it like rubbish. I think again of the yellow bruises on her thighs. Matt hands Olivia to me, and then checks the temperature of the bathwater with his hand. My pulse quickens, and I look down at the tiny, naked baby in my arms. She's totally dependent on me. It's my job to keep her alive. Fear grips me. Every instinct tells me not to hand her back to Matt. I feel too hot. The air in the bathroom seems too thick. I can't think straight. Deep breaths. I must take deep breaths. Breathe in, I tell myself. Matt reaches out his arms and takes her from me. No, no, no. My scream is silent inside me. He starts lowering Olivia into the bath. I see her touch the water. No! I hear a shout. It's my voice. I can't let him bath her. I don't know why, but I can't. I just can't. I snatch Olivia from him and cradle her in my arms. Matt looks at me in confusion. I'll bath her, I say. But I'll bath her. At that moment, I realise that I no longer trust Matt with our daughter. Chapter 19. The snow has finally come. Outside the window, the fields behind our house are a never-ending blanket of pure white. I shiver as I slip into my dressing gown and turn up the radiator. Matt's car is blocked in by a snowdrift, and we're trapped in the cold cottage together. Matt changes Olivia's nappy, and then asks where we keep the spare packs. I look at him. I've been meaning to buy nappies for ages, but the nearest shop that sells them is 4 miles away. We'd need the car.
We don't have any, he asks.
No, I say, checking the downstairs cupboard. We've run out. The only thing to do is walk. I don't want to go alone, and I'm not convinced Matt will be able to cope with Olivia's screaming if I leave him on his own. So we agree to set off together. Matt goes over to Ruth's to borrow Wellington boots, but I remember mine rubbing when we cleared out the pond, and so I opt for trainers, even though I know the snow will soak through. We dress in layer upon layer of jumpers and jackets, hats and scarves. We double up Olivia's baby grows and add a jumper and snowsuit before strapping her to Matt in the baby carrier. I know it was my anxiety talking last night when I wouldn't let Matt bath Olivia, and I've tried to put it to the back of my mind. I look at her now. She's completely calm strapped to Matt. He's her father, and he loves her. I can't believe how ridiculous I was being. I start down the lane to the village, but Matt knows a shortcut, and we ease ourselves through a narrow opening into a field. The landscape around us is more beautiful than any Christmas card, and I drink it in. I reach for Matt's hand. This is what I imagined when I thought about our lives in the countryside. Long, romantic walks through vast, stretching emptiness. Space to ourselves, Space to be us.
I hadn't thought of the cold bite of the winter air that seeps through my clothes and into my bones. I hadn't thought of the isolation and the stretching, endless loneliness. We're completely alone here, the three of us. I grip Matt's hand tighter, our fingers interlocking through gloves. I can't tell how he feels underneath, if he's warm or cold. He's staring straight ahead, his expression tight. Does he want to be here with me? Is he just thinking of getting back to his paperwork, missing the surgery, missing Sarah? I think of them in the pub the other night, their faces close, co-conspirators. I know I should bring it up again, ask him why. But we feel so fragile at the moment, so distant, that I feel my words might break us. We are cracked, and it will only take one more blow to break us completely. I don't want to do that. Instead, I just want to pretend we're the couple I imagined we'd be, walking hand in hand down a country road, a romance story, an album cover. And besides, if there was something going on between them, what could I do? I no longer have my job or my friends or my life. Everything is tied to Matt and his mother and the cottage. I'm completely dependent on them. It's nice to be out in the fresh air, I say, my words lacking conviction. It's like escaping a cell, only to find you're still in a prison. The countryside stretches out before me, roads unwinding, unknown, treacherous. At least in the cottage the unease is contained within four walls. At least there's the illusion of outside, another world, an escape. Here, amongst the fields, with my loving husband and daughter, reality hits. There is no outside. There is no escape. The endless sky and fields contain me as much as the walls of the house. I'm trapped. Matt hasn't replied to my comment. He seems as lost in thought as I am. We walk on, hand in hand, but worlds apart. Who is this man whose hand I'm holding? What secrets is he keeping? A bramble nicks my jeans, and I'm jarred backwards. I turn and remove the thorn, seeing the small patch of blood spreading in the dark denim. I'm glad Olivia is enclosed tightly next to Matt in the sling, away from the brambles. I don't want her legs to be caught, rivulets of blood forming on pale skin and seeping through her fleecy white snowsuit. The wet snow creeps through the fabric of my trainers, and my socks cling to my feet. I look at my phone to see where we are, but there's no GPS connection here. Instead, I try to estimate it by the time. We've only been walking 15 minutes. There's a long way to go. We must have walked over a mile without speaking when we stumble upon a farm. It announces itself before we arrive, in a scattering of abandoned machinery covered in snow. The main house is in a state of disrepair, the stone walls crumbling and letting in the light. Matt stops suddenly. I stand beside him and take his hand. It's so... I struggle to put into words the feelings the farm evokes. It's so desolate. It belonged to Sarah's parents. They left years ago.
Did they live here when you were growing up?
Yeah, we spent our childhood playing in these fields. We only had each other. Sarah's parents, well, her dad was violent, her mum was timid. The usual story. And you know what my mother's like.
I remember how Sarah warned me about Ruth. Did your mother like her? Matt laughs.
At first she did. When I was younger, she was someone I could play with. It got me out of the house, stopped me messing up her things, I suppose. When we got older and started dating, she was pleased. She thought Sarah was a good influence, studious and kind. But then she turned against her.
Why?
I suppose she thought Sarah would hold me back, and once she'd decided that, she made her life difficult.
How?
Just simple stuff, really. She always used to give Sarah a lift to the school in the car, but when we split up, she stopped. Sarah used to have to walk for an hour each way. My mother didn't care. Other things, too. She just wasn't nice to her.
Matt sniffs and removes his hand from mine, raising it to his face and rubbing at his eyes. Matt. I see the tears on his cheeks. What's wrong?
I can't explain.
His words are an effort through sobs. I take his other hand, grip it tighter. In all our time together, I've never seen Matt cry. What could it be? What is it he isn't telling me? Matt breaks away from me, walks off the path, towards a dilapidated cowshed. The corrugated iron roof sags under the weight of the snow and hangs loose at the corner. I follow. Are you all right? I ask. I reach out and touch his shoulder. He turns away from me and leans into the wall, his face resting against his folded arms. Olivia hanging between him and the bricks. I hesitate before I walk over, unsure. It's always been him comforting me, never the other way around. What's wrong? I whisper. Matt, what's wrong? I feel a rising panic. Matt's always so strong. I don't know what I'd do if he fell apart.
I should never have come back,
he says, and I'm not sure if he means the village or to this place, this farmhouse. It's okay. I try to soothe him. I desperately want to make things better.
I just have so many memories, Claire. They haunt me.
What happened? He sighs and looks away towards the rest of the farm's outbuildings.
You see that building there?
He points to a large wooden barn, the roof partially caved in. I nod, holding my breath, unsure what's coming next.
It happened there. The accident.
Matt stares at the barn, completely lost in his memories. What accident?
It was Sarah's sister. She fell out of the hayloft, banged her head.
Did she? I don't want to say the word.
No, she didn't die. At least not at first. She was left paralysed. But she did die eventually, years later. She never recovered from her injuries.
That must have been so hard.
Yes. You know, I've never been back here. I've been to the farmhouse since, but not to this building. I didn't realise it would still affect me so much.
He starts to walk slowly towards the barn, as if he's drawn to it. I'm so sorry, I say, falling into step beside him and reaching out to hold on to his arm.
It affected the whole village. It was that kind of tragedy. Young girl, brain damaged, never fulfills her potential, whole community in shock. You know the kind of story. Of course you do. It was the kind of story you were looking for when you worked at the newspaper.
I wince at the slight, but let it lie. I had no idea. You never mentioned it.
I moved on. Moved to London. I escaped it all.
How did the family cope?
They didn't. Sarah's parents never got over it. They left shortly afterwards. Abandoned the farm, abandoned their livelihood. Sarah was 18 by then. She stayed and cared for her sister.
Sarah was left on her own?
Yeah, she cared for her sister until she died. She gave up everything. She wanted to be a vet too, had a place at Cambridge. But she never took it up. She wasn't the same again. She lost her ambition, her drive. She stayed in the village, taking any job going. She seems completely lost now. She's never got over it. It was the anniversary of the death on Thursday.
Oh. Thursday was the day I saw them together in the pub. Is that why you were in the pub with her?
Yeah. Sarah was upset at work. She didn't want to be alone.
Oh, poor Sarah. I regret being so suspicious of them. All Matt was doing was trying to help. It must have been a tough day for her. I just wish you'd told me why you were there.
I'm sorry. I didn't think she'd want to talk to you about it, and I could see you were already angry. It didn't feel like the right time.
We're in the shadow of the building now. It's okay. I understand. Matt nudges the rotten door open and steps inside, his face still tear-streaked. I follow. Inside the cold shell, I put my arm around him. He pulls away and kicks a stone on the floor of the barn.
I just have a lot of regrets. I wish I'd done things differently. I didn't treat Sarah well. I just left her here to pick up the pieces while I went to university.
You couldn't let an accident change the course of your life. But my words don't ring true, even to me. Doesn't that happen all the time? Something tragic happens, and the ground beneath you shifts. Your life is never the same again.
I promised myself I'd never return here, Matt says. I thought I'd escaped.
I'm sorry I brought you back, I reply. And I mean it. I'm sorry we ever came here.
Another one!
My husband says, angrily, slamming his fist into the table.
Another stupid girl!
I don't need to ask him what he's talking about. I can guess. Someone else has accused him of sexually assaulting them. The same rumours have circled him for years. When we first met, I was always so certain he was innocent. He was attractive and charismatic, and he had girls throwing themselves at him. He could have had anyone he wanted. I thought his accusers were making it up. But now I'm not so sure. I know better than to say anything. Besides, I don't want to hear about it. Don't want to picture what he might have done to those girls. I think of how the volunteer at the helpline told me that our sex life wasn't right, how it wasn't consensual if I gave into it out of fear. I dish up his food, placing each piece of broccoli carefully beside the lamb. He starts digging in before I've laid out my own plate. I can see he's furious.
Who do they think they are? He says. They're just after my money. They think they can accuse me and then take me for all I have. But they can't. They won't win.
I listen to him rant as I pick at my food. I don't want him to take this out on me. Later, when we're getting ready for bed, he comes into the bathroom while I'm brushing my teeth. I watch in the mirror as he reaches for the moisturiser he puts on before he sleeps. As he rubs it into his face, he looks so benign, so innocent. He's calmer now, more relaxed. In the mirror I see an image of married bliss, a comfortable couple getting ready for bed side by side. The words slip out of my mouth, unbidden. You didn't do it, I say, tentatively. It's the first time I've asked. Up to now, I've just blindly believed. But I need to hear him say it. You didn't do it, did you? I hold my breath. He turns to me, rage in his eyes.
Of course not. You know me. You're my wife. How can you think that of me?
Oh, I'm sorry, I say, and mean it. He isn't that type of man. He may have a temper, but he's a loving father, a family man. I deserve what comes next. I shouldn't have questioned him. He pulls back his right arm, and I brace myself for the impact. But instead, he turns and punches the mirror. And then he punches again and again and again, until the crack at the centre bursts outwards towards the edges of the glass, and blood from his knuckles runs down our reflections. Chapter 20. I open the door with a forced smile, and Ruth comes bustling in, bundles of old plastic bags and bin bags in her hands. She's here, ready to start clearing her mother's things. I can't believe I've finally got through to her. She marches in and pecks Olivia on the cheek. Olivia moans. Ruth frowns. Why is she grumbling? Don't tell me you've been turning her against me. No, I say, laughing nervously. She's just tired. No sleep last night. She kept waking up. I smile, hoping she will take my cue and realise how exhausted I am too, and maybe offer to watch Olivia for a bit. But she ignores me as I shift Olivia's weight in my arms. Ruth looks uncertainly at the specks of dirt in the hallway, and then takes off her shoes reluctantly. I sigh. I only hoovered 2 days ago, but the house seems to breed dirt. Thanks so much for coming round, I say. It will be great to have a bit more space for our things. I know it will be a long process, but at least she's willing to start. It's fine, she replies. It needs doing. I'll never sell the house with all this clutter in. I bite my tongue. I know she's simply keeping me in my place, making it clear that I can't outstay my welcome. Matt has told me she has no plans to sell the house until we've saved up for a place of our own. She's just asserting her authority. Do you want a cup of tea? I ask. Yes, please. I thought I'd start upstairs. I feel my stomach start to knot. There are still bin bags of Pamela's toiletries piled high in the study. I hope she doesn't see them. I never told her I'd cleared out the bathroom and thrown some of Pamela's things away. Surely she can't be angry about me throwing away old makeup and tights. Ruth is halfway up the stairs, and I abandon thoughts of the tea and follow her. She's already in our bedroom, opening up the cupboards. It makes me feel uncomfortable, even though I know that this is one of the most useful areas she can clear out. Do you need any help? I ask. She turns to me, and I see the tears in her eyes as she touches the material of one of Pamela's coats. Just that tea, please, she says, and I scoot out of the room with Olivia. I pace around the kitchen anxiously as I wait for the kettle to boil. I can hear Ruth moving about upstairs. When I leave the room to take the tea up, Olivia starts to cry. She needs another nappy change. Upstairs, Ruth is now taking the clothes out of the cupboard one by one and shoving them unceremoniously in the bin bag. I hand her the tea. Thanks, she says, putting it down on the mantelpiece above the old fireplace. Olivia wails downstairs. I'd better go. I'll be back up soon. After I've changed the nappy, I tidy up the living room and kitchen, afraid of Ruth's judgment. Then I carry Olivia upstairs to see how Ruth's getting on. She's still going through the cupboards. I put Olivia in her bouncy chair in the bedroom and start to tidy some of my things on the bedside table. I long to start moving the clothes from our flimsy temporary cupboards into the gaps appearing on the rails that Ruth is clearing. But it seems rude to start while she's still here. I remember the way Ruth looked at the hall floor when she came in, and I decide to get the hoover out and clean the bedroom. That way I can keep an eye on Ruth and show her I'm looking after her house. Olivia watches me plug the vacuum cleaner in, and Ruth turns as she hears the click of the plug being turned on at the socket. "It needs a clean in here," I say, to justify my presence. She nods distractedly, one of Pamela's dresses in her hands. The whir of the vacuum alarms Olivia, and at first she screams. Then she gets used to it, and watches me curiously. I feel calmer as I clean, all my worries of the last few weeks fading away. I'd been so concerned about Matt's relationship with Sarah, but seeing the farmhouse the other day, and hearing from Matt how hard Sarah's life has been, has made me see things differently. They are bonded by grief from the loss of Sarah's sister. Matt's only been trying to help her out of a sense of loyalty. It's me he married, not her. And now even Ruth's being nice, clearing out the house. I have a feeling everything will work out after all. Matt and I will be able to start our lives here properly, make the cottage our own. I remember all the ideas I had about village life before I moved here. I longed for close family nearby, Olivia playing outside in the fresh country air in a house of our own. All that's starting to feel possible again. As I clean round Olivia's baby seat, I start to hum to myself. Olivia reaches out ineffectively to grab the cord. I lean down to pull it away from her, and catch a sight of a flash of orange behind the bed. I can't think what it could be. I peer closer. It looks like material. Orange is such an unusual colour, a colour I never wear. I pause and reach down, find an end and pull at it. It's a silk scarf. I examine the pattern. Yellow squares dot the orange material. "That's nice," Ruth says, from the other side of the room. "Yes," I reply. I rack my brain for where I've seen it before. I know I've seen it somewhere. Sarah. She was wearing it when we cleared out the pond. Sarah has been in my room, in my bed, with my husband. My world comes crashing down around me.